Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day number 2 of the Hearthstone PAX East Major, presented by the One Nation of Gamers, brought to you by GEICO Gaming and Video Game Voters Network. My name is TJ, or also known as Leftcaster, and I am joined by ThatsAdmirable, aka Rightcaster. Admirable, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. I actually just woke up this time, unlike the Strife Chromium that I usually make of just waking up. And we actually have Strife Crow in our first match here today. He's getting set up right now as we speak, and I get to see a good match from him. Lots of great stuff that we saw from day number 1. Most of the big names have been making it through to the round at 64. A couple of notable losses that I want to note. The Rat versus Reynad actually took place in the round of 128, where Reynad dropped a very close 5-game set due to some unfortunate luck in a couple of those games. And VLPS was actually knocked out by Richard in the round of 128 as well. But other than that, pretty much all the big names have been making it through the round of 64. Going to see if they can continue that run. It's going to start here today with Strife Crow. How are you doing today, TJ?
No one ever asked me that question back. I'm doing great, actually. It's a bit early on the West Coast, but it's perfect time to catch and watch some great Hearthstone. Of course, if you're just tuning into the PAX East Major, this is, of course, a major presented by One Nation of Gamers that's sort of tied into the 2016 circuit that ONOG has been running. It's got a $10,000 prize pool that's going to be broadcast over the 3 weekends, over the 3 days of the weekend at PAX East. Also, there's 43 Hearthstone Championship Tour points to give away. So there's lots of big names, as Admirable was mentioning. All the big names seem to make it through to the further rounds. There's also, about 100 open slots. So players that were just walking around the PAX floor that decided to sign up for this major. So you might be seeing some names that you're a little bit unfamiliar with, but hopefully you grow to love some of these players, because yesterday we saw some of the open players bring some crazy, crazy decks. And I hope we get to see the same thing today, because it made for some really entertaining matches.
Yeah, one of the most notable ones for me yesterday was actually Radlac versus Kalento, where in their Control Warrior mirror match, Radlac had a very greedy style of Control Warrior. He had a copy of Cro-Magus, he had a Nefarian, he had an Arc Thief Rafam, and Kalento ended up drawing a couple too many cards, and Radlac quite literally just ground all of Kalento's cards into the dust, despite him playing a Golden Monkey, and had him further in fatigue than he was. and that resulted in the game win, despite the fact Kalento got over 80 health at some point during that game. And things like that are some of the crazy stuff you can see. Those control matchups, typically the greedier player wins. We also saw some Secret Mage where Ethereal Arcanist got up to 13 power at one point in the game and was pulling a lot of heat from a Freeze Mage. A lot of cool stuff. In an open environment, it really... This feels like a real card tournament to me that I'm used to. I've been playing cards for 20 years. I've seen all kinds of stuff in tournaments. And events like this where players have to physically show up and play, a lot of them will tend to just play whatever their favorite decks are or just stuff that they've built that they really want to compete in a tournament with. And you kind of hit the nail on the head. A lot of these guys you'll see are unfamiliar names to kind of the household Hearthstone tournaments that you're used to. But, I certainly enjoyed the matches yesterday, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of it again today.
Yeah, definitely. And, while we're waiting for this first match to start, of course, there's going to be StrifeCro versus Scrom. We'll talk a little bit about the One Nation of Gamers circuit once again. Of course, the event this weekend being sponsored by GEICO and Video Game Voters Network. Also, CyberPower PC, DX Racer, Razer, and Asus Republic of Gamers for helping us out with the hardware at PAX East. Big shout out to those guys. Throughout the day today, we'll be giving away CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC. And throughout the weekend, I guess, not just today. So if you want to enter in to win that PC, make sure you click the banner below for the website, or you can just head over to geico.onog.gg. All the information about the tournament and about the 2016 circuit in general are also on that website. We're also the next open for the One Nation of Gamers circuit is on April 30th. It is limited to U.S. residents only, but if you're in the U.S. and want to, get a chance to compete and make some money, each of these opens has a $1,000 prize pool. And if you win, you also make it into a feature tournament, which is going to be 6 throughout the year. We've already done 5 throughout the year. We've already done 2, which have a $6,000 prize pool. So if you think you have what it takes, you want to enter into an open, then make sure you head over to that website in the top right corner. You can click sign up, and it'll bring you to the sign up page to do that. So lots of cool stuff to come for the 2016 circuit. Also, if you're on the PAX East floor, One Nation of Gamers has created an app for you to play against other players at PAX. That's called the Battle Zone beta app. So if you want to play against some of your friends at PAX East, or if you want to have a chance to win prizes or Razer gear, make sure you head to the App Store, search for Battle Zone Beta, sign up, you'll log in, put in your battle ID. It'll search on the PAX East Wi-Fi for other players. And at the end of the day today, we'll be giving away cash, and we'll be giving away Razer gear in prizes to some of the top players on that Battle Zone Beta ladder. So make sure you guys are doing that throughout the day. But we do have the players sitting down, which means they're going to be starting relatively soon here. So we can start talking about their decks just a bit. StrifeCro bringing Rogue. A lot of the more known players have brought Rogue to this tournament. Why do you think that is, Admirable?
Yeah, I think the fact that this is such an open field and you don't quite know who you're going against, it's probably good to have a deck that's it's like a pseudo catch-all to a lot of the aggro builds that you could see out there. Blade Flurry is an extremely powerful card, and if you're playing against people who are just filling up the board with minions that you don't necessarily expect, being able to pull off a big Blade Flurry, either for the burst damage towards the mid-late stages of the game, or just being able to Blade Flurry to clean things up, that's an option that I think a lot of these guys want access to. And then furthermore, Rogue is also kind of a comfort deck for a lot of these guys. And once again, when you're playing in the open field, you don't necessarily know everything that you're playing against. You take a look at the 16-player tournaments where it's 16 of the top players in the world. A lot of those players can tend to tailor their strategy around who they are worried about within those other 15 players and have a game plan that is quite literally specifically designed to fight those kinds of players. But here, you're going to be getting some lineups that you don't necessarily expect to see. For instance, I take a look at Scrums, Mage, Paladin, Warlock, Warrior. This is 4 fine classes, but this mix of classes is something that I don't really see that much in top-tier competitive play. And so because of that, StrifeCro is going to need a different kind of attack plan to fight against this guy. You can't just bring the kinds of lineups he's always been bringing. You probably need something that's a little bit more well-rounded. And Rogue seems like it fits that kind of dynamic in an event like this.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what these decks are from Scrum. He went ahead and banned out that Rogue, so we won't be seeing that. So that sort of lends us to believe that maybe it is a more aggressive strategy, maybe a Tempo Mage, Secret Paladin, Zoo Warlock, things like that get really countered by the Rogue type of playstyle. But StrifeCro's a player that you can never really pinpoint his decks when he's playing in a tournament. He plays all sorts of things. He's never afraid to sort of bring out that grinder mage that he's sort of known for. But he also can play Freeze Mage. He also can play Tempo Mage. So it'll be interesting to see. The players are selecting decks right now, so that means we should be jumping into the match in just a few moments. And yeah, I'm excited to see if another known player is going to make it through to the round of 64. Keep in mind, today we're going to be broadcasting for a long time. Pretty much all day we're going to be broadcasting for. We're going to go through the round of 128. I believe we're going to go through some select matches in the round of 64 and through the round of 32 today. So we got a marathon of Hearthstone.
Yeah, the one thing I can say about StrifeCro and the kinds of decks he brings is that StrifeCro typically almost always wants some sort of inevitability factor built into his deck. And that's influenced a lot by some of the card choices you see. Like, I remember back in the Miracle Road days, he was running Gnomish Inventor and he was running Azure Drake. And those two cards are actually really important to the Rogues matchup for the ability to just keep a card economy high, be able to get a minion on board and get some damage from it. It's like always something he wants to do is have a repetitive source of damage threatening on board. And it's really unique to see because a lot of players have kind of adopted styles of strategy that he introduced early on in Hearthstone and that we kind of continue to use today. It's defined a lot of the principles that are in Hearthstone that's very different from a lot of the other card games that I've played in the past. And while recently, and so when I say recently, I mean very recently, we haven't really seen StrifeCro put up some insane results like he did throughout all 2014 and most of 2015. I'm not really sure that's a product of StrifeCro's play. I think it's just kind of like the variation that comes into it. Like eventually you're going to have a string of tournaments where you kind of just go back and forth. But the bigger picture here is that StrifeCro is always going to want to play to the board. That's something he looks to do. So Look for him to make unique plays in situations where a lot of players would tend to go face or a lot of players would tend to like all trade. He'll try to find a mix of those options and try to create just tension on the board and work from there. Like this play, for instance.
Yeah, and sometimes he tends to be a little bit greedy with his cards, but it's not the case in this game because he's used the Savage Roar basically just to clear off a Void Walker, which is interesting considering he could have just hero powered it down, left it at 1 health, and then had a decent swipe target going into the next turn. But I think he was setting up for maybe a Keeper of the Grove turn. Yeah, he looks like swipe was just not on his mind. He's always thinking ahead too. So in this situation, he's probably thinking, well, next turn I'm going to play Keeper of the Grove and then hopefully bait out an Implosion, and then the turn after that is when I can use my swipe.
Yeah, just very unique play from him. Just all along his career. Speaking of his career, StrifeCro, by the way, $42,000 in cashes over his career. Looking at first place at Seat Story Cup, the very first one, Tavern Takeover 2, G2A Hearthstone Masters, Kingwood Charity Christmas 2014, Pinnacle 2, and the Team Archon BlackRock 2v2 Team Brawl. So a lot of first places on his resume, but again, most of that was kind of sprinkled throughout 2014 and 2015. Late part of last year, he was a little bit quiet.
Yeah, and that seems to be normal. Late part of last year is sort of when they announced the Hearthstone Championship Tour for this year. It's when a lot of players who weren't competitive started to make the switch over to being competitive. So when the field is more saturated with good players, it's harder for those known ones to make it through and continue their results. So it makes it even more impressive for the players that have continued to have results despite the increasing field of players. But StrifeCro is still in a good spot. He hasn't taken much damage so far this game. If he gets to that turn 7 mark, then he's going to be in pretty good shape. But Scrom has so many big threats in his hand with double Sea Giant and a Dr. Boom.
Yeah,
so we'll see if he can start getting that stuff out.
Kind of interesting. It's, typically a hand this heavy, I would say, is actually pretty decent against Druid. But StrifeCro, I feel like, might have the kind of hand that can really fend off this pressure for quite a while. I mean, does have a big game hunter, does have 2 Ancients of Lore. And this Piloted Shredder looks like it's sticking to the board this turn. So Dr. Boom going to help to make some work of this, but this is still anyone's game. I mean, 2 Sea Giants is always so scary if this many minions stay on board. And Wild Growth's certainly no help this turn.
Yeah. Looks like he's just limited to Big Game Hunter, Shade of Naxxramas. And then he's almost always going to be met with at least 1 Sea Giant next turn. He can clear basically just 1 minion off the board. But he's putting 2 extra minions on the board because he's putting his Big Game Hunter and he's also putting his Shade of Naxxramas. So he's basically left with 1 more minion than when he started. So that means that double Sea Giant is a possibility.
Ooh, draws Iron Begal as well. I think I'd like to see him Iron Begal that Shredder, but
I think he wants the Reliquary Secret value is what he's going for.
Could be. I mean, you can still get the Reliquary Seeker value, I think. His mana is going to be a little bit tight, I guess.
No, he can do it. Because he can play the Sea Giant with 1 mana. He could silence, play the Sea Giant for 1 mana, trade in, and then play. Oh, yeah, trade in, and then play the Reliquary Seeker.
Yeah, I mean, I see like one of the ways he loses this game is like if a Doomsayer drops. Like it's kind of weird to play around that minor of a circumstance. But honestly, with this board presence, that's one of the only ways you're ever going to lose is when Strifecrow literally just a Doomsayer pops out of that and you can't kill it. But I guess if he plays the Sea Giant first and then he attacks and the Doomsayer drops, that means he can just Iron Beak Owl it afterwards. So that was actually something I wasn't considering, was just playing Iron Beak Owl to hit the Doomsayer. Should have dropped out of it. But now 2 Sea Giants on board. Strifecrow's got his work cut out for him, and these 2 cards I don't think are going to help. Yeah, just a little bit too much. Leading with Dr. Boom first, I think, was necessary for Scrom in order to stay in this game. Like, say he had tried to go for Sea Giant, just to not overcommit to the board and like run into Mind Control tech or something like that. It would have been possible for Strifecrow to check it. But smartly leading with Dr. Boom, Scrom's going to take a very decisive game number 1, and that's why 2 Sea Giants cropped into some of these Zoo decks. They flood you with minions early on. You use your resources to take care of it, and then they go, can you beat these guys?
And the answer for Strifecrow that match was no. So he's going to fall. Seems like a lot of Zoo versus Druid matchups go like that. That's one of the reasons why it's considered so strong. You have sticky minions on the board early, force the Druid to play either off curve or make awkward turns like the Savage Roar that Strifecrow decided to go for on turn 3 in order just to answer a Voidwalker, which never feels good. So he's got an uphill battle now. Scrom still has Mage and Paladin left remaining. And whoa, Paladin. And that looks to me like a Murloc Paladin.
Doomsayer really a telling card in a lot of Paladin builds. We've seen it not really be in any of the builds other than Murloc Paladin lately. And not really too big of a surprise to see it. A lot of the Paladin decks are very aggressive. But this is one of those matchups where you might look at it and be like, I got Equalities and Consecrates. I can couple those with Wild Pyromancers. I have a lot of healing and Elder Peacekeepers. You might be thinking that Druid's actually kind of a good matchup, but typically this one's pretty darn bad for the Murloc Paladin. I mean, the Druid, it kind of plays it like the Warrior matchup where they just draw so many cards and continue to play threat after threat, and the Paladin struggles to keep up, and eventually gets to a point where every single minion threatens lethal in combination with Force of Nature and Savage Roar for that endgame burst. And so they're left struggling to answer everything the entire step of the way. Eventually they get 1 weak turn and Druid capitalizes on it. That's a very common thing you see in this situation.
Yep, and Scrom seems to be playing the more minion-focused version of the Murloc Paladin deck. It runs Muster for Battle, it runs Shield and Minibot, and it runs Dr. Boom along with the Murloc package. So it's mostly just to fight a little bit and pressure a little bit more. This is the version that I prefer a little bit more. It feels like it plays a lot better. You don't have weird cards like Humility. You also don't have quite as much consistency with your heals and your removal. A lot of times you have to cut like a Sludge Belcher or an Anti-Heal Bot, whereas the very, very control-heavy deck runs both double Belcher and double Heal Bot. So you do have to cut some things, but it makes your early game a lot smoother, I feel.
Yeah, I will say that having the Dr. Boom and the Muster for Battle certainly gives Murloc Paladin a very different dynamic where it kind of can just play it like a mid-range game until it gets to its super late game with anything can happen. And this is the kind of start that Scrom actually needs to fight against Druid. You need early Murlocs. You need early board presence. You're going to need multiple copies of Equality, very likely. Dr. Boom, it's a heavy-hitting card. I mean, this chalky... coming into North American Championships, said if you are not playing a copy of Dr. Boom in every single one of your decks, you're just making a mistake. And I remember he even took that as far as to when we were practicing, he put Dr. Boom in his Freeze Mage deck and was beating me because of Dr. Boom in the Freeze Mage deck.
Yeah.
So it's not really too big of a surprise to see this creep into to some of these later builds like this and really make a big impact. So Strifecrow just going to go ahead and swipe on turn 3. And really kind of dead on turn 4. I mean, we've seen Strifecrow have some pretty poor openers with Druid so far.
Yeah, he's not really expecting the Muster for Battle. He would have definitely held on to that swipe, I feel. And he is going to get slightly punished, I suppose. Muster for Battle, not that threatening. Especially in this Murloc deck. In order for them to pressure you, they have to get insane draws. It's not like a Seeker Paladin deck or even like a mid-range Paladin deck where a lot of your draws are going to be threats. in the Murloc Paladin deck, a lot of your draws are very reactive cards, and we can see that Scrom just doesn't even have another threat to play until turn 7 when he's going to drop down the Dr. Boom. So it's good for him to have this pressure, but it's really just to buy him some time. It's to buy him some time to get to those later turns where he can, cycle more with Lay on Hands, where he can play these big drops, where he has time to play Eldar Peacekeeper and develop Murlocs. So he's just buying himself time right now.
Yep. Enjoy that 2/4 Keeper of the Grove while you can, because it won't last forever.
Mm-hmm.
Never forget. Moving down to a 2/2 in the next patch, which is hitting on the 26th. And Strifecrow, a couple of good options here for him. Did tempo out this Keeper of the Grove just to get something on board to start checking. I mean, if you just let these 1/1s continue to deal damage, it eventually adds up to quite a bit. And I think that's part of the purpose of this card, is not only to occupy resources, but to get a little bit of chip damage here and there, so that when you actually get to your anything can happen turns, it's a little bit easier to burst your opponent out. You don't necessarily have to have all of the Murlocs have died this game for it to be a big impact. And so that's something Strifecrow needs to take into account. Not necessarily as a priority, but something he's considering every single turn, is what these 1/1s mean for him. And it looks like he's going to go into Ancient Allure, which I actually kind of like this play the best. I mean, he could have just dropped his Druid of the Claw, but I think right now his hand is lacking some options.
Yeah, and he also has Living Roots. So next turn he's got a decent play lined up with a 5-drop plus Living Roots. And getting him more options is a decent choice. Now he has Azure Drake plus Living Roots, which is 3 damage, which could take out, a second War Leader. It could also take out an Eldar Peacekeeper. So there's lots of options now for Strifecrow moving into his next turn. So innovating out the Ancient Floor, even though it's going to delay his combo, he still has decent turns lined up.
Sylvanas is an interesting one. It's the second time I believe we've seen it in Druid this event. We kind of touched on this. A lot of the pro players, they're going to play decks that are a little bit more comfortable and stuff that's a little bit more well-rounded. And Sylvanas is certainly one of those cards that comes to mind. It's just kind of a strong card in a lot of your matchups, and if you're fighting some stuff you don't necessarily expect, it's one of those cards that can pull a lot of heat from your opponent and really put some presence on the board. Looks like he's content with Druid of the Claw and Living Roots. But, second thoughts.
Strifecrow always has second thoughts. He's a player that always makes sure that what he's going to do is going to be the right play.
Yeah.
Sort of similar to Colento, which is, they've been on the same team for quite a long time now, and they've always had sort of very similar play styles.
Yeah. It was actually, I get to play with Strifecrow at the Archon House Cup. In the final event, the 4 players that weren't in the top 8 of that, we drafted them in order, and we got to have those players help us construct and play our decks. And to hear some of Strifecrow's thoughts and the way that he approaches the game, it honestly was very different than the way that I was. He was very concerned with longevity and kind of inevitability game plans, and really working towards having a final threat on board that really made an impact. And typically for me, what I've done is I've just kind of gone for power turns every single turn of the game in hopes that my opponent can't answer one of those power turns, and then it works out for me, which often leaves me very vulnerable.
Just hit the face.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I attack face a lot. But Strifecrow he's a very well-rounded player, always concerned with making sure he's not giving too much away and not overcommitting. Mm-hmm. And the way that we've seen him play so far, it feels like that's exactly what he's going for too. Just like take it one step at a time and work towards that big turn.
Yeah, so now Strifecrow's still 2 turns away from the combo. He's got a couple options this turn. Lotheb is good if he wants to lock out spells. Going into turn 8, that can be a pretty big turn for the Murloc Paladin because of Lay on Hands. Forcing Lay on Hands to come a turn later really ruins their curve. A lot of times ruin that game plan. In doing so, he can also Wrath, but it looks like he's going to choose to Cycle here. And in doing so, I would imagine he would just go for Cycle with the Wrath as well. Just to try and once again strengthen his options.
Yeah,
he'd have to trade in his full board, though.
Yeah, just a couple of 1/1s, though, so I think he's getting some pretty good value out of these, especially in the face of the last charge of Light's Justice.
Ooh, actually, it looks like he routed for 4. Yeah.
Wow, very interesting. Okay, so this is obviously a concern for the fact that he's got combo in his hand already. Wants to put Scrom in a position where every single minion is going to try to threaten lethal. And if you take a look at the size of his minions, Pilot Shredder is the smallest one, and at 4/3, if Scrom's at 20, it's going to threaten lethal. So that was, I believe, his goal with this play was to get him in that position. And this is actually looking like it's going to pay off very well for StrifePro. Didn't need the extra card. Now he's attacking for 4. He can stick Loatheb down and have Force Nature Savage Roar as the follow-up, and that actually might spell the end here for Scrom.
Yeah, now he's going to get locked out with Loatheb.
He's not entirely locked out, though. Does have Wild Pyromancer to couple with that. So Wild Pyromancer quality going to be the turn here from Scrom. And StrifePro going to have to reload the board once more after that and hope for the best. This play, I think, was good by StrifePro. It did force Scrom to have Wild Pyromancer in Equality. Equality and Consecration would not have worked.
Yeah.
Just gets a little bit punished this time. 2 Piloted Shredders back behind, though.
That's a good turn. You want a sticky minion to follow up, and now StrifePro knows that there's actually no equalities left for Scrom. He used one early on to clear up that Ancient of Lore. So now it's going to be kind of tough. He does have Wild Pyromancer and Consecration, which will clear out these Piloted Shredders, but still has to deal with whatever's going to be left behind. Can True Silver Champion down one of them. But this one's going to come down to the wire. Scrom's getting very, very close to being able to be comboed down.
Yeah, also has Old Murk-Eye in hand to potentially handle these threats. He's going to start this Consecration. I mean, he could also just get really lucky off the Shredder drops. We're going to have to find this out. Great response from Scrom so far at basically every single turn. 2-3 to 4-1. So I'm going to stay at 23. Combo is going to deal 20 damage for StrifePro this turn. Unless... So falls to 21. Actually, if StrifePro picks up an Innervate, I believe he's won this game. Or Living Roots. He doesn't have any copies of Living Roots left, though.
No, it'd only be 20 damage.
Oh, yeah, you're right, actually.
He killed the 4-attack minion instead.
Yep.
So, still a little bit off, but...
Early morning casting.
Yeah. Oh, baby.
Ooh. Well, still a great reload for him. This is kind of the last one he's got left, though. I mean, if Scrom can just deal with this push and can stay at a reasonable life total, I think he might have this game, but he's a little bit far behind. I mean, how does it deal? He's no qualities left. The only way to deal damage in his hand is actually Old Murk-Eye and Murloc War Leader, which if he trades off to Sylvanas, he's losing a guy.
Yeah, and right now he's only played 2 Murlocs. I think it's just been 1 Bluegill Warrior and 1 War Leader.
Let me think.
So anything can happen. Would only summon 2 Murlocs, I do believe. And it would just be a 4-attack Murloc and a War Leader. A 4-attack Bluegill and a War Leader.
This is looking rough.
Rough to say the least.
Go to 21. 21 still leaves him dead to combo. Yeah, but it's looking like he may give up the Murloc War Leader here.
Yeah.
I mean... Oh. Alternate plans, it looks like. Going for face and... Oh, he was trying to give over the Doomsayer. This is a really smart play from Scrom. And now it's a 50% chance to just kill the board. You get him to the 3-3. Oh, wow. Great play from Scrom. If Scrom gives over the 3-3, he knows that he's dead to combo. So this was the only play he could make to actually keep himself alive this turn. It was only 50% chance, but that's an excellent spot from Scrom. I'm actually really impressed with that.
Yeah, that's a really good spot, and ends up being rewarded. Of course, it still was a 50-50, but rewarded for that solid play. Now 3 Murlocs have died. So that means 2 War Leaders, 1 Bluegill, or sorry, 4 Murlocs if I said 3. 1 Bluegill Warrior, 2 War Leaders, and 1 Old Murk-Eye. So that would be just 6 burst plus 9.
16, I believe. 16 total damage, is that right?
15.
Yeah, I think it's 16. You get... Yeah, no, it's 15. 15, you're right. I was counting Old Murk-Eye himself from Murloc.
Yeah.
StrifePro actually going to tempo up Big Game Hunter here, too, and I don't really blame him. I mean, this is kind of the final push he can make. I mean, his hand is pittance at this point outside of the combo. Like, he doesn't have any other way to develop the board. And once again, Scrom in a spot where I mean, I think he's just dead. Anything can happen, clear out the big game hunter, but the stealth from the shade actually ensuring that StrifeCro's gonna get this combo damage.
Yeah, there's no way out of this one. There's no way to play around combo. So you just have to sort of go for it at this point, it feels like. I mean, anything can happen, I think, is still the best play because it puts the most power on the board immediately. And that way, if you draw into a second, anything can happen. You win if StrifeCro doesn't have combo the next turn. But it's going to opt for, big game hunter after BGH is played. Knowing that you can't play around combo, can you play around one piece?
I don't think you can. I don't think you can really. I mean, I think at this point he just has to ignore it and hope that StrifeCro doesn't have those cards in his hand. Does show the Dr. Boom, though. That is some information that he might have wanted to conceal from StrifeCro. You know, that's a big one to find out when you're playing against this anything deck. StrifeCro, pressure at every step of the way, and unlocks this key Force Nature Savage Roar turn that Druids have been using for 2 years and counting. But that's stopping on April 26th, thank the Lord.
And counting for 3 more days.
Look, it's happening still. TJ, StrifeCro ties up the series 1 game apiece.
I'm going to still put it in my deck.
You're just like, Force Nature on turn 5. And they're like, I don't have any way to kill these treants. He's like, yeah, double Savage Roar.
GG. There you go. 26 burst. Well, that's StrifeCro tying up the series 1-1. And Mage left for both players. I can imagine they're going to be different Mage decks if I had to take a guess, but we never know. Still could be double tempo Mage. StrifeCro has the Warlock, and Scrom still has that Murloc Paladin still left remaining. So still anybody's game. We still have yet to see what type of decks the rest of the lineups are, so it's hard to really tell. And
let the games begin.
Still hard to tell, but looks like a Freeze Mage at first glance.
Yeah, I mean, this is almost certainly a Freeze Mage. I mean, Blizzard, Frost, and Fireball, how often do you see these 3 in the same deck?
Could be a Grinder Mage, still.
And something that he is known for is playing these Grinder Mage decks. You know, it's something he's done a lot in the past. Let's go ahead and wipe the sweat from his brow. StrifeCro under the heat. You can see those lights that are coming from the top, actually. Those lights can tend to get really hot at times. I've stood under those in a studio for 42 episodes before of something. And boy, did they get hot.
Of something. It was a photo shoot.
You know that George Costanza pose? Where he wants to take the seductive photos for his fiance?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yep.
I was doing one of those. Google them, they're there.
Or Lumberjack magazine. All right, well, this is looking like it's going to be just a classic Torch Freeze Mage. So I say classic, but the Torch Freeze Mage list has only been around for like 2 months.
No, it's a classic. It's been around for as long as you can remember. 2 months ago. Yeah, this is a matchup that's really interesting because it kind of pans out the same way as the combo Druid versus this matchup, where I feel like anything can really delay for a long time, but eventually StrifeCro is going to find one of these turns where he gets a massive amount of burst.
Yeah.
So Scrom is going to be looking actually to try to pressure StrifeCro at some point in this game, but look at this opener from StrifeCro. He's got 2 Mad Scientists and an Acolyte of Pain. He's got plenty of stuff to fend off these little things that Scrom is going to put in the way, and that ends up playing in StrifeCro's favor so heavily in this game. I mean, it feels like he's got all the time in the world to make this happen.
Yeah, and Torch as well. So he's got ways to deal with like a Murloc War Leader or even Wild Pyromancer if he wants to throw that out. So lots of options here. Gonna opt to trade in the Mad Scientist as early as possible. That's basically card draw. It's essentially pulling a card out of your deck, so it makes it less likely that you draw into a secret, which is dead in the future turns. So he does pick up a secret on that turn, which I'm sure he didn't want to see, but still decent.
Yeah, making good use of the Doomsayer here. Only 1 draw going to be available from Acolyte. Curious if StrifeCro is actually going to send this Mad Scientist out to die to the Doomsayer or not. Does he value pulling the secret from his deck more than he does having access to that 2/2 later on? And if he doesn't play it, that'll feel very StrifeCro to me. Yep.
Yep.
I know a lot of players who play this. Like, I've been in a situation, I've practiced with Firebat and Purple before, and they just go for it. They just pull all the secrets out of their deck. But at this point, Strefko actually has seen, he's drawn 2 of his secrets naturally, and that actually may influence not playing the Mad Scientist a bit. But I think a heavier influence is that Strefko just really wants a 2/2.
Yeah. And now, if he plays Ice Bearer with the extra 3 mana, then it means he won't pull a secret out with this Mad Scientist, with his second Mad Scientist, which would actually give a lot of information over to Scrom. He would know that, hey, there's an ice block in your hands. So he's going to sit in a ping. Yeah.
Never hiding his emotions when he plays. You can see him kind of whispering to himself, like, "Gosh, really? I drew 2 extra secrets this game? Ah, never lucky, man."
Did I lock the door on my way out?
I think I turned the light off.
Oh, man.
I guess it's a hotel. It won't matter too much. Now, Blizzard looks okay here. I mean, this is a matchup that, in terms of like the actual gameplay, I'm not really sure what you do in a lot of situations. What I do know is I've watched this matchup happen probably about 40 times, and the Murloc Paladin just does not win very often. I mean, they need a pretty good lineup of cards, but Strifeko has got a pretty poor hand. I mean, there is a very limited amount of options in this board state. His Ice Block is his secret down right now. We can tell when the Ice Block in his hand is not playable. I'm just going to torch it up. Wants to save that Blizzard for a better time. Even got to ping off here and just start attacking with his Mad Scientist.
Wow. So he's increasing the risk that he draws a dead card, meaning the second Ice Barrier, by not cashing it on the Mad Scientist. But he's willing to take that risk in order to keep alive the only minion that he has available to him to try and fight back just a little bit onto the board, maybe force out some type of removal from Scrom, but it's really not threatening.
Yeah, does get an extra point of damage out of it this way as well. So, always willing to take that extra point of damage. Scrom going to take care of a True Silver Champion. Strifeko needs some card draw here. I'm thinking a big old Arcane Intellect. How about a second Blizzard?
Oh, man. It's like that, what do they call that? Pawn Wars? I'll give you one Arcane Intellect. How about a Blizzard? The Pawn Wars?
Are you thinking Pawn Stars, maybe?
Pawn Stars? Is that what it is?
Where they negotiate in the pawn shop, where he always calls his expert friend. That has, I actually have a friend that's an expert in ancient Chinese figurines that helps summon either Blizzard or Arcane Intellect. So let me give him a call, and just hang tight real quick. And then Chun-Li does like something really dumb, like get arrested for... I won't go there. you could Google that as well. Anti-heal bot from Scrom. This might be a little bit soon. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
I guess Scrom realizes that this matchup's just not good. You need to pressure. The way you win this matchup is by pressuring. And he's going to go ahead and say, I value a 3/3 body more than I value that extra heal that I'm going to get from it. So he is, he's sort of just playing into Strifeco's hand. He doesn't know it, but Strifeco's hand is basically just all, it's awkward. It's just all AoE and removal. Strifeco is happy to see a multiple targets for his Blizzard to actually get use from it. So, and now once again, not using the heal, but Scrom realizing that he needs more cards, he needs more options, he needs to get to that anything can happen a lot quicker than he has so far. So, making sure that he draws into those.
Yeah, Scrom actually playing this matchup the way that I think you need to play to win. If you just hold back for all your healing, they kind of burst you over the course of 2 turns. And if you can heal twice over that, it usually takes about 3 turns. And so I don't necessarily think this is a waste. I think that he's just trying to go for the pressure. And the pressure's probably a little bit better. Like if he gets to 2 anything can happen turns in a row, Strifeko really hasn't been drawing that many cards or doing that much. This could be his major threat, and then couple that with the True Silver Champions he has in hand, he's got another 12 damage over the course of 3 turns with those True Silvers. So this is really going to start coming very quickly, and remember, he played a Murloc early on. He's got the 2 Consecrates. I mean, he's kind of got all the damage he needs to really make this happen.
All that Paladin damage. It's not much burst, but over time that adds up. And especially with True Silver Champion, that's basically 4 mana for 8 damage over the course of 2 turns. So really putting on the pressure now, but it is going to be stopped by either Frost Nova Doomsayer or even just a Blizzard. Frost Nova Doomsayer, I guess, could be answered by an equality with that 1 damage Light's Justice. Don't really find much other use for equality in this matchup, so Strifecrow starting to get some burn. Not really enough to point it at the face. In this matchup, you sort of need Alex Drowza to start pushing because of the amount of heals. Even with 1 heal bot, 1 land hand used, there's still the small heal from True Silver Champion. There's still possibility of a second heal bot. Definite possibility of a second lay on hands. So you got to be careful with how you throw out your burst.
Yeah, Frost Nova going to delay this just a little bit here, but man, that Emperor Thorson is always so threatening. I mean, that has to be taken care of.
Yeah. And in order to take care of it, he has to use either Consecration and True Silver Champion and take the extra damage, or Equality Consecration, which reduces his own board to 1 health, which means a Blizzard is going to take this board out. Second Blizzard is going to take this board out relatively easily.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with Quality Consecrate. Cannot blame him for that one. And just go to Solemn Vigil. Dig for the Restless Murlocs. Maybe a second anything can happen as well. And keep pushing. Second lay on hands gets drawn. Could maybe buy him a little bit of time. Strifecrow finally picks up some more card draw here. He's been operating on just the top card of his deck, and this deck is built to draw extra cards. Oh, that's starting to put some pieces together here.
Picking up some burn. I'm curious to see whether or not he's going to use the Blizzard here, or if he's going to use the Frost Nova Doomsayer. He might even just ignore the board, kill off the Murloc War Leader, and maybe start throwing burn, but he just doesn't have enough yet. He's got 12 from the Fireball and the Roaring Torch, and then just 7 from the Frostbolt Iceland. So it's only 19 bursts that he has right now in his hand. He still needs quite a bit more help before he can start pushing to win. So
that's tough. Gosh, I mean, if he goes for like Blizzard and Doomsayer, he's playing right into anything can happen. But if he just Frost Novas, he's not really making that much progress. Frost Nova Doomsayer, I think, is his best chance to actually play around anything can happen. But I'm not quite sure this is going to get the job done. Depends on how Scrom responds to this. I mean, Strifecrow does need to delay just a little bit more to get the extra damage he needs to push him out of this one. But again, with Scrom having the Lay on Hands and the True Silver behind, this might just be enough damage to get it done. He's already used 1 equality. Second one looks fantastic here to just continue to force action from Strifecrow. Is this a set the True Silver turn just for mana considerations?
yeah, I think so. You got enough value of that Light's Justice already. It was really just there to add the extra damage for when he used equality.
Oh, second Ice Lance. 12,
Still, it's
15. It's 23 damage at the moment.
Even if he fits in pings over the next 2 turns with this burst, still going to be 4 damage or 3 damage off of killing Scrom, and that doesn't even account for the extra healing that he knows is in this deck. So Strifecrow needs more time, but can he buy himself more time?
He's going to need Landro Calrissian to give him some more time.
Scrom has played, it's 3 Murlocs so far, right? It's been 1 War Leader, Murk-Eye that's on the board still, and Bluegill Warrior.
Yeah, pings off the War Leader.
Still not enough burst. Not even close to enough burst for both players. So it's just a stalemate for now.
Yeah, but Anti-Healbot gets drawn. I think that Anti-Healbot may have given Scrom a pretty big lead at this point. You know, the fact that Strifecrow isn't playing the Archmage Antonitis version, it means that if he gets a big burn turn-off, he doesn't just have a bunch of extra burn spells in his hand to follow up with afterwards. You know, this Freeze Mage deck, you hear about how the Archmage versions even operate on limited damage. The Torch versions operate on an even more limited amount of damage because it's torches and the natural draws afterwards. Scrom going to go ahead and just draw more cards, looking for that second Bluegill Warrior, looking for that second Murloc War Leader wants to get this pressure high and keep going. I'm not sure he needs to do that at this point. Oh, Pyroblast for StrifeCrow. That's now 35 points of damage that he's got over the next couple of turns.
Yeah, but can you go for it? You know that Scrom has drawn so much. He's got Anti-Keelbot. He still has True Silver Champion as well. He can get back to 30 this turn. And not only get back to 30, but he's got 8 damage on board. The True Silver Champion would be another 4, so he could put StrifeCrow down to 8 and heal back up to full.
Yeah, I think this is the turn StrifeCrow had to go for it. And a lot of that's based on the fact that he's seen 2 Lay on Hands and an Anti-Keelbot already. Like, that last Anti-Keelbot and that True Silver Champion is the last healing left in Scrom's deck. And if StrifeCrow's going to make the push, I think he realizes he needs to draw a little bit more damage. And that Pyroblast, I think, was like kind of the tipping point for it. Like, I have to do something. I have to do it now. I'm under a lot of pressure. I have to eventually cast all these mana worth of cards in my hand. I think this is just it. Alex Strazza gets drawn afterwards. 15 points of damage from StrifeCrow. That is a huge draw right now. And Scrom can pop his Ice Block, but StrifeCrow's got a second copy in hand and all the burn in the world.
That's not even just a huge draw. That's the draw. That's the key draw that he needed to win. I feel like if Alex Strazza wasn't his next card, or the card for the turn after, then he was going to lose this game.
StrifeCrow doesn't even Frostbolt Ice Lance his turn because he wants to have a second Ice Lance backed up afterwards. So it gives across that 2 healing to be able to have access to that burn on the follow-up, that extra 4 from Ice Lance. I don't think Scrom can't win this game anymore.
Yeah, he did not want to see that Alex Strazza. And this is one of the reasons why this matchup is so poor. StrifeCrow had arguably terrible draws for much of the game. He drew a lot of his secrets in his early hands. He had very little cycle. He got to cycle, he had his Mad Scientist, which is good, but got to cycle once from Acolyte of Pain and no Arcane Intellect until after he had already drawn through more than half of his deck. He was stuck with AoE for a long time and had Alex Strazza late and still found a way to win because Murloc Paladin gives so much time over to whoever's going to play. So Scrom's going to do his best here, but there's absolutely, unless he snuck a Loatheb into his deck somehow, even then I'd still think he would succumb to the pressure just because of the Ice Block alone. The second Ice Block in the hand, so...
Yeah, that's going to do it. Wow, what a draw from StrifeCrow. He's going to take a 2-1 lead here. Sometimes you just got to get lucky.
Sometimes.
Unbelievable. But, I don't even think Scrom necessarily would have won this game if he held on to his healing. Like, maybe if he had 2 Anti-Keelbots in his hand that turn, something would have gotten done. But you notice the Anti-Healbots actually, they provided some pressure for him this game. And the other thing is he wouldn't have had this much damage in hand had he not actually drawn cards from his lay-on hands, just using it purely for the draw effect. So he could have held on to all that stuff and maybe been able to survive the burst a little bit longer, but he certainly would have had a lot fewer options to actually fight on the board. And that lack of pressure means StrifeCrow has more time to put those pieces together as well. And so I'm curious to see how that game pans out if Scrom is a little bit more patient, but my instinct tells me that him pushing for the damage was the right play.
Yeah, I'd say so. And now we're going to move into what could be the final game. StrifeCrow on match point here. And this deck looks to be interesting from StrifeCrow. It is a Warlock deck, and it looks like, I think they called it Hybrid Warlock. It's a deck that is basically like a super aggressive Warlock that it's just sort of like a mid-range with lots of burst. It runs like double Dark Bombs, Soul Fires, Power Overwhelming, Abusive Sergeants, but it also runs just good minions. Runs Powder Treader and Sludge Belcher. And Azure Drakes as well for that little bit of extra cycle, that little bit of extra spell power. So this deck is really interesting. It's sort of like Zoo, but it doesn't necessarily have as much emphasis on board. It just runs good minions. It likes to hit you in the face a lot and then burn you out with burn spells.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting take on a way to play a burn deck. I've played against it a couple times before, and sometimes you don't really know what you're playing against until all of a sudden they play an Azure Drake and you go, oh, that's what you're doing. Yeah. And by that point, you realize, wait a minute, this guy's going to have a lot of burn spells in his hand. And you've taken quite a bit of damage. Like, normally against you get down to like the 15 mark. If you have board control, you're usually pretty good. Against this deck, you get down to the 15 mark, you are in trouble. And
Yeah.
this is the kind of situation that that Freeze Mage often presents against these style of decks, which makes it so powerful against these, is that, sure, he's going to take some damage here, but he's going to get a lot of card draws. Suddenly, that Voidwalker, that Imp King boss, those have kind of been turned into liabilities on Scrom's side of the board because of this Acolyte of Pain. And so we're seeing a completely different Freeze Mage game here, where Strifecrow has had a great opening with the Mad Scientist and the Acolyte of Pain, and had a terrible mid game. Scrom has got a lot of card draw in his hand right now, and that's going to continue to happen. That's going to build into his mid game, where he can play Mad Scientist then, have all of his freeze effects, and he's got Archmage. So leading into the Archmage turn, if he stays safe for long enough, he's going to have a good game looking up for him.
Yeah. But still, this deck is pretty nuts. I mean, you can see already just the burst accumulating. That's already 10 points of damage from hand with Leroy and Power Overwhelming. I mentioned it earlier, this deck usually runs double Dark Bomb. A lot of times it runs double Soulfire as well as double Power Overwhelming. So the amount of burst damage you can do from hand is just ridiculous. And with strong minions, it can also pressure you out. But Scrom does have a decent hand. He's got some removal here. He's got some card draw. Also has the Frost Nova Doomsayer plus Blizzard. So just answers for days. And we'll see if Strifecrow is going to be able to overcome this. But right now it's not looking too good.
Yeah, one of these key turns of Freeze Mage, Frost Nova Doomsayer on turn 5. Strifecrow doesn't really have a follow-up to this. Looking like it's going to be Life Tap and then rebuild in the coming turns. Boom.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's bad. Oh, Scrom rips Emperor Thor's. Are you kidding me?
The best draw in his deck at that point. That's what you want to do. You want to be able to develop a minion right when you clear the board. And those two turns just completely changed. Oh, man.
You're so not excited enough. I'm so mad it's early right now. That's why you're not excited. That draw is insane.
And even just Darnassus Aspirant, sort of the cherry on top of that turn. Darnassus Aspirant, of course, when it comes out of powder, should have just effectively burns a mana crystal. I mean, I guess it's not that important with this deck, but it does make things a little bit more annoying, because now he's going to be going into 6 mana instead of what should have been 7, so he can't even tap along with a 5-drop.
Goodness, that's a big setback. Scrom's hand looks so good. Oh, gosh, I love Emperor Thaurissan.
He can just throw out an Archmage right now.
Well, he can, yes, but
I mean, he's yeah. I guess he could Arcane into like this turn. I was gonna say he doesn't have great plays across the board. I was gonna say he can Archmage Antonidas plus Frostbolt and then Ice Lance, whatever comes out, and just basically put 2 fireballs in his hand. But he can also wait a turn.
Flame Strike. I'm a little bit curious with this Flame Strike. I mean, he is at 33 right now. Does he really need to do anything? Yeah, there you go. Arcane Intellect, pick up some more options. You got plenty of time to work with. Ice Block and second Ice Lance drawn. The damage is building quickly. On turn 9, he has access to Archmage Antonidas, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Ice Lance. And turn 8 looks like it's going to be a big AoE turn.
I mean, he could even just go for next turn, Archmage Antonidas, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, and then set him up for a 2-turn lethal with Fireball. If he taps this turn with double Fireball.
Yep.
But it looks like he's not going to tap, so probably going to wait a turn after that. Strefko thinking what's going to be the right play here. Yeah, I suppose Sledge Belcher. Azure Drake sort of puts most on the board, but it also plays a lot more into Flame Strike.
I just don't think Strifecrow's winning this game. I mean, everything went wrong for him in this one. Scrom's hand is so good. Can you beat this?
Just start throwing spells at the face. 3 fireballs put into the hand. All Scrom has to do is just start fireballing face.
Yeah, 2 fireballs and Frostbolt next turn threatens lethal. So if Strifecrow doesn't find a way to live this turn, he is dead.
Yeah. And he just needs to try and tap into Lotheb, I guess. But if he taps into Lotheb, then he has to pop the block also. He has to block spells, pop the block, and kill the Archmage Gensonitis all in one turn.
Just a couple things he's got to do.
Yeah. Multitask.
Totally doable. He needs 28 damage, kill the Archmage, heal himself up, delay the damage.
I wonder.
Something that Abusive Sergeant Leopardome decks are great at doing.
Oh, Azure Drake.
That's 2 Abusives now.
He's got 2 of them.
If he gets a Vitality Totem, does he live this turn? 12, 15? Yeah, he can still live. Vitality Totem? Yeah, River Crocolisk. It's about the same.
Yeah, he doesn't know that there's a reduced Frostbolt in the deck, but that's gonna be Skrom taking the victory, and we're going to a game number 5, first series of the day. This one's delivered. Lots of the nuts freeze mage draws in the past couple of games. Skrom showing people how it's done with this deck.
Woo!
Woo!
Man. Starting off early with the 5-game sets.
Yeah, and so now it's basically going to come down to this sort of hybrid Warlock from Strivecrow versus a Murloc Paladin. And I just don't see how the Murloc Paladin's going to stand up to this sucker.
Yeah, this is kind of a rough matchup. I mean, Strivecrow's basically playing a Druid deck for all intents and purposes. You know, just play threat after threat after threat, build towards a big combo turn when you have one minion that sticks to the board. Now, he doesn't have 5/5s that draw him cards, but he does have a lifetime that draws cards. So the minions he's operating on are typically going to be a little bit smaller than you'd see from a Druid, but the card economy is going to be very consistent. He doesn't really have a chance to not have a good card economy simply because it's in his hero power. So Skrom really going to have his work cut out for him this game. And I imagine that landing a key Doomsayer is probably going to be an important factor in this game. True Silver Champion really good, but 2 Consecrates, those are not very good against this deck.
Nope. Consecrate doesn't line up too well against an Imp Gang boss. Actually puts more power on the board.
2 Imp Gang bosses? Consecrate.
Set him up for the Consecrate next turn, too.
I feel like Consecration would be like a really sick Swedish rock band name.
It has to be Swedish.
Like a Swedish fantasy metal band?
Is there a Swedish word for consecration?
Oh, no. Swedish people just don't use that word.
I'll get back to you. I'm not even going to try and pronounce it.
We need Orange here stat.
Get me Forsen on the phone.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. It was a DreamHack. At the Twitch after party, we got a cab back from the Twitch party to the hotel, and Forsen was with us. And when we got back to the hotel, the cab driver told us an amount that seemed like it was very large, but he didn't speak any English. And so Forsen's with us. We're like, hey, is this guy telling the truth? Is this what it really costs? And Forsen listens to him. He goes, yeah, it's totally fine. And then we paid him, and then the cab drives away, and he goes, wait a minute. How was that each? And I was like, yes. And he goes, you just got scammed. I said, Forsen, you just let us get scammed. You speak Swedish.
It's a lie. He doesn't speak Swedish at all.
How are you just going to let your friends get scamas like that?
I found the word. Invigning.
I'm sure that your Swedish is spot on with the accents.
No, I actually used the Google Speak.
And it tells you what it is?
Yeah.
No trade from Strifecrow, and that's going to open up Consecration here for Skrom. Doesn't lose too much. Loses a 1/1.
Yeah.
Out of the deal. But keeps a 1/1 on Skrom's board as well, so you can go ahead and trade that off. And, gosh, this hand is kind of operating on a low level right now. Happy to pick up Dark Peddler, I imagine.
Looks like we have a slight spectator bug here. Sometimes the cards just don't show up, even on the point of view of the first player's point of view. So, don't know what he's choosing from, but he is going to end up with another power overwhelming, so much burst damage.
Yeah, not a lot of action in his hand though. You know, it's looking like this is going to be either Murloc War Leader now or Muster for Battle. It's just going to be Muster for Battle. So this opens up Implosion a little bit for Strife Crow at this point. Wants to get some threat rolling, but really lacking a lot of that mid-game pressure that you would typically see. So curious to see how this one's actually going to pan out.
We're just going to Mortal Coil and evaluate here. Or, okay, it looked like he was going to tap first. Sludge Belcher. Oh, that would have been a welcome draw off the top of this turn. You could have played that, but looks like he's going to have to change that game plan a little bit. He has seen one Consecration, so Implosion feels like a really enticing option here. We can see that Scrum does have that second one, but he's actually going to tap. Okay. Picks up a 1-drop, which is actually perfect.
Yeah, not surprised to see the tap here because he's got the Void Walker in hand, and he knows that there's 2 copies of Wild Pyromancer in the deck. So something I imagine he's curious about is what happens if my opponent just trades in his minions and then uses Wild Pyromancer and Solemn Vigil. The second Consecration is going to clean up this board. Deja Vu in this game.
Scrum can just start pushing damage. Look at this. Yep. He's already got him at 15 health.
This is something that sometimes you see. I mean, Strife Crow's hand, he drew so much utility early on. There's nothing much to do afterwards. How much damage is that? 16 from hand if he keeps all of his burn here. He's getting close.
16 from hand. That's absurd. Picks up a Dark Bomb, that's 19. Picks up 2 Dark Bombs. That's 22. Picks up 2 Dark Bombs and an Abusive Sergeant. Admirable, that's 24. Scrum's at 24 health.
He's effectively dead.
Exactly.
Second True Silver from Scrum in hand. Looking like it's going to slow down just a little bit from him here on out.
Yeah. Hasn't played Murlocs yet, so still got to get through those. But Strife Crow's getting close to lethal. That's the scary thing. 17 damage this turn.
Ooh, that's a very welcome draw at this point.
Yeah.
Anything to just get stuff on board and try to keep it there, I think is what Strife Crow needs.
Yeah.
This game. No, I don't know if he's eyeing the Implosion this turn or not.
He might want to keep tapping. He seems to be valuing life tap a lot. He is getting low, but he knows that there's not going to be burst yet. He hasn't seen Murlocs, but Implosion's too hard to pass up now that I suppose both Consecrations are gone.
Rolls 4 as well. So Solemn Vigil going to need to be the activator here for Scrom, but he only really has Equality or Solemn Vigil to go with it. If he just goes Wild Pyromancer or Solemn Vigil, he adds a token onto Strife Crow's board, doesn't deal with the Imp King boss that way. Bluegill Warrior actually kind of an interesting draw.
He can Bluegill Warrior the Slime, True Silver Champion the Imp Gang boss, and then Wild Pyromancer Solemn Vigil.
Yeah, I think that's a good turn, honestly.
Because then he's left with an empty board and also a 3/1 Wild Pyromancer.
Yeah, but he's just going to go with Equality. Don't mind the Equality here either.
I think that's a waste.
I don't know if it's a waste. I mean, if he's been looking at the way that Strife Crow's hand's been panning out, those 5 cards have basically just been stuck in his hand.
Yeah, I guess, but he could have had a Bluegill Warrior. He could have been left in the same spot that he is now.
Oh, he's got push damage.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess this works as well. Yeah, never mind. Not a waste. This allows him to push damage. Just given how low Strife Crow is, I suppose this play ends up being better. He does have lethal damage next turn from hand.
Yeah, there's that Abusive Sergeant. But not quite. Strife Crow life taps, he's dead.
Yeah. Well, he's dead anyway. True Silver Champion, Bluegill Warrior, and Murloc War Leader is 8 damage.
Got to have the mana for that, though.
Oh, yeah, he's only at 7. If he life taps, he's dead. If he doesn't kill the Bluegill Warrior, he's dead. If he soul fires his own face, he's dead.
I've done that one before. It's a doozy.
Yeah, playing on mobile.
No, I've just done it just playing.
Does Strifecrow have lethal going into next turn? The Soulfires become 5 damage with the Azure Drake on the board. So that's 10 plus 8, so 18, 22, 24.
I'm just going to silence and trade here, it looks like.
Okay. So 1 mana off lethal. And if... Wow, this owl! Holy moly.
Yeah,
So the Ironbeak Owl means that even if Scrom plays True Silver Champion and heals for 2, then Scrom still has...
Looks like a trade to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, wisely trading here. And Strifecrow, once again on the back foot, and now at this point, if he life taps, he can still stay alive. If you started the Ironbeak Owl, trade on the Murloc War Leader. But he's got to get the damage in somehow. I mean, he's got to figure out a way to still win this game. Yeah, it's going to be life tap first. Implosion.
That's pretty good.
Scrom doesn't have a spell in his hand right now. I mean, these 1/1s could stick.
But if he rolls a 2, gets a 4.
Rolls a 4 instead. Oh, this is going to be so close. I think Antique Healbot's going to be enough to keep him alive through this, but that is 18 damage from Strifecrow's hand if he manages to get both Soulfires. And still no spell from Scrom. He's got no way to activate this Wild Pyromancer.
Yeah, I think here at Scrom, you just have to True Silver Champion the face and Antique Healbot. Put yourself back up to 30. Make it so Strifecrow can't life tap. You're basically putting him on a single draw to win. And yeah, you can take out the Ironbeak Owl because you're putting him at 2 with the True Silver Champion. Really smart play. And Strifecrow is just not going to have enough, it feels. He's got 6 damage on the board. He's got 18 from hand, so that's 24. That's only 26.
Does he have a way to defend himself, though? Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 18, 22, 26 is the most damage that Strifecrow could possibly deal this turn.
Wow.
Yep, and he's no way to defend himself either. Strifecrow is going to fold Scrom.
Wow. So yeah, that turn where Scrom used the equality ends up being completely the right play there. And Scrom's going to wet his pants here a little bit as he sees all this damage come out of the hand, but as long as we counted correctly, that's not going to be enough damage for lethal.
No, it is not.
And Strifecrow's just going to go for it just to see, but he's going to shake his head. The well played comes out, and Scrom takes the victory over Strifecrow in the first match of the day. Moving on to the round of 64. Is that the first upset that we've seen from a known player? I think it is.
Yeah, that's the very first one we've seen. Again, VLPS and fell in the round of 128. Rainhead matched up against the Rat and fell in the round of 128, I believe, as well. With a little bit of bad luck in a couple of those games. Strifecrow, he had some stumbles along the way. I wouldn't say they were like poor hands, just very average. And Scrom actually navigated this series, I feel like, pretty well.
Yeah,
I was impressed with a couple of moves he made in this game, namely on the Sylvanas Doomsayer turn where he went for a 50-50 to stay alive through combo damage, and then maybe have a follow-up Strifecrow had a dead turn. Playing as hard as he could the whole way, though, and seems like he's very experienced with the Murloc.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Murloc Paladin, just navigating it so well, understanding a matchup, it felt like playing to his outs, and just strong play all around so far.
Even though it went 1 and 2, the 2 matchups that it lost were against very poor matchups for the deck, which is Druid and Freeze Mage.
Yeah.
Still, I think, expertly navigated that Murloc Paladin. Played it better than I would have, by far. Glad to see Scrom move on to the round of 64. Unfortunately, that means Strifecrow has been eliminated. This is a single elimination bracket. It's a giant bracket. There's still a lot of players left in it. There's a lot of matches to go. We are going to have to go to a break before we jump into the next match, but that next match is going to be Trump, the mayor of Value Town himself, taking on Crinkle Style. So that matchup should be fun. Make sure, guys, during the break, you head on over to the website, geico.onog.gg. and enter in for your chance to win a CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC. Of course, CyberPower PC helping us out by sponsoring this event with their hardware for PAX East. So make sure you guys go ahead and do that. If you want to sign up for the next Open, if you're a U.S. resident, the next Open takes place a week from today on April 30th. So you can do that on the website as well. But we are going to have to go to a quick break, so don't go anywhere, guys. Trump versus Crinkle Style coming up right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Major at PAX East, presented by One Nation of Gamers. My name is TJ. I'm joined by ThatsAdmirable, and we're about to jump into Trump versus Crinkle Style. So Trump, of course, you guys know him very well. Crinkle Style is one of the players, the Open qualifier, or sorry, the Open sign-up players. So this should be an interesting matchup. We just got done seeing StrifeCrow get upset by Scrom, who was another one of those Open sign-up players. So I'm excited today to see the crazy stuff that's going to happen. Lots of great matches. Admirable, give me the scoop on the old mayor of Valuetown, TSM's Trump. Mic muted.
As we know, Trump has basically been a Hearthstone player for basically as long as Hearthstone has been a thing, and does have quite a bit of results on his resume. Over $32,000 in caches in tournament play. Won HTC Recharged in 2015, as well as Vulcan Deckmasters, and then a sprinkling of top 4s and top 8s among those as well as a top 8 for America's Championship in 2015. Honestly, early on, Trump was not regarded as a constructed player and was thought to be fairly weak in that area, mostly streaming Arena at that point. But at some point, Trump decided he wanted to really turn that corner and become a constructed player. And in 2015, he actually, if there has been a category to vote on it, I would have voted Trump the most improved player for constructed in 2015. Just did such a fantastic job. Guy's got a very great analytical mind. Wants a lot of evidence to change his mind. His opinions are always based on some foundation of logic, principle, data. Very, very smart guy, but very conservative as well. So that's something you see often reflected in his style, is that conservative play. At times it costs him, but at times it also gives him, a big way to win the game, which is just strong value. That's something you speak about a lot. In Hearthstone, that a lot of that value oftentimes comes from tempo. So certainly an area I think that he can still work towards. But I've seen him do it in the past. Just sometimes doesn't take the trades, goes for face instead, sets up some great plays afterwards. But certainly a force to be reckoned with. Not a player that I'm looking forward to playing in any tournaments. Should they be opens like this? I wouldn't want to run into any of the well-known players. Certainly not Trump.
Yeah, and Trump just bringing a lineup that seems like the best decks. Zoo Warlock is what we're going to see. Also has Druid Warrior and Paladin. So we'll see if Trump can take it. Critical Style, though, he's going to be playing a Warrior deck, and there's a Korkon Elite in there. Could mean that it's a Patron Warrior with the Korkon Elite, as opposed to the Piloted Shredders in that 4-drop slot. And those draws seem to indicate that that's exactly what it's going to be. Trump playing the Zoo Warlock, like we said in that first match. Starting out with a Flame Imp.
Ooh, 2 copies of Flame Imp as well. Crinkle Style. That shirt's not very crinkled. Nope. If I'm taking a look at it right. There's a chance style. There's a chance still that Crinkle Style is playing sort of that mid-range Warrior deck that we've seen kind of creep up in the last couple weeks. 6-0 actually got to #1 on ladder playing mid-range Warrior. So curious to see if that's a build. That build is very interesting. Has copies of Cairn, Varian, just really heavy-hitting mid-range stuff. I mean, it's kind of weird as that is to say. It's a deck that can get some work done. And Fiery War Axe always one of those best starts for a Warrior. He's backed up by Armorsmith Slam, Dr. Boom, and Execute. It's going to signal Haunted Creeper from Trump. And a couple turns, we're going to start seeing those life tabs. So it's going to be a matter of Crinkle Style can get on board and keep it. There's that patron.
There's the patron. Other than that, though, Crinkle Style doesn't really have the best hand. Dr. Boom is a little bit clunky to have, especially against the Zoo Warlock in this patron hand. But this matchup's still good for the Patron Warrior. Basically, a Death Bite draw at any point is pretty brutal for the Zoo player to go up against. And if patrons are made at any turn, a lot of times that just spells the end of the game, unless the Zoo Warlock can burst them down or has a big enough board to be able to answer it.
Yeah. Just go ahead and pass. And not strong follow-ups here. Trump going to see if he can get that old Bloodsail Corsair. Oh, that guy's ready for action. Oh, Mortal Coil, come on!
On a scale of 1 to ready for action, Trump was not ready for action.
Trump was Mortal Coil.
Yeah.
His drawing card's all right.
So Crinkle Style still has that slam. He can just fire War Axe and slam the Flame Imp, which seems like what he's going to do since the fire War Axe went to the Dark Peddler instead of that Flame Imp. So Crinkle Style just playing the long game right now. He's going to try and just stop as much damage from the board as he possibly can.
It's going to open Implosion here. And 3 is enough. Whew, man, Implosion's so scary. The more I think about this card, it's like if Trump rolled 2 there, he has to trade his Haunted Creeper. He loses so much more if it's just 2.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm so glad that this card is rotating out of the format. I was talking to Purple at Archon House Cup, and we were talking about the format and what we thought of it. And Purple kind of summed up all my emotions in one statement. He said, "My problem with the format is that Implosion on a piloted shredder is a common play."
Yeah.
Ironbeak Owl or Gormok available now. I think I'm liking the Gormok.
Yeah, Gormok, you're not guaranteed to get value to that for the rest of the game, so you might as well get it while you can. Giving 1 draw as opposed to 0 draws, though, that could be something that Trump's considering. He could fit in the tap with Ironbeak Owl as well. And it looks like he's just going to go for Bran Ironbeak Owl. He's going to try and double up on the Gormok.
Yeah, I actually don't mind this play either. I mean, getting the brand developed at this point, he saw that turn 4 that Crinkle Style didn't have Death Bite. And when he sees no Death Spite, that usually means that Bran is going to have a tougher time getting killed. Either he's going to force execute, or Crinkle Style is going to have to use multiple resources for it. He does happen to have Core Crown Elite for this, but this is going to really soften his hand afterwards. 2 executes, Grim Patron, Dr. Boom, and no action afterwards. And Trump's gone kind of wide on board here with just a bunch of 1/1s. This is looking like it could be pretty tough for Crinkle Style to actually get in this game, because even after this play, Trump's going to be able to Mortal Coil and then hits the Gormok and just can go face with it if he wants to. It's a 4/4 charge. He's got his own Core Crown Elite at that point. This is looking like tough stuff for Crinkle.
Yeah. Very tough stuff. Just a clunky hand in general. No cycle. The Owl met the Acolyte of Pain, so he wasn't able to get the cards that he needed off of that.
Yeah,
and
last card Trump let's see is this Whirlwind, and he doesn't see it. That's got to feel so good if you're in his shoes.
A little bit interesting that he decided to break the Haunted Creeper. I guess he's sort of all-inning on the Whirlwind, getting a Whirlwind next turn.
Honestly, I think it's his best play. I mean, if he draws a Whirlwind, he's actually in pretty good shape. So not really surprised to see that play from him, I'd say.
Yeah.
I mean, look at his hand. I mean, what's he going to do if he doesn't draw Whirlwind? He's just probably going to die. So play your outs and try to make the most of it. Yep, second Grim Patron.
Oh, at this point, you just got to play it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is one of those hands with Grim Patron. This is one of the reasons why this deck actually has losses, is just because it draws hands like these and doesn't do anything. For the most part, if this deck gets a good mix of its cards, it is going to be very strong. But sometimes you just draw 2 Grim Patrons, 2 executes, and without activators, those cards are just dead.
Mm-hmm. In a meta that's sort of figured out at the moment, there's not too many completely lopsided matchups. And I'd say one of the matchups that is one of the toughest is a Zoo Warlock going up against a Patron Warrior. I think Patron Warrior is decently favored as long as they get an okay draw. But unfortunately, an okay draw doesn't involve, like you mentioned, 2 Patrons and 2 Executes and a Dr. Boom as a hand. So this is going to be 7, 11, 15. No, he doesn't have room. He could trade in one of the 1/1s. Yeah, that should be
I'm
lethal.
counting 16, actually.
Yeah.
Trading one of the 1/1s. Gormok the face, Power Overwhelming, Direwolf Alpha. Yeah, it looks like 16 to me, unless I've counted this wrong. And Trump's counted it 3 times. It's early in the morning here. He's going to quadruple check his math here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if he trades into 1/1, he's got 3, 4, 5, 6 damage sitting on board. He can go ahead and play Direwolf Alpha with that. That'll be 7, 8 damage. Go ahead and Gormok, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then use the Power Overwhelming, 13, 14, 15, 16. And it looks like he spotted it.
Yep. It looked like he spotted it pretty quickly. He just wanted to double-check his math to make sure that he got it correct. And, yep, that is going to be Trump taking game number 1 over Crinkle Style with the Gormok Impaler finish. And that's got to feel good for Trump, just because going into an unfavorable matchup and taking a victory in game 1 is a great start to a best-of-5 in Conquest. So he's going to pave the way for his other 2 decks, which are Druid and Paladin. Two more very consistent decks in Trump's lineup, and the strength of that consistent lineup is going to show through, I think.
Yeah, also the information that he knows that Warrior is Patron. It gives him a chance to manipulate his mulligans a little bit differently. Like when I'm playing Druid versus Warrior, if I know that they're Control Warrior, I'll keep Ancient of War in my hand. I'll keep Ancient of Lore in my hand. Versus Patron Warrior, that is a recipe for disaster. There's no deck recipe that's called disaster on it, but certainly there are some mulligan recipes for that. And keeping Ancient Lore in your hand versus Patron is certainly one of them. So the fact that he knows this means that he can play for an earlier start, try to keep the board under control, and then have a way to follow up to a potential big Grim Patron turn. Typically this matchup's very poor. You're often forced to swipe on like Farling Berserker. And if your opponent has a big Grim Patron wave, there's nothing really much you can do about it. So maybe he can kind of mold the draw where he can get on board and kind of keep toe-to-toe with those. But double Wild Growth starts. I mean, this is something players really want to keep very often. But Trump, and I'd love to see him mulligan that second Wild Growth. You're just not going to have time to fit it in, and you need a little bit more action to get going.
Yeah, he picks up some okay stuff here. He picks up an Ancient of Lore, which allows him to reload his hand. Well, picks up another Ancient of Lore. Now he's really going to be gunning for an Innervate here to try and get this these heavy drops out of his hand a little bit sooner.
Yeah, I mean, against a control warrior, this hand would be insane good. Against Patron, not quite as much. Crinkle Style just going to choose an armor up here. I see a lot of Patron players just try to get on board with this, and I'm kind of split on the decisions here. Like, I think that playing Armorsmith and Unstable Ghoul and all that stuff early on and then just trying to follow up is really good. But it feels like Crinkle Style is going to play his hand a little bit more honestly. You know, doesn't have Acolyte of Pain, doesn't have Frothing Berserker, so he doesn't, in his mind, have a reason for to drop these as like a prerequisite to that.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to end up better for him. I think typically I'd like to see him play a minion, but I think this is actually going to end up better for him that he's chosen to hold on.
Be interesting to see if he drops one this turn, because that would just pretty much present an inconsistency in his plan. I don't think seeing Wild Growth changes anything. I mean, it makes him be able to get into a keeper faster, but he has the coin anyway. So if he misses last turn, it would make that possible. So if he's sticking with that game plan of not playing minions, then he would just armor up here.
Yeah, wouldn't mind seeing the Unstable Goal, actually, because now Trump's going to have access to coin and Druid of the Claw, and if that happens, you can use your Core Crown Elite to actually answer that. Armorsmith, I feel like, is probably the most vulnerable one, though. And this is going to be easy turn here for Trump. Just pilot a Shredder. Go ahead.
Armorsmith just seems so weird.
Resumes. It just sounds so weird to me.
Yeah, he just has no follow-up to it. I guess he has an Unstable Ghoul to put in front of it. He can Armorsmith an Unstable Ghoul this turn to sort of protect it. But, I mean, he could have just played the Armorsmith on turn 2 and done the exact same thing, except get in an extra damage. So, yeah, it looks like he is going to go for this plan, try and get his armor total up. This is a good plan, too. One of the ways you lose this matchup as the Warrior is by falling too low from making those weapon attacks early on.
Oh.
Ooh. That is sick.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Somebody just came into Admirable's room that he had to fight off using karate.
Emperor Thorson is so good. Gosh, I love this card.
Yeah, and not only is it good just in general, this turn makes it spectacular because he's going into turn 6, which means he reduces his Ancient of Lore to 6 mana. He can play that next turn. Also, he makes Keeper of the Grove and Swipe both cost 3 mana. So that's also an option going into turn 6. So many options. And for a while, I was thinking Crinkle Style forgot to put Deathbite in his deck, but we finally see one come out.
Not the greatest value for him. Does get to kill Emperor Thorson, but man, he has fallen way behind. I mean, Emperor Thorson took this game from like, I think Trump could get a lead here, to wow, Trump is ahead.
Yeah. Very far ahead at this stage. Because Crinkle Style just has nothing. If he draws a Patron next turn, he's actually in good shape. Because he can Patron and double Whirlwind with the Deathbite. So if he does draw a Patron next turn, then he could be in good shape. And he does have ways to remove what's on the board, but Trump also has lots of removal. Second Deathbite doesn't do much right now, but Trump can start developing a board here. He can hide his Frothing Berserker behind his Dread Corsair and take out the board. And but the Frothing Berserker will be big game hunterable.
Yeah, I think Trump's just happy to not see Grim Patron this turn.
Yeah,
that would have kind of been the disaster for him here. Trying to protect that Frothing Berserker as best he can.
I'm interested why he didn't just clean off the Haunted Creeper.
I think he's going to push for damage. I mean, if you look at the way his hand is constructed, he's got 12 more damage in hand, and he's got no way to develop longevity this game. And so because of that, I think the damage is where his aim is at. And honestly, this is probably the best way to do it. You know, if he draws Grom, he actually has an out to win this game.
Yeah, that's very true. If he gets efficient damage, like you said. Because either way, the Frothing Berserker gets into BGH range. So I thought maybe he's thinking of like keeping it at 6 health, 6 attack, or something like that. But it doesn't matter since Trump could just trade in the Haunted Creeper if he wanted to really get a BGH target. But he's just going to go ahead and swipe, and now Crinkle Style is just faced with 0 initiative on the board, and he's got a mediocre hand. He does have some cycle, but the cycle is going to come over 2 turns. And he does have damage in his hand, but even with maximum damage from Korkon Elite, if he gets in for 4 and gets in for all 8 damage of his Deathbite, that's still only 12. And Grom would be an extra 10, so it'd be 22. So even if he draws like Grom next turn and gets maximum damage in, Trump is still healthy enough to survive all of that onslaught.
Yeah, I mean, the play here was trying to connect with Frothing Berserker, so...
Yeah.
Just Trump having the answers, just a lot of it just because the 2 extra cards he drew. A lot of being forced, a lot of stuff being forced into the Emperor Thaurissan. Just tough stuff. I mean, at this point, I still don't think Crinkle has the option to play defensively here, and that's really, I think, the big issue. He has to get something going, and execute not really too much. I mean, maybe if he picked up still like 2 Inner Rages in Grom, he's got to draw like basically perfect, and that's really what's making it so hard for him.
Yeah, I don't even know if double Inner Rage in Grom would do it. Okay, so if he draws double Inner Rage and then Grom and survives the next 3 turns, he would have 14 damage plus 8 damage from the Deathbite, which would be 22 plus 4 damage from the Korkon Elite. That's 26 potential lethal.
I mean, it's got to be perfect, like absolutely perfect. Cannot miss a beat. Nothing.
Yeah. And Trump just basically has to play Dr. Boom and then combo next turn.
Whoa.
So there's one.
Maybe. Okay. Slam on the Pilot Shredder. Doomsayer drops. You Deathbite face. Okay, this is okay too. You can just execute.
Fiery War Axe. That's not a Grom.
Yeah,
so
beat has been missed at this point.
Yeah. He could still survive for a couple more turns. Combo next turn doesn't kill him as long as he executes the Dr. Boom. 8, 9 plus 4, 13.
Yeah, he needed the perfect draw this turn, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, so close.
So this is going to be 28 damage on board with combo, I think.
That's it? Is that good?
26 damage, sorry.
High score, what does that mean? Pretty defensive style. Yeah, this is not going to yield a winning line of play here. But at this point, it was such a slim chance to win anyway that you can't really blame anyone for taking a line like this. Just
yeah,
he literally had to draw like perfectly. He's probably like literally like 8,000 to 1 to have won this game, given the way that the pan out worked.
Yeah,
from that position anyway.
He could draw a second Whirlwind here and clean the board.
Well, it's just second Inner Rage.
If Grom is his next card, whew.
Yeah, but he also needed the Pilot Shredder drop on top of that.
Yeah.
A nice Pilot Shredder drop.
Yeah. So I don't even know what you go for here. A spin in your chair and then escape concede.
Sometimes you just gotta twirl like a ballerina and shake it off.
Yeah. Because if he uses so many resources here just to clean the board, he has to attack into the Ancient of Lore, Inner Rage the Micro Machine. Okay, or you can just attack this in the Ancient of Lore, not use the Inner Rage, and clean the board this way, but I suppose he's still alive. For now.
He's sort of alive.
Yeah.
You know, Trump's only going to have 8 cards in hand starting his turn. To the Inner Rage in hand from Crinkle style.
Well, double Innervate, so he can Force of Nature Savage Roar, which would be 19 damage, then he can Living Roots, which would be 21 damage, and then he could Keeper of the Grove with double Innervate, which would be 23 damage. And I think that's the most he can do.
Yeah,
one
damage
damage
this turn.
Yeah, because he can't fit in that hero power.
Tell you what, though, I think Azure Drake Go is just strong.
Pretty much anything Go is just strong. Just barf your hand on the board and just end the turn.
Yeah, nothing left from Crinkle Style. Trump knows he's not going to run into Brawl in this situation at all. I think he's even free to attack the Shade if he wants to, but just one of those days.
Yeah.
And no dice.
Well, Grim Patron would have been welcome a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, it had a couple spots where Grim Patron top deck might have been able to change the game, but just gotten, again, such bad shape that there's really nothing he could do. So, Trump's going to take game number 2. 2-0 lead for him in this series now. This Patron not really drawing so well for Crinkle Style at the moment. It's the mayor of Value Town. Sets himself up on match point.
And now he's just got Paladin remaining, if I remember correctly. So, if it's Secret Paladin, then it might struggle against Patron Warrior, but not with the way Crinkle Style has been drawing.
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of rough with the Patron draw so far. But the Paladin from Trump this is going to be the one that's kind of interesting. I'm not sure I've seen him really play that much Secret Paladin.
Yeah, he used to play a lot of mid-range.
Yeah. Very much a mid-range player in the past. Curious to see how this build. I wonder if Trump is ever playing Murlocs in this situation. I mean, that's such a hard deck to navigate. You need so much practice, I feel like, with that build to really understand the matchups and kind of finagle your way through things. But wouldn't be surprised to see Secret Paladin. Looks like he's just kind of brought strong stuff. But Aldor Peacekeeper, Iron Beak Owl, Big Game Hunter, Consecrate. There's almost no way that this is a Secret Paladin build.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards mid-range at the moment, but these 4 cards could also maybe be seen in Murloc Paladin. I know Chalky was a player that teched in an Iron Beak Owl. That way he could Iron Beak Owl a Sludge Belcher the same turn that he played Murloc. Anything can happen. But there's a Quartermaster, so that's going to say that it's mid-range for sure. So, yeah this seems a very Trump-esque lineup. You could say Secret Paladin would make it sort of well-rounded, but we talked about it yesterday. Dog won feature tournament number 2 for the One Nation Gamers using mid-range Paladin in his lineup.
Yep.
So it's starting to make a comeback, I think, because there's just some strong matchups across the board. One of those strong matchups, I think, being Druid.
Yeah, Nyman actually also won European Championships with mid-range Paladin in his lineup as well.
Yeah.
And Quartermaster is just a card that's really stuck with Trump for a very long time. Ever since this card came out in Goblins vs. Gnomes, it was a card that he talked about being very strong, and he's used it a lot since then. And this is one of those games where it's looking like he may be able to get some big use out of it.
It's the ultimate value card. You effectively turn nothing into something. You turn your hero power into beefy dudes.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of those turns I think that that Crinkle Style might have fallen into, where Muster for Battle could be really good. It's going to add Living Roots to this board, so cuts a little bit into that potential Quartermaster value, but Muster for Battle into Coin Quartermaster next turn is looking really scary.
Yeah. And even if Crinkle Style opts to play the Azure Drake here and trade, then he's going to get pretty punished for it. We'll see what he decides to go for. There's no way, not no way, but I don't know if he's going to be expecting Quartermaster to come out. I don't know if he's going to be expecting mid-range. He might be able to take a guess if he knows Trump's playstyle. It's a possibility.
Well, Trump also didn't coin
on play.
Well, Trump also didn't coin on turn 1. He hero powered on turn 2, and he mustered for battle on turn 3. Like, mid-range Paladin would definitely be on my radar right now.
Yeah.
And here's a potential Quartermaster value. I don't know if Trump's actually going to go for this turn. He still has a ton of options in hand.
Yeah. It just, I don't know. I feel like
it's too strong.
You can't really pass up an opportunity. Yeah. You could choose over champion there, but then you're not using the full Light's Justice. And the trade lines up reasonably well here. You build up a strong board, having a 2-5 and a 3-3, where True Silver Champion would have given you just 2 1/1s, and you would have had a True Silver Champion equipped. So might as well just go for it. And now Crinkle Style has lost initiative, which is not what you want to do as a druid, especially against a mid-range paladin who has so many tools to just wreck your board. You play one big threat a turn, then the paladin can just have their way with it. They can Aldor Peacekeeper, decide how they want to trade into it. True Server Champion a lot of time lines up pretty nicely into some of the threats that druids can play. They get more value out of the hero power. You never want to give initiative over to the mid-range paladin in this matchup, and that's one of the reasons why I feel like this is a strong one for mid-range paladin.
Not too tough to take the board. Looks like Crinkle Style is just going to go with Paladin Shredder here. And that's going to continue to snowball here for Trump. He's just going to have threat after threat after threat. Second Knife Juggler in hand as well. I mean, his hand is just so good.
Yeah.
Think about all the potential drops here. Does have the option to choose Silver first if he wants to take that. It will lock up a lot of his mana for the turn.
Yeah, but he still has a 1-drop. Ooh, so double Knife Juggler Zombie Chow looks like it's going to be the play. So just putting pretty much the most power on board that he can possibly get. And he's going to have 2 juggles with this. If just one hits, he can take it out.
Oh!
Snipes it off.
Wow, what a big turn.
Yeah.
Force Nature does a good job of kind of answering this board state a little bit. But the problem with that is that Crinkle Style is using his entire turn to just play defensively. And if he does that too many turns in a row, he's just going to take too much damage. So he's got to find a way to swing this board back. Now, we did see Mind Control Tech at his mulligan, so maybe being able to pick up a turn for a Mind Control Tech could be a way to get back in this game. Consecration sitting in Trump's hand is pretty dead at the moment. But Crinkle Style's, he's kind of sitting in the same boat. He's got Shade and Extremis and Big Game Hunter in his hand, which aren't doing anything at the moment. Yeah, I think this is his best play. I mean, the Knife Juggler was just way too threatening to leave on board for that.
Yeah, but Trump's got so much room here. He's going to be pushing 5 more damage this turn.
Oh.
Keeper of Ultimate is another great card to sort of answer a big threat that a druid can play.
Yep.
And Powdered Shredder is looking a little bit lonely over there on the left, but still strong play from Trump.
Yeah, this is going to be super tough. Even going to hang on to the Lights Justice just in case he needs that extra point of damage. And no Mind Control Tech for Crinkle. This would have been a good turn for it. Like Mind Control Tech Druid of the Claw might have been able to get back in this game. So this is this draw. And I think this is probably the most critical turn for him.
Does he have to Force of Nature again? Oh, man. He can Force of Nature.
I think he Druid of the Claw and play Shade. It's like one of the few opportunities you're going to get to try to get value from Shade.
Yeah.
It's going to be met by what Trump has in hand, but that's like it's really one of the only ways I think he's going to recover the board state is if Trump just doesn't have a strong answer to it.
Yeah.
Falling behind on board early on, not using that Keeper of the Grove on turn 4, I think set him back just a little bit. He's been holding on to it the entire game thus far. It's going to be those two. It's going to be Consecrate. And I think that's going to be pretty close to doing it. Oh my gosh. That can be silenced by Keeper of the Grove, but the point is it's a 6/6 body at this point. And if you look at the way the game's been panning out, the effects from Trump's minions haven't really been what's strong. It's just been the actual stat for stat on the cards, and that's just going to continue to compound that issue for Crinkle Style.
Yeah, so you can Consecration, trade in the Paladin Shredder, or no, maybe you trade in the 3/3 and the 1/1.
Yeah, see what you get first.
Yeah. Good size minion. So we're just going to push through now. And Trump's very close to just closing this one out. Lots of great cards left in his hand. He's got True Server Champion 2 for burst. Also, Keeper of Old Men can make your board a little bit stronger. I just don't see a draw that Crinkle Style can get that's going to help him come back into this one. He's dead on board in most scenarios. He can Force of Nature and clear off the Zombie Chow, one of the 1/1s, and the 3/2. He'd go back up to 13, but he'd take 2 damage, so he'd go to 12, and he'd leave 4 power on board. 4 power on board. But then he doesn't have Force of Nature.
Yeah, I mean, in an 8 life, it just, Druid doesn't fight well from behind. It's a deck that's good at getting ahead and staying ahead and closing out games. Not a deck that's well known for its ability to fall behind on board and then recover the board state very quickly. So, not going to be able to wrap up the Zombie Chow this turn. It is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage from Trump. Bare bones minimum on this next turn. 11-12 with that Keep of Voldemort. He's going to wrap his series up 3-0. A great start to day number 2 for Trump.
Yeah, and that means he's going to move on to the round of 64. Once again, wipes the sweat from his brow. Another hard day at the office of the Mayor of Value Town. And he'll live to see another day. Hopefully we'll get to see Trump play a little bit later on. Like I said, we will be running through much of the entire bracket today. The second half of the round of 128, or what's left of it. We're going to run through round of 64 and some of round of 32, I believe, as well.
Yep.
So lots of Hearthstone matches to come today, and big win for Trump.
Yeah, just pretty much very convincing victories in his 3 games. Crickle, drew pretty poorly with his Grim Patron Warrior in games 1 and 2. But, not much you can do about that. You bring the decks that you think are going to perform, and sometimes they show up and sometimes they don't. And today, maybe Steph Curry injured his ankle a little bit, and his Grim Patrons are sitting on the bench for quite a while.
Yeah. Yep. So once again, like we said, Trump's going to move on to the round of 64. We're going to have the next match coming up pretty soon. Not sure what it's going to be yet. There's still a couple players that we're waiting for to come in. It's either going to be a Firebat's match or Zalae's match. So we're going to have one of those players in the next match that's going to be coming up after a short break. Keep in mind, guys, we're still doing the giveaway for the Cyberpower Gamer Extreme PC. So make sure you head over to the website. You can just click the banner down below the page. It'll bring you right there. And the giveaway is on the front page. Also, if you're on the PAX East floor and you want to play against some other players in Hearthstone for some prizes, make sure you head over to your app store on your mobile phone, your mobile device. Search for the Battlezone beta app, the ONOG Battlezone beta app. Register for it. You'll put it in your battle tag, and you can play Hearthstone against other players that are at PAX. And at the end of the day, we'll be giving away prizes to the players that are at the top of the leaderboard on that app. So make sure you go ahead and do that during the break. But don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with more Hearthstone PAX East Major presented by One Nation of Gamers right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Major at PAX East, presented by One Nation of Gamers. My name is TJ. Once again, I'm joined by ThatsAdmirable, and we're about to jump into a doozy of a matchup between Rod and Jolly. What do you think of these guys? ThatsAdmirable. We don't know much about them. What do you think of their names? Mike muted again.
I don't know how I keep doing this over and over again. I am the absolute worst. You know that guy at the production desk who always forgets to plug in? And have to get up? It's apparently me today. It's still early out here. Was up at 6 a.m. to get ready for this event and didn't finish yesterday till pretty darn late and didn't get much sleep. But here we are. Rod and Jolly. Don't know much about these guys. I haven't seen them before in competitive play, but their lineups. Rod's looks a little bit interesting. Rogue and Hunter in his lineup. And for Jolly, looking a little bit more standard with Warlock, Warrior, Druid, and Paladin. That's what I brought to North American Championships for Winters. Paladin is... We've been kind of seeing it all over the place this tournament. We've seen kind of a handful of everything. It's been pretty evenly spread between mid-range Paladin, Warlock Paladin, and Secret Paladin, those three classes. So interested to see what Jolly has actually chosen to go along with those guys. Secret Paladin for the last couple of months has been kind of falling by the wayside. Not as tough to deal with as some people think. Sometimes it gets those insane draws where they just curve out and go, who am I? And it's none of your business. But sometimes they get those draws where they go hero power on turn 2, and they don't really do much. So there are ways to handle them. If you get good big game hunter turns off, you can handle it as well. So I've been seeing some people kind of swap to the more consistent and heavy pressured build ones that kind of scale into the late game instead of just hoping they curve out.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. This is a round of 64 match. So the winner of this one moves on to the round of 32. So making it pretty far into the brackets today, these players are. So they've already won at least one other match. So we are going to jump in. It is going to be Jolly playing a Murloc Paladin. And Rod's going to be playing, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I saw, was that a Shadow Step?
Not sure if I saw. I mean, I kind of thought the same thing. I might have seen a Shadow Step there. I will say that Rod and Jolly look about exactly like I imagined that Rod and Jolly would look. These are some Hearthstone players that have come to battle. And that's going to be Bluegill Warrior on turn 2. It's actually a pretty quick Murloc start for Jolly here. Something this deck oftentimes struggle with is just not having a lot of Murlocs in the early game, and as they go into those late game turns, not really doing much in those situations. So it is just going to be a hero power. You're going to attack Bluegill Warrior to clear it out. Meanwhile, a hero power back from Jolly. And things are going to slow down here a little bit. Rod has no action, what's looking like on turn 3. Brand Bronzebeard comes into hand. That could be a little bit welcome. I wonder if there's a chance that this is a Mill Rogue after seeing that Brand come into hand.
Yeah, Mill Rogue. This is going to be the second Mill Rogue we've seen so far.
Well, it's not guaranteed that it's Mill Rogue, but Brand, and I believe I saw Shadow Step. It could just be like a value rogue. I mean, it's not necessarily to say that it is Mill Rogue. We're going to need a little bit more information before I make that conclusion anyway. I mean, you can go ahead and conclude what you want. I like to be a little bit conservative and still speculate about stuff. But
all right, I conclude.
Dr. Ashland, do you concur?
I concur.
Catch Me If You Can. Come on, it's a great movie.
I think I saw that movie when I was like 6.
Golly, I'm old. Wait, you're older than me, aren't you? No, you're younger than me.
Yeah, I'm 25.
Yeah. Oh, that's Mill Rogue. Yep.
I don't know. Could be a value vanish rogue.
TJ.
Want to jump to conclusions.
Dr. TJ, I do concur. This is Mill Rogue.
All right. Thanks for the expert analysis there. Yeah.
One of my favorites. Not much action in Rod's hand, though. Just kind of attack and poke with his 1/3 and re-dagger. But this is like a pretty standard Mill Rogue turn. I mean, you don't really do a lot with this deck until you start putting together combo pieces.
Yeah.
It functions pretty well versus some matchups. Mill Rogue is... I'm not sure how it functions versus Secret Paladin. I'm sorry, versus Murloc Paladin. I've actually never seen this matchup take place, I don't think. I would imagine if Jolly draws his Murlocs early, that he's got to be favored in this one. Especially if he also picks up an anything that can happen before he gets burned.
Yeah. And he does have one anything can happen. Does have some Murlocs. Mind Control Tech 2 is an interesting inclusion. Because his deck really just wants to remove. It doesn't want to take.
Ooh.
I'm
feeling it.
Cold Light Oracle. Doesn't tell us too much about what kind of deck this is, but
I'm feeling the brand Cold Light. He's going for it.
just do it. You're gonna burn 3 cards total. That was a mistake.
Oh,
With the prep
gang up.
Oh baby. Wild Pyromancer, Consecration. What else?
Wow, that prep gang up is so good for Rod. Jolly, just all smiles. Hey, what a jolly guy.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a good burn. Look at Rod. He's like taking it back. He's like, wow, actually, I did it.
My fingers taste really good.
I did the brand Cold Light.
Yeah. I mean, that's the play, you know? Brand Cold Light and a prep gang up. That's like the ideal play. Because now he still has both Shadow Steps. That means he's got 4 Cold Light Oracles still left in his deck. And he's got Shadow Steps to couple with those. That's the win condition. You know, that's the end game goal. That's what you're going for.
Yeah,
and now he's got plenty of cards as well, so he could kill it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he could kill it twice over, really, but this has got to be the play. He does need to protect that Cold Light Oracle, I think, a little bit longer if it's possible. So I wouldn't mind seeing a Deathlord here as well, but I don't know if this is on his radar, but that Deathlord's actually going to open him up to my control tech.
Yeah. Well met!
He's just going to Redagger instead. There's no Deathlord, so I imagine Cold Light Oracle's going to be one of the first ones to go here. Ooh, 2 Warlock War Leaders. Jolly's putting together some good damage.
One thing we need to also focus on is Cold Light Oracle will get summoned from the Anything Can Happen.
That's a really good point. That actually could mess up the math of Jolly a lot.
This is like an impossible matchup for Anything Paladin.
It buffs the Murloc!
It also buffs the old
Jolly's
Murk
just
guy,
going
though.
Doom!
He's headed downstairs. He's on the bottom. I don't know. I was about to say upstairs, but I was like, it doesn't make any sense.
It makes perfect sense. Wow, this is actually a really interesting play from Jolly to just be this aggressive. I'm curious how good this actually was. I mean, that's a lot of damage to take.
Yeah, and if you vanish, you just give him the same amount of burst next turn. If you sap, you just give him even more burst again. You have to remove this stuff, I think. You could take out the Murloc War Leader and then eviscerate down the old Merc guy. And Deathlord back up, Redagger. You're still left with some good stuff in your hand. You still have both vanishes.
There's the backstab lead. Does he want to use his Cold Light Oracle here? Like, does he want to trade it in? Nope.
Vanish.
I don't know about this Vanish.
Well, he's going to burn a card, right? Nope, he's at 9 cards. Not quite. Yikes. And a Beluga Warrior.
Jeez.
He's going to do the same thing over again. Hit him for 5.
Can't just keep taking 5 damage like that. I don't know. I don't really know what he needs here.
Vanish again.
Strong.
Just vanish again in Deathlord. Because then you burn a card, I guess. But then what's your win condition? What are you going to do when he eventually just keeps playing Murloc War Leader and old Merc guy over and over and over?
Yeah, I don't think that Vanish is the play. I don't think that Vanish was the play last turn either, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I think you needed to clear those.
Yeah, don't mind the sap here. He's going to sap Cold Light Oracle and evaluate his options afterwards. So Cold Light Oracle is going to leave him with 4 mana left. It's looking like SI7 Agent Backstab, or I'm sorry, Backstab SI7 Agent, not in the order that I mentioned.
Yeah, what did he burn there? I didn't see.
It was something. I actually wasn't paying attention. I was looking at his hand and trying to count the damage. If he goes for Backstab SI7 Agent, SI7 Agent here, he's actually just dead. So And I think this actually might leave him dead too. Murloc War Leader into Bluegill Warrior is going to allow that old Murkai to run over this guy, and that's going to do it. We're moving on to game number 2. Those are some big angry Murlocs.
What?
And
he needed to kill that Murkai. Death Lord, you could tell that at the end there. Maybe he was thinking, I don't know what he was thinking, but he was just fumbling and ends up going down in this game. And Jolly's going to take it. And I feel like that's a poor matchup for Murloc Paladin. I don't want to get ahead of myself there, but I feel like you can win there with the Mill Rogue fairly easily.
Yeah, I think one of the tiebreakers in that matchup is just if Jolly draws all his Murlocs really early, he's probably favored. But if he doesn't draw his Murlocs really early, he doesn't really have the ability to dish out as much damage as he did. Rod, I think, really lost the game on that early Vanish that he decided to cast. It wasn't prepped. He didn't have a good follow-up to it, and it just allowed his opponent to unlock more damage and keep initiative on their side. The whole point of Vanish that deck is to prep Vanish and then either burn a bunch of cards or get initiative from it somehow to make value out of it. Didn't come to fruition in that game. So it's going to be what looks like Reno Warlock with a Harrison Jones in it versus Zoo from Jolly. And this is a Demon Zoo. We saw a copy of Void Terror in the opening hand, and this hand's going to have Direwolf Alpha, Imp Game Boss, Void Caller, Beast Sergeant Power Overwhelming Implosion versus that dead Harrison, Anti-Kill Bot, Big Game Hunter, Mortal Coil, Sunfear Protector, and Sludge Belcher from Rod. So Rod off to a pretty shaky start here. And Jolly's got quite a few tools to work with, and he's just jamming out. Man, he's Starseeker in here too. That's a very unconventional choice.
I have no idea what to think of this deck. It's quite obviously Reno, but
TJ's disgusted.
No, I'm not disgusted. I'm excited.
That's going to be a little sound of energy for me for the rest of the day as we cast for 17,000 more hours.
Give or take a few tens of thousands.
At least Starseeker hits the board.
Oh,
Jolly
baby.
rips a Void Terror. I think you load up the Imp Gang boss.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you kill the Elysian. Yep. Doing Void Terror here. Booyah! That's going to open a Big Game Hunter, though.
Yeah, but that means Big Game Hunter's out of the way.
I wonder if he can make use of that. I imagine there's going to be Mal'Ganis in this build. Pretty much anytime you see Void Caller in the Zoo builds, they also have Mal'Ganis to follow this up. It's going to be Dart Peddler into... It's looking like a second Mortal Coil here. Big Game Hunter on that 8/7. Challenged by the Imp King boss, and then a 4/4 to back this up. And Jolly just gives him a well played. He's going to keep going to this one. There's no sign of slowing down.
Well played.
That's how I imagine Anduin sounds.
Yeah.
Like a real-life Anduin. Well played.
I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult.
Oh, it's both.
Okay. Just clarifying.
I always hate when priest players like Cabal Shadow Priest something and they just go, "Thank you." Like, jeez, man, we just gotta rub it in. Mortal Coil for Rod. Magic Drake peels off the top. And not really much action, just kind of like this is a situation we've seen a lot of players in when they're playing kind of these control decks today. Is they just put road humps in the way and hope that it works out for them.
Yeah.
And that hasn't been working well thus far this tournament.
Yeah, especially since you're given the other player initiative. You sort of mentioned it yesterday. The amount of answers that decks have nowadays, they're always going to have something to trade up, especially with so many board-centric decks, and like Zoo Warlock. They're just always going to have something to trade advantageously into your board. It just feels like you can never get a foothold sometimes, and that's what's happening.
Lead with Mortal Coil and evaluate turn afterwards. No real help for him. Looks like it's going to be Golden Monkey and Refreshment Vendor if he chooses to go that way. Reno Jackson, not the greatest card at this point. I think he's going to be looking for a little bit more value out of it. Man, I wouldn't mind a Funnel Cake right now.
Yeah, I haven't had a funnel cake in a long time.
It's about 14 years for me.
Why isn't funnel cake more readily available? Like,
I want you to
no, I'm
think about
serious.
that question for a little bit longer and then get back to me.
Well, okay, I'm serious though. Like, I don't know. It's like
My
only at
friend,
carnivals. Like, what the heck?
well, my friend opened a funnel cake business, which fell through in a week after his operating costs were too high versus his profit margins of selling funnel cakes for 49 cents.
It's like I can go down the street and find like deep fried corn on the cob, but somehow I
Really?
can't find but somehow I can't find a funnel cake. Like, I feel like a funnel cake would even be more popular than like a pancake. But you can go down. Like, why isn't there you know how there's IHOP? Why isn't there an IHOP? An International House of Funnel Cakes? I don't know. It just doesn't make
It's got a great ring to it. Emperor Thorson taunted up for Rod. Hopefully these discounts give him a little bit more ability to push in this game, but Jolly is got some major threats in his hand to keep swinging with.
Yeah.
He's already seen Big Game Hunter. I mean, does he feel comfortable just getting the Mal'Ganis on board and start swinging away?
Just get the Mal'Ganis on board and get the Dr. Boom on board.
I mean, that will run directly into Twisting Nether for him. But, you know, when you're sitting in that hot seat and you look at a play like this, you're thinking this is going to be it.
Yeah. I think you take this turn to just cash in on the free life tap. Sit at 30 health. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Oh.
Ooh. Now
Yeah,
that one.
Gosh. I don't know, man. He's going to go for it. Twisting Nether's going to be so good.
Loading it up.
Yep.
The thing is, though,
look at Rod. Look at Rod just shaking his head. He's like, "Yeah, I have never Twisting Nether before this big, and it's on camera."
He even gets to play an Imp Gang boss after it, which is really strong. He's at 10 health, though. But the thing is, he does have Reno Jackson available. So this is how you want to be able to play Reno Jackson. Right after a board sweep, you're low on health, your opponent's going in for the kill, boom, back to 30.
Yeah, this is going to be such a big swing.
Yeah. Even Twilight Drake before it. Or does he want to tap? Okay, wants to tap. Brand Bronzebeard, Reno Jackson.
I think I would have liked to see an attack first. You know, try to get that Boombot to hit face. And instead, he's kind of widened his board position and take damage on this. Imp Boss absorbs the hit there.
Yeah.
So I'm upset with that one. Brought a little bit of fist pump almost. Jolly, back to square one. I mean, 30 health and card advantage for your opponent. And everything he plays can get swept up in a Hellfire here as well. Yeah, this is like a brutes.
He's going to load the board, it seems. And that's going to be definite punish. Decides to tap.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Doomguard after you see Void Caller in this deck.
Mm-hmm. All right, double Doomguard, Mal'Ganis. Not sure if he runs Jiraxis as an extra demon, but it is a possibility. It is the more zoo-focused one, though, so sometimes you can get away with just running the few demons.
Yeah, decides to hold back a bit here, and this is still going to open up opportunity for Rod now that he's picked up that Implosion.
So many possibilities.
So, I think you could just Implosion the Voidwalker, and as long as it rolls 3, you can push through for the Dr. Boom and for the Knife Juggler.
You can ensure it rolls through with the Azure Drake as well.
Yeah. You might waste some imps, but does that change things? No, I don't think so.
That's certainly interesting.
Yeah. He values the imps, having room on board for the extra imps over killing the Knife Juggler.
Yep. Does acknowledge the leaving Knife Juggler on Blade to be a little bit of a mistake. I don't think it's going to matter much this game, though. I mean, he's sitting at such a high life total and such a major card advantage. It's like a really big thing.
Yeah. I was going to say there still might be a chance, but it's slim pickings.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much he can do here at this point. Like, he can continue to be a nuisance, but I mean, looking at Rod's hand, he's got Brantique Healbot, he's got Twilight Drake, he's got Dr. Boom, he's got Dark Bomb. Like, he just has all the answers to everything. That's really the big story to me, is that I don't really see a way he's losing this game from here. I mean, it would take just kind of like a
Thank you.
I ain't got the words, TJ. I mean, it's going to take a lot of errors.
I ain't got the dang words.
It's going to take a lot of errors to lose this game. And honestly, they'd be pretty darn hard to make. It would just have to be stuff like, I'm going to hold on to my Dr. Boom to try to get more value from it forever. You know, like, we're going to have to not brand and play a minion here. Yeah, he's got Twilight Drake. And this is going to be good old 12 or 11 health there, sorry. Things at the board. 5-7 versus 22, and life tap going.
I'm an incessant clicker when I play Hearthstone, and I always like spam click on the board when I'm thinking. And I always put my mouse right next to my end turn button by habit. And so sometimes I'm spam clicking and I like get a little spasm and I accidentally hit the end turn button. If that happened to Rod for like 6 turns in a row, he could lose.
Well, it's going to be Hellfire, clean up the board, and Molten Giant here. And down to 13, I mean, if Jolly had a perfect hand, he might be able to find a way to burst. But running the Void Caller version, he's not going to have Leroy Jenkins in this, very likely. And that really hurts his ability to come back in this game. It's just going to be Harrison Jones instead. I mean, to me, this is the kind of play that could put him behind. I mean, maybe he has considerations for Big Game Hunter. That card's been in Jolly's hand for quite a while now. So might be thinking if he plays the Molten Giant or the Dr. Boom, he's just going to get Big Game Hunter, and that might be a way for him to lose. Next turn is Siphon Soul and Anti-Killbot. And versus Imp Gang Boss, Haunted Creeper as your turn 10 reload, I'm thinking this one's done like dinner.
Yeah, especially since he can just heal bot back up this turn. And draws the Golden Monkey. Is he feeling great?
Everything.
Do it, Rod. Do it.
That was a mistake.
I'd say Golden Monkey. Every time.
That would be one of the errors, I think, that could lose him the game. Anti-Killbot Dome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Jolly busting up the thank you. Yeah, well, here's the thank you. Hey, Jolly, here's a thank you for you.
It's overwhelming.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Not going to get there, I don't think. Shadow Flame's going to clean up this board nicely, and it's going to push for lethal. Rod going to take game number 2 here. And, yeah, just do it this way, too. This works. About 40 different ways to do this.
All right, tying it up. Going into game number 3 here. Seeing some interesting decks come out from these guys. Jolly with Murloc Paladin, a very minion-focused Murloc Paladin. We saw Tyrion, we saw Mind Control Tech, and Demon Zoo. And Rod so far bringing out an interesting variation of Reno Warlock with a least Starseeker as sort of its late game inevitable win condition, and also a Mill Rogue. Curious to see what the Hunter deck is as well, because judging by his other decks, it's probably going to be a pretty interesting variation. I'm not expecting Face Hunter.
Yeah, Face Hunter would certainly be kind of a curveball given what we've seen so far. My worry for his Rogue build is that it's going to match up fairly poorly versus Zulok, I imagine, and versus the Warrior, he's going to have a pretty fantastic hand, I think, to deal with that. I mean, Warrior, if it's Control Warrior, is going to reach those 40 to 80 life totals and keep going from there. This is Feign Death Hunter coming out from Rob. Or Rod. I don't know why I called him Rob. He looks like a Rob. I actually have a friend named Rob who looks almost exactly like that guy.
And it looks like a Rod to me. I think it's the glasses.
I think it is too. A matching haircut as well.
Yeah. Jolly definitely looks like a Jolly.
Yeah. We brand Bronzebeard, Implosion, Defender of Argus, Voidcaller, Power Overwhelming, Doomguard. Pretty slow start here from Jolly. And Rod's going to be the first one on board. King's Elec into Animal Companion Houndmaster.
Oh!
Picks up Sylvanas off that King's Elec.
That's the first time in my Hearthstone career that I've seen somebody win a joust.
It's the first time that I've ever seen Sylvanas win a joust from King's Elec as well. 2 firsts here today. This is definitely going to be Houndmaster, run over that brand. That is a priority kill at the moment. And Sea Giant comes to Jolly's hand as well. He's just so top end right now. Rod has a good chance to pull ahead of this game and potentially run away with it.
Yeah, look at that curve.
Implosion. Demise here on King Zellic.
Mm-hmm. And what? Gladiator's Longbow.
I used to play this card back in the day. It was good. Misha, great roll for him at the moment.
And he's just going to curve out. Sludge Belcher into Savannah Highmane.
Snap Sea Giant.
Yeah.
From Jolly and pass it up. Wild Pyromancer is actually sick right here. Wild Pyromancer kill command, run to the Houndmaster over the 8/4 damage to face, and follow up with Savannah Highmane. I think Rod may be very close to locking this game up.
Yeah. He might even be able to just ignore the Sea Giant for now. And just push the damage face. I mean, that's 18. Or sorry, not 18. Oh man, I was getting a little ahead of myself. 13 damage to face.
He's like, he can kill command, play the Gladiator's Longbow, and hero power this turn. Not going to add the Wild Pyromancer here. I'm very surprised by that. I'm very surprised by the Wild Pyromancer in general, but especially not playing it right here.
There used to be do you remember that deck that they were abusing a bug back in the day where they would play Wild Pyromancer and what was it? I don't even remember.
It was Acolyte of Pain, Wild Pyromancer, and Tracking.
Yeah, and you would basically just disconnect your opponent from the game, and you could get free wins based on the hunter. A lot of people got banned for that. Many people got incredibly frustrated from that.
You know, I actually found a way to play around that too. As soon as they played the Tracking, if you hit Alt F4 and then rejoined the game, it just roped their turn out, and they would think that you're still there because it wouldn't alert them that you're disconnected. So they would just rope their turn out, and then you would just take your turn.
Yeah. Good times in the world of Hearthstone. Oh wow! But look at this play.
Big swing, and I think this is in part of not having that Wild Pyromancer on board with that kill command. It would have wiped out those 1/1s, and this board state would not be available. Instead, Jolly has turned this back around. He's got 14 power on board. I mean, I think we need to see Ram Wrangler here.
Or he could just hit face. Gladiator's Longbow deals 7 damage this turn. Next turn, he's got 5 more recurring.
9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It would set up a 2-turn lethal if he went for Gladiator's Longbow here. I don't think Rod's going to do that. He's been playing so defensively for most of the game that this is the play that looks like it makes the most sense for how he's been playing. But it looks like he is going to go face after all, so takes him down to 9.
I mean, this is essentially the same thing. Not the same thing, but he is like weaving in the damage. He's weaving in his hero power. He's just going to add probably an extra turnover. But right now, Jolly doesn't have a taunt. He doesn't have a way to block damage, and he's still pretty far off from lethal. So if he leaves a minion on the board, with Gladiator's Longbow, that would be lethal damage. But of course, Knife Juggler Implosion is going to put a stop to that.
Just roll 2 on the Implosion. Oh, misses the first juggle. Hits the second juggle. Is he going to have time to deliver this damage? That's 8 that just crashed in. It's a Healbot.
Well, that's going to negate this deck is insane. Like, it's not even like there's that much death rattle. It's Sylvanas and Sludge Belcher and Savannah Highmane.
Is this a Reno Hunter?
Oh, it is. It's got to be.
This is a lot of top end. Up to 26. Jolly falls to 7. Rod is actually threatening lethal next turn with Gladiator's Longbow. Taunt or Mal'Ganis. Oh, there's a taunt. So Jolly's still able to stay alive. This turn, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He delivers 16 damage this turn, but he has to trade in the antique Healbot to keep himself safe. He doesn't know that Gladiator's Longbow is in hand. I mean, he doesn't know that. Do you account for that card?
Do you account for an antique Healbot? I think you got to account for everything in this scenario. I mean, you've seen a kill command, you've seen a quick shot, so you've seen a lot of the burst that this deck even runs,
trading in
or that you could assume.
Trading also lets him get this Dr. Boom on board. I think this is going to be it. Rod needs a major top deck right here, and he needs it right now. Jolly is setting him up for lethal next turn. Rod would have had the damage if he'd have played that Gladiator's Longbow just a little bit earlier, but now he's facing down too much damage. At least a health. GG.
Is that enough? He's got to put.
Yeah. Wait.
No, he's one off.
No! Oh my gosh! He's one off!
He's one off.
I lied!
He can Ram Wrangler into
King Crush.
King Crush.
Oh my gosh. Is this really gonna be how it ends?
No, he hero powered.
Oh my gosh! We both discounted it!
See it!
And they cast their math! Oh my gosh!
NA Rod math.
Oh, Rod realizes
Oh
that
no.
that was a folly. And Jolly is Jolly from the folly. That's gonna wrap things up. No play left in hand for Rod. Oh, what would a Ram Wrangler have done? He could have gotten Direwolf Alpha from the Ram Wrangler too.
That would have been enough also.
Yeah.
He needed 1 damage from Ram Wrangler. 1 single point of damage. Was there anything else that could have done it?
There's gotta be something. Tundra
Stone
Rhino?
Tusk 4. Tundra Rhino. I actually did math for beasts when for a card reveal that we did on the HCT stream, and I think I remember there being like 49 beasts or something like that if I remember correctly. So he had 4 outs in that situation. So it was like a 10% chance, a little bit less than a 10% chance to win. I mean, it's slim, but that's still a chance to win. He needed 1 damage, a single point of damage. A lot of beasts, well, quite a few beasts provide that, either 4 or 5, I think, provide that. So even though he made a few missteps early on, he still had a chance to come back and win. Yep. But maybe, I don't know, miscounted or thought he would still have enough mana even after the hero power for the Ram Wrangler. Just an insane end to that game.
Yeah, did see Explosive Shot and Arcane Shot in the opening hand for Rod. I am in firm belief that this is a Reno Hunter at this point. It is.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a single duplicate so far, and all we've seen is just kind of unique and interesting choices the entire step of the way.
Yeah. I'm looking through the beast list right now. Timberwolf. There's another one.
Too. I'm just going to hero power down for now. Looks like it's going to be a long-fought hero power battle between these two.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep, Send and Shield Master going to hit the board. And no real response here from Rod. This is going to be a little bit tough.
Mm-hmm. Still a turn away from Explosive Shot. You don't want to use Hunter's Mark plus Arcane Shot in order to take this out.
Yeah, it's a bit much. I mean, it's just a 3-5 right now. Yeah, I'm just going to hero power it up. Again, pass along. Jolly's going to get a little bit ahead in the development here. And I'm not sure that Reno Hunter really has the comeback mechanics for this one.
Yeah, I'd have to say no. It doesn't.
Don't mind the quick shot here. Don't mind the Tomb Spider here either. Looking to set up, I think, Explosive Shot on that Senjin with a Hunter's Mark on a big minion next to it. So I'm just going to go with that Tomb Spider. And relatively unexciting choices from it.
Speak for yourself.
Which one are you fancying here?
I don't know. Tundra Rhino. I mean, I think
Excellent
it's like
choice.
an automatic Tundra Rhino. I mean, I guess Core Rager is a 4/4, but well, I mean, I guess Tundra Rhino has no value whatsoever with his hand. So considering he has 0 beasts, maybe Core Rager's the best pick.
Yeah, Tundra Rhino is one of those cards also that can just force action from your opponent. Like, it's kind of a scary minion to be staring at and be like, am I really going to let this live?
Yeah.
Great turn here from Jolly. Just going to pick up some cards, deal with that, bash into face, and have a handful of threats back behind this, and building towards that Gore Howl. You know, if he sticks a good Gore Howl turn, this is going to be really good for him. Explosive Shot. He's got that Senjin. I love that the crosshair comes up with the Explosive Shot aiming. I didn't know that was a thing. I've never seen this card cast in the Spectator client.
I got the Senjin in my sights. Even Arcane Shot, I think, does the same thing.
Web Spinner going to be added. Well, the fact that it was a crosshair when he was just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Like, to see it come out after he's already cast it, That's just part of the animation, right?
It's like the red dot that you see appear on your head in the movies.
Scoping in.
Yeah.
Now, options for Kill Command or Hunter's Mark this turn. Hunter's Mark would be some pretty good tempo along with that Sylvanas, but we did see Feign Death in here earlier, so I imagine he's going to be looking for that Sylvanas Feign Death on a bigger turn and get Houndmaster on the board in the meantime.
Yeah.
So finally finding a bit of damage in board presence. Jolly, meanwhile, a lot of ways to respond. Zombie Chow finds its way in a hand, and we see Baron Geddon, Gorehowl, and a lot of interesting choices alongside with Ascension Shieldmaster. Is this a Reno Warrior?
Oh, God. What wins? A Reno Hunter or a Reno Warrior?
It's going to be Shield Slam and Elise Starseeker. Add to the board state. And if you're curious what I think of the percentages for this matchup, the answer is I have no idea because I've never seen this matchup take place.
This could be the first. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen a Reno Hunter in competitive. I have seen Reno Warrior, but I don't even know if it was in an actual like constructed, just straight up conquest format. It might have been in some type of restricted. But oh, that's not a very good one. Timberwolf is not the best beast that you can
It would have
get.
been good last game.
Yeah.
Don't you dare talk that way about Timberwolf.
Yeah.
All right, cool Taskmaster in the hand. Gorehowl options along with Jessica Trueheart Jolly. It's turns like these that I always feel like I struggle with. I'm like, they're just all decent plays.
Mm-hmm.
Like nothing really stands out. It's very clear. I guess Gorehowl. I mean, you know your opponent's not playing a very aggressive hunter build from what you've seen, so this card just threatens to get such immense value. Jolly's gonna throw a well played out.
Gorehouse's Ball of Spiders.
What?
Ball of Spiders seems like such a good card in this matchup because you're creating so much value out of nothing. You're basically turning one card into three on average decent sized minions. And then there's the old chance that you sort of get the unlimited Ball of Spiders where you get a Tomb Spider or you get a Jeweled Scarab from a web spinner, and then you can just keep discovering even more stuff.
Nope. It's looking like it might be Baron Geddon here.
It doesn't even matter.
That's what Linkin Park told me.
Yeah, it's a model that I live by. In the end,
Jungle
it doesn't even
Moonkin,
matter.
Stampeding Kodo,
And a Tomb Spider! You could Tomb Spider.
Gladiator's Longbow's so sick right
Oh
here!
my goodness. Tomb Spider into Tomb Spider also is a possibility. You could literally get infinite Tomb Spiders. It's a low possibility, but it's chance. So Gladiator's Longbow just lines up so nicely into this. The question is, what does he play after it? I don't Jungle Moonkin. I mean, he could Jungle Moonkin in Quick Shot. That's the play that.
Look at his eye on that. If he's going for Tomb Spider first, I imagine it's where his eye is headed. Acid Maw, Desert Camel, or Hungry Crabs. Hungry Crab he's ready for action in this one, and at a 1-2, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Acid Maw is going to be probably your best choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, just big dumb stuff. Enough big dumb stuff does beat Warrior, I will say that.
It does. Dumb stuff in general. This game is just crazy. All right. Well, no spells in hand
Much top end
from
for both players.
Jolly.
Time for games.
Yeah, Jungle Moonkin's definitely got a target on his forehead right now. He's been successfully Gorehowled down. Jolly back at the 20. Not a ton of burst potential from Rod, but kind of all the answers in the world. Deadly Shot in the hand. Kind of missing that Arcane Shot at the moment. I mean, this may just be Hunter's Mark. Sylvanas is just so scary.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Rod does have, he is sort of chipping away at the health here. I mean, Gladiator's Longbow is a lot of damage.
He's thinking about Sylvanas, Wild Pyromancer, Hunter's Mark, his own Sylvanas. Kind of a clever play. He has seen Baron Geddon already.
It just dies to the Gorehowl, though, that's on the board. Doomsayer. Doomsayer just hit the face?
Doomsayer hit face and maybe Deadly Shot. He's going to go with Timberwolf as well. Very interesting play here from Rod. It looks like he's reluctant to give too much value, just trying to make use of all the poor cards he's drawn at this point. Does have Jolly down to 14, though. Yeah, there's that Reno Jackson.
Confirmed. I'm waiting for Rods. I'm going to laugh really hard when we get through all 30 cards of his deck and we don't see a Reno Jackson.
I just felt like playing one of Hunter.
Yeah. I thought this was a Highlander format.
I knew I forgot to put in something. Yeah, Jolly's just going to go ahead and take down that Doomsayer. And just Dr. Boom. This is a little bit risky. I mean, it's 16. Like, what if Unleash the Hound got drawn here? That'd be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. He actually would have had lethal if he drew Unleash the Hounds this turn. So, Wild Power Lancer, Hunter's Mark going to mop up this Dr. Boom in the meantime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and still some decent-sized minions here, but it just seems like Jolly has a lot more top in, at least in his hand right now. And he's going to throw out the Sylvanas, but that Sylvanas is going to meet a pretty short end, I believe.
Well, he doesn't really have an effective way to kill it. The Courthouse on 4, I believe, right now.
Is it on 4?
Yeah, he's just going to throw away the Stampeding Kodo. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is on 4. So
he's still saving the Sylvanas. He's saving that Sylvanas for Feign Death. Guaranteed. Like, we've seen Feign Death in his deck. He knows it's a combo he deliberately put in here. It's going to be Cruel Taskmaster, and welcome to the Grand Tournament. Jolly's going to start this tank up. And with Reno Jackson back behind, I'm not sure that Rod's ever going to find the damage to end this game. He's going to have to win this one by value.
Jeweled Scarab is a card that you can use for value. But unfortunately, there's not too many things that you can pick up that are going to be of much use. He does have the old Dread Scale Acid Maw combo.
You don't see that one much in competitive play. Assembled it from his discovers in this one. Jolly's got to be feeling good.
Yeah, and he's just going to start pushing damage, too. Doesn't even care about the tank up. 13 cards remaining. We're probably not going to even have time to see.
I think it's the Acid Maw Dread Scale. It's pretty good here.
Is Blizzard watching? This is what they designed it for. What a combo.
This is great. This is Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Boom. All about nuance, precision.
That's Hearthstone.
Yeah, Dread Scale, I imagine, going to be meeting its demise. And Jolly not really short on life here with Reno Jackson in hand.
Yeah. It looks like he is going to play it this turn, probably. Nope, tank up it is.
Yeah, he's
going to wait till the last.
With his life.
Yeah. He's sort of out of stuff, though. He's out of minions. And Paladin Shredder is a pretty good draw. Now, I believe the Gorehouse is still at, is it at 2 now? 3 or 2, so it'll still be able to answer this. But, you know, Rod's going to keep chipping away with that hero power. Maybe eventually you'll have a minion that sticks.
Oh.
And Rom Hellscream.
Oh.
You just equip that Despite and you hit him right in the face. Nope. Doesn't hit him in the face? Okay. I mean, I guess he realizes that this is a Reno Hunter, so if he hits him in the face, that's sort of the go play for Reno Jackson. He'll still have enough damage, it seems. But, oh, anti-heal bot! He would have been punished! He did know that there was a heal bot in there, so calculated play.
Well done from Jolly there. Reno Jackson puts him back up to 30. I don't know if Rod can really close this game. And I think it's going to boil down to whether or not he can just stabilize. And right now, his tools are starting to dwindle. So he's going to anti-heal bot here. Don't blame him for that. You know, if he can find like a really good turn for Deadly Shot, that might be something that can turn this game around. But it looks like he's just kind of falling short. Like, you know, his hero power is doing negative work right now. It's just going to go ahead and power shot. He's lining up that Reno Jackson with the Eagle Horn Bow, just hero power.
Yeah.
Good use of this turn, though.
Yeah, he did. Definitely did. But will he have enough oomph to get through? And of course, we always have to keep in mind that Jolly does have that golden monkey, sort of that inevitability built into this deck.
Not the monkey he's looking for.
Nope. Still a monkey, though.
It is still a monkey.
There's that deadly shot value he was looking for.
Yeah, 10 to face, but what if he drew Feign Death right there? Take that Grom and smack him for 10?
That would have been pretty good.
Big Game Hunter's looking pretty good here. Rod actually might have taken control of the board with this sequence of plays. I mean, his hand is really weak back behind, but so is Jolly's.
This match is silly.
That's the furthest word from what I was thinking about. But an accurate description nonetheless.
Yeah.
Here's Monkey tank up. And Rod finally making a little bit of headway on the life total here. There's that Feign Death, but it's not the value he wants right now. He may even just choose the deadly shot here just to keep pushing damage. And honestly, I don't mind this. I mean, he's waited for so long. Jolly had just had a weak turn. Use this right now to try to take your striking opportunity. You're dealing such little damage. You need every single point you can get right now. Oh.
Ooh.
Is he feeling brave? I like it. Yeah, here we go, boys.
Monkey. All right, well, now Rod can just flood the board and not be afraid of removal. That's Alex Straza, Confessor Baltris, and Mogor the Ogre.
Feign Death is looking pretty darn good here.
Yeah, I'd say so. Because not only are you going to steal a minion this turn, you're also going to steal a minion next turn, because there's no way he's removing. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Mogor! This is great! SMR! Mogor knows exactly where the place is. That's a lot of damage to take, and two Alex Strazas! How could there be two Alex Strazas?
All right, well, there's a potential lethal here. There's multiple potential lethals. King Crush, Ragnaros. But King Crush has to get through Mogor the Ogre first.
This game went to TempoStorm.com.
Near Thermoplug.
It has just become legendary.
Yeah.
Wow, this game is insane.
What do you
trade
even...
here? Sylvanas is so good.
I don't even know, but Sylvanas has to connect with a minion. All right, he gets that one. And Leopard Gnomes could just kill him.
Oh my God.
There's Sereno. Okay.
Is this real life?
Oh no, Mogor the Ogre is still on the board, so these hounds might not go the way he wants them to. Oh, jeez. The most important...
Another Leopard Oak spawn. This is actually kind of good for Rod.
Oh, jeez. He's getting more Unleash the Hounds, but he's also putting more damage on the board. Oh, no!
Oh, no. That's a horrible result.
All right, well, this is... I don't even know. All right, Mogor. He's just spawning more Leopard Gnomes every time something dies. Every time
this is a problem.
Dies.
This is a real problem. Oh my gosh!
Ah! They're all gonna miss. Oh no! Oh no! This is just gonna. This is going
good.
even. No, Mogor! Why? Why?
This is a disaster! Oh my god!
What? Finally, Mogor hit. Oh no! Oh my
This is
goodness!
the best game I've ever seen in my entire life.
That was literally the worst outcome from every single hound. They didn't kill a single thing. And then Mogor the Ogre finally hits the golden
He just
monkey.
gets to Alex him! He's just dead!
Oh no.
No, Alex! Alex Jolly, you have the game!
Oh no.
Use the Alex!
He's just... He missed it.
Use the Alex! Jolly, what is happening? Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
he's just casting Malorn.
I don't even know what to think anymore. I don't even know what to think anymore.
Oh my god. This is
Jolly's just having his fun.
what is going on?
What a game. And that's going to be the match going over to Jolly. He's going to go for the style points for the Leper Gnome Lethal. And Jolly's going to take the series 3-1. What a series. What a game. That was the most crazy, intense game of Hearthstone I've ever watched. I think everybody should be forced to play Reno Warrior and Reno Hunter. Absolutely incredible.
Oh my goodness. What do you even say about that game? Like that's literally probably going to be one of the most memorable games of my entire life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like when I'm an old man telling Hearthstone stories to my grandkids about how we only used to have a 400 card pool and 2 Leper Gnomes were in every deck. And the power creep at that point is like, you guys played Leper Gnomes? We have 1 mana 6/5s that deal 5 damage when they die now.
Leper Gnome was even in Freeze Mage back in the day. That's how popular a card Leper Gnome was. But that's Jolly. That was a round of 64 match. So Jolly's going to move on to the round of 32. We'll see how that Reno Warrior deck can hold up in the round of 32. Possibly later today, maybe even tomorrow. But unfortunately for Rod, that means he's been eliminated from the tournament. But what a blast to watch. A great fun we had with those decks. Reno Hunter, the Mill Rogue, the Reno Warlock as well. I'm a little bit upset we didn't get to see the Paladin deck, that it was banned. I'm upset that this wasn't a best of 7, just because I'm sure that Paladin deck had some fun things in store. But really fun stuff from Rod.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a shining example of what happens when you get open tournaments. Like, you're going to see such crazy stuff. I mean, the fact that we see this match take place, as well as the fact that we saw a top player get taken out in the last round by an open player. I mean, it goes to show you that truly just almost anything can happen in these events. Like, anyone can compete with the top pros at certain points, and this is just a fantastic time to really take that to heart. I mean, you know, sign up for these open events that ONOG is having. You know, you can qualify those feature tournaments, a lot of cash on the line, and a chance to just get into the tournament scene. Like, if Hearthstone's something you've been doing and you've been thinking about competing, the ONOG circuit is by far one of the best ones that's out there, if not the best. And April 30th is an opportunity for the next sign up. So if you guys are a U.S. resident and you want to play, time is nigh.
The time is nigh, yeah. So the website's right on the screen there, geico.onog.gg. Also, you can just click the banner at the bottom of the screen in order to sign up for the tournament. So make sure you guys do that. We do have a match coming up. It's going to be Firebat taking on J-Flood. So we got to see Firebat compete yesterday. He did make it on. So we're going to see that match coming up next. Still doing the Cyberpower PC giveaway, guys. So make sure you head over to the website. When you're signing up for the Open, you also enter in to win that PC. So make sure you go ahead and do that. But we're going to have to take a couple minute breaks, but don't go anywhere, guys. More Hearthstone Major presented by One Nation of Gamers continues right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Major at PAX East, presented by One Nation of Gamers. I'm TJ. I'm joined by ThatsAdmirable once again, and man, it's been a fantastic day so far. We've had some upsets with Scrom beating StrifeCrow in one of our first matches of the day, and we just saw the craziest game of Hearthstone that I've ever seen in my casting career, with a Reno Hunter taking on a Reno Warrior. So that's admirable. I hope we get to see more games like that throughout the day. And next up, Firebat versus J Flood.
Yeah, I mean, Firebat, we saw him compete yesterday. This guy's just had such a great resume over the course of his Hearthstone. One of the most dominant players that's been out there, still showing that he has what it takes to continue winning. This guy's always a threat to win the tournaments. But yeah, I mean, the Hearthstone play we've seen today has just been absolutely insane. That last match, that had to be the craziest thing I have ever seen happen in a 10K tournament like this. I mean, I've been playing cards for 20 years. I have never seen anything quite like that. Such a pleasure to watch. Jolly's going to be moving on. We'll see what he ends up bringing to the table afterwards. But yeah, J Flood, not a player I'm familiar with. Looks like he's kind of bringing a very standard-ish kind of lineup, though. Druid, Warlock, Paladin, and Hunter. And Firebat's got that Freeze Mage, Rogue, Warrior, and Priest. We've yet to see his Priest. His Priest continues to get banned. And all in the matches we've seen on camera from him. Really curious what this build is. And also really curious to hear the thoughts of other people. Banning Priest, that's a class that I personally have never banned. I see this class as the 9th best class in Hearthstone, albeit by not like a huge margin. I do think it is slightly worse than the other options you have available to you. So interested that he's brought it, and then also interested to see that it's being banned. Yeah,
and the only thing we know about J Flood, he did 3-0 his first match against Mondo. This is just looking at the brackets, though. I think the forfeited matches were also logged in as 3-0. So not too much to go by here. But his lineup is pretty strong. He's got Hunter, Paladin, and Warlock. If it's a more aggressive Hunter, it could maybe punish Firebat's Rogue a little bit. It's going to be hard to tell. But Hunter's usually there to capitalize on the Zoo Warlocks. It's there to capitalize on the Secret Paladins. It's there to capitalize on the Rogue sometimes. But Firebat really doesn't have too many of those weaknesses. And who knows? Maybe we're going to see another Reno Hunter.
I only can hope so.
Who knows?
After what has been brought in these last couple of matches. These guys are getting seated, selecting their decks, and we'll be underway shortly when these two are ready. TJ and I, as much as we love to talk to each other, we want to see these games just as badly as you do. So stick with us. Be a little bit patient while we get this underway. Something that's really been kind of interesting is how many of the pros that we've been seeing bring Rogue. Super JJ had Rogue, StrifeCrow had Rogue, and Firebat has Rogue in his lineup. This is a deck that for a long time kind of fell by the wayside. Like in North American Championships, we saw very little Rogue. In Europe, it wasn't performing very well during that time. It could have just been metagame constraints at the time, but it seems to be at the very tail end of this week. It's kind of creeping back in. Maybe players just really itching to play Blade Flurry before it gets nerfed. If you guys haven't checked it out yet, Blade Flurry is moving from 2 mana to 4 mana and will no longer damage players afterwards. And Firebat's actually a proponent of that card. He says it's still a card that he will play in Rogue afterwards.
It's one of the best AoEs.
It's kind of necessary, I think. If you're playing Rogue, you have to have an AoE spell somewhere along the line. And if your only option is a poor one, it probably means trim to 1, not have it be like your main source of damage. And I think that's kind of in line with what Blizzard wanted to do. The new set really bringing kind of an identity to classes. Like a lot of the nerfs that we're seeing, like Druid, Keeper of the Grove's getting nerfed, Ancient Lore's getting nerfed, Force of Nature's getting nerfed. Those nerfs I don't necessarily think are 100% about power level. I think it's about class identity. And for rogues, it feels like they want that class identity to be minions that fight for you and will give their life for you as well, with all the death rattle stuff that they're bringing in with it. And that's kind of interesting because they're moving rogue away from that weapon class and from that combo-centric style, and moving it more towards minions that get value out of them. And I think it's sort of the same thing that Warrior's moving towards. Warrior's kind of becoming the weapon class with all the pirates that are affecting weapons and things like that. So curious to see how the metagame's going to be shaping up, but Rogue's certainly taking a hit with that Blade Flurry nerf.
Yeah, also could be, it limits their space to design really cool and powerful weapons in the future with Rogue because of Blade Flurry. Sort of the same thing with Warsong Commander. Limited their ability to design cool minions that had 3 or less attacks. So it wasn't just because of the current iteration. It was also because of the future iteration. So Definitely excited to see the future of that. But for now, we're stuck with the good old 2-mana Blade Flurry that hits the face.
Yeah, buddy.
We'll see if
Smork 'em.
we'll see if Firebat can pull this one through. But this is a round of 64 match, I still believe. So we still got a lot more Hearthstone to come today. We're going to be here all day.
Yeah. I mean, we started at this time yesterday on the West Coast for us. So we've been here since 7:30 a.m. now at this point. So a lot more Hearthstone to come. Again, these players, it looks like one of them's having a login issue at the moment. So we're trying to get that resolved as quickly as we can and get this match underway. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's just kind of, Freeze Mage coming in too. I mean, we've been seeing this deck kind of evolve at the very end of it as well. It's moved, a lot of these versions have moved away from Archmage Antonitis and moved towards the Forgotten Torch versions. And that's really interesting to see to me. Archmage is just such a powerful card in that deck, provides you so much long-term damage. But a lot of the Freeze Mage players have said, you know what? The matchups where I need Archmage Antonitis, they're typically bad matchups anyway. So I can improve my matchup versus other things by having more early utility and just, eventually drawing the fireballs that I get, or the Roaring Torches rather, that you get from Forgotten Torch to deliver that end game damage.
Yeah, very true. And I really like Firebat played some of those matches yesterday, and he navigated them pretty well. So looking forward to seeing that. But while we're waiting, if you guys are watching from PAX East, if you're watching from the PAX East floor, or maybe if you're taking a break, watching on your mobile device outside, ONOG has actually created an app specifically to test out this weekend for PAX East called the Battle Zone app. So if you're at PAX East, go ahead and on your app store search for the Battle Zone Beta. It's by ONOG, or One Nation of Gamers. What it does is it will search for other players at PAX East that are using that app, and you can actually battle them in Hearthstone. And the app has a live ladder, and at the end of the day, the players are at the top of that Battle Zone Beta app ladder will receive prizes, cash, Razor gear. So if you're there at PAX East, or if you're planning on going, make sure you download that app and start battling against your friends. We gave out 5 prizes yesterday to the players that were at the top of the ladder at the end of the day. And so you can head over to play.onog.gg if you want more information about that, or you can just head over to the GEICO Gaming booth, and I'm sure someone there will be happy to help you out with that app. Also, we'd like to give a big shout out, of course, to GEICO Gaming and Video Game Voters Network for sponsoring the event. And of course, CyberPower PC, DX Razer, and of course, Asus Republica Gamers for helping us out with the hardware for this major at PAX East. It's a cool thing. This was sort of added to the 2016 circuit very recently. And it's a 10K tournament with 43 Hearthstone Championship Tour points. So I love what One Nation of Gamers, and I love what GEICO Gaming has been doing for specifically the North American scene. But now with this major, adding in some European players as well. We saw Super JJ. It's a really cool thing to see with a big open events like this.
Yeah, I mean, I always love the opens. I mean, the bigger events get kind of the more prestige they carry along with them. And with the ONOG series, I mean, $70,000 now with this one being put into prizes for tournaments. It's such a big deal. And this one also having the 43 championship, Hearthstone Championship Tour points on the line. It's drawn players from Europe to come compete in this event, and that's kind of a big deal. I mean, that's a flight over the Atlantic to come compete in an event, in a single elimination event at that. The points just being so important to these guys leading into BlizzCon. The competition in the next couple of years, it's going to continue to step up and continue to scale, and that's always something exciting, not only to compete in but also to see. Yeah,
very true. And, of course, the winner of this major also gets a spot at the PAX Prime Grand Finals for the 2016 One Nation of Gamers circuit, which is going to happen in August. So that's another big deal. So far, the players that have made it there were Everstiction, who won the feature tournament #1 from New World Esports, and, of course, Dog from Liquid, who won the feature tournament #2, who made it. So 2 pretty great players. Everstiction coming from the Open. Dog, of course, being one of the invites for the feature tournament. The lineup's already stacked. I'm really excited to see who's going to make it for the finals this time. But looks like we are ready. Talkstone has completed, and it's time for us to jump into the match.
Yeah, buddy. Firebat's going to be leading with Freeze Mage here, where J-Flood looks like that Hunter deck, Haunted Creeper, Knife Juggler, and Abuse Sergeant in hand. And this may have been one of the matchups he was looking for. I know if Hunter it is going to be Warlock instead. Sorry, MK Boss is going to be finding its way into hand. I was going to say if the Hunter gets off to a good early start, it's one of those times it can be a little bit tough. But Warlock Zoo Warlock at that versus Freeze Mage. This is kind of what Freeze Mage was built for, was to tackle matchups just like this one.
Yeah, exactly that. There are some key cards to look out for in this matchup for J Flood, though. Iron Beak Owl with Loatheb, those can definitely put some wrenches in the Freeze Mage's plan. If you can interrupt a Doomsayer turn, or if later on you can block a turn where the Mage player was going to use to sort of survive or even burst you out. Brand Bronzebeard can get a lot of value as well, because it'll either draw a removal or stick on the turn, because that 4 health mark can sometimes be tough in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, so a couple options here for J Flood. Curious to see what he's going to go for. Mad Scientist providing a little bit of early value here for Firebat, but Imp King Boss. Nothing really easy to contest here from Firebat. I mean, he can start doing work on that Haunted Creeper, but if there's one thing I know about Firebat, it's that he loves to draw cards. Honestly, I'm curious why he even puts Blood Mage in the deck. He just, every time I see it in his hand, he always just plays it.
Yeah. It's just an extra cycle, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I tend to use Blood Mage Thanos as just cycle more times than I ever use it for, spell damage. Especially with a hand like this, where he's playing against a board-centric deck. He does have Doomsayer Frost Nova, but the rest of his hand is just burn.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of something that's interesting about Blood Mage, too. The fact that it's so flexible to either be a spell damage in the late game or to just be a cycle early on. Very strong card indeed. Hopefully, I'd like to see that get a little bit more played after the rotation. Hopefully a card kind of steps back in the metagame. Brand Bronzebeard for J Flood, and that is usually a priority kill. I don't know if Firebat, outside of Frost Nova, Coin, Doomsayer, really, or Fireball has a way to take care of this right now.
Surprised that he didn't play the Abusive Sergeant.
Yeah, I think holding back here is probably a little bit better than just, throwing caution to the wind. If he sees a turn like this, he gets to keep Abusive Sergeant in his hand. And this is pretty much the nightmare turn for him. No real way to answer this. He's second Abusive Sergeant in hand. He needs Iron Beak Owl if he's going to stop this. Otherwise, Firebat's going to have a great turn. And that's going to be Acolyte Ping reaching this board now. And this Firebat has just pulled way ahead in this match.
Yeah. That's sort of the ideal situation that you want. You want to be able to develop a minion or draw after you clear the board. And that's sort of both. He does both of those things on the same turn. So Firebat is in a great spot. He also has a lot of burn. I mean, even just right now, he has 25 points of damage in his hand.
Yeah, you're kind of seeing... Yeah, you're kind of seeing that other side of it, just like where this deck went away from Archmage and just chucks burn at your face.
Yeah.
Wonder if that Knife Juggler is going to be the priority. Ooh. I'm just going to take his time to deal with it. It says I have enough cards.
It's a lot of damage. Yeah. And now he's putting that torch in his deck. You see, it's like all damage. Still 25 total damage in his hand right now. Of course, he needs a lot of time to be able to do that since he's only on 7 mana next turn.
Yeah. J Flood's hand's pretty stacked with utility at the moment, though, so I'm just going to have to go with this for now. There's a lot of burst in hand, though.
Yeah, a little bit 12 points. 14 if you consider the Direwolf Alpha with 2 targets on the board. Burst as well.
Doesn't go with the Direwolf Alpha. I'm a little bit surprised by that. Maybe a nod to Blizzard at this point. Blizzard suddenly looks like it's atrocious on this board. But Firebat, I think, is content with this. Like, just very little damage put on board from J Flood.
Yeah. I think if he didn't draw the Alexstrasza, he might start throwing spells at the face that turn. Just start getting the damage. But he does draw Alexstrasza, which means he can play a little bit more cautiously. He has Alexstrasza on turn 9 to do a little bit more consistent damage, which means he could spend the next couple turns just sort of removing.
Yeah, that's going to be a Blizzard. And hopefully these Boombots... Oh, those are low Boombots.
Still, though, Firebat's still right on track for a turn 10 kill with Alexstrasza, double Fireball, Frostbolt. J Flood would have to pop the block this turn in order to stop it, or have a
Loatheb.
And draw Loatheb. So he'd have to have very timely draws here. So J Flood nods his head. He knows this is somehow how the cookies crumble.
Yeah, he has to life tap for Loatheb, I think, this turn.
Yeah, and then he'd have to play Lotheb, pop the block, and kill the Alexstrasza.
Yeah, that's not going to happen this turn. So that's going to wrap things up, unless he draws Keys and Mystic off the top. He's going to go for second Sea Giant. Firebat, 15 points in hand. Very decisive game number 1 for him. Not a surprise. Freeze Mage does a great job at tackling this matchup. And this is exactly why.
Yeah. J-Flood just nodding his head. Yeah, so Firebat's going to set himself in a great position. That's the matchup that he wanted going first. And he gets that Freeze Mage win out of the way, which means he has Rogue still remaining. And I believe it was Warlock, if I remember correctly. No, Warrior, sorry. Warrior for his last deck. Yeah, there we go. So J-Flood might have a hard time with some of these decks going up against the Warrior deck.
Yeah, kind of looking at Firebat's lineup. Sorry to interrupt you. The Skype delay a little bit.
Yeah.
Firebat's lineup looks like it's aimed at Secret Paladin and Zoo. I imagine that Priest deck is quite literally built to try to tackle those two matchups. And if that's the case, almost every single lineup he faces is going to have one of those two decks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, Murloc Paladin.
Another Murloc Paladin. We've seen, what, like 2 Secret Paladins? We've broadcast, 10 matches so far, and it's been like 5 Murloc Paladins, 2 Secret Paladins, and like 3 mid-range Paladins. This is crazy. So many people are playing this deck now.
Yeah, really interesting to see that everyone's bringing it. I mean, it's very clear that people love this deck. And he's just going to get going. J-Flood, Murloc on turn 2 go, and with that Murloc War Leader in hand, let's have some pressure back behind this. I'm not going to answer with Unstable Ghoul, and I imagine J-Flood's just going to keep going. I mean, play the Murloc War Leader and start swinging. Very low utility in his hand. I'm sorry, very high utility in his hand at the moment. No real other action besides this.
Yeah.
Firebat's just going to continue to play minions that actually trade and live.
Yeah, so this matchup is pretty good, just because you have Kazan Mystic. Well, Firebat after
got a fade there.
Yes, he did. Kazan Mystic is one of the ways you beat Freeze Mage with Murloc Paladin. Freeze Mage for Murloc Paladin is a very, very tough matchup. It's very lopsided in favor of the Freeze Mage. So putting in Kazan Mystic, and Firebat's thinking, wow, I'm very happy that I got that win out of the way.
Curious, it looks like he's going to do a Sludge Belcher here instead.
Yeah.
Firebat uses his coins so aggressively almost every single time I see him, just trying to get the most powerful turn he can. You know, I adopted a lot of my playstyle from just watching Firebat play. Just if your opponent stumbles on one turn, you can take such a big lead.
Yeah.
This isn't really a stumble from J-Flood, I would call it, but not really a great turn.
I remember, I think it was you who told me the story of how Firebat was like one of the first players to just go face. It seems like such a simple concept, but he was just one of the first players to sort of develop an aggressive style and not worry about the board too much. He was one of the first players to go with the style of forcing your opponent to have the answers.
The situation right here kind of spells it out. And it wasn't really like he went face, like he would just play face decks. It's like every single deck he would play, he would look for opportunities to just start going face.
Yeah.
It's really unique to watch. So Slam Whirlwind going to be a great turn here for Firebat unless this Aldor Peacekeeper finds way to the board, or second Doomsayer for that matter. You know, one Doomsayer is probably not going to answer this, so Firebat needs an Execute, it looks like, to clean this up.
He's going to need more than an Execute, it feels like.
Now, if he picks up Execute here, he would have been able to go Slam on the Doomsayer, Whirlwind Execute, yeah, and then just kill the other one with just the damage he left on board.
Ooh.
This still might be a Whirlwind Battle Rage turn. I don't think it will be at this point. Yeah, man, I'm wrong. This is just what Firebat does. He just casts his cards. It's kind of interesting to watch. Like you see a lot of players play very conservatively. Firebat's always digging for ways to swing the games.
Still pick up an Execute here and clear the board.
Wow!
Rewarded right off the top there, and Firebat's like, all planned, buddy.
Did draw 3 cards that turn.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. I mean, this is the kind of situation that happens too when he gets rewarded. Is like, now what does J-Flood do?
Yeah. And he gave up that Consecration, and now he doesn't have the board removal. And making that Patron down to 1 attack is okay, but he's still going to be able to
Yeah,
Propagate.
probably wouldn't a hero power this turn if I was in J Flood's spot. It's just going to open up that patron to continue going, even though it's only on 1 power.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see him forego that hero power here instead, and Firebat's going to take this opportunity to start tanking up. Just bash in face.
Yeah. Land hands should be able to draw him into some good stuff here. Double land hands. Oh man. So this is the Murloc Paladin deck still can win this matchup relatively easily.
Murloc Knight is certainly an interesting choice. This was in the early iterations of the build, but players quickly figured out that this would sometimes mess up your math on the anything can happen turns.
Yeah, it makes it so it's really inconsistent too, because not only do you have to account for the fact that you're going to have a Murloc Knight, you also have to account for the fact that you're going to have, whatever crappy Murloc comes out from the Murloc Knight.
Yep. We saw Firebat slow down a little bit last turn by not playing the Dread Corsair, but with all the patrons on board, I think this is like the spot where he's at liberty to slow down and just let his patrons do the work for him and amass a big hand advantage behind so he can always reload.
Mm-hmm.
J-Flood, no equality yet. Second lay-on hands coming out. So we'll have quite a few options here, but does need to find an equality to handle this. There we go.
Down to a couple of them. Down to pair.
Yep. Piloted Shudder. Well, what is that position?
Far right! Possibly. I guess Firebat's just like, I don't even care. I know he's going to equality this board. I'm just playing Paladin Shredder to have a play after it.
Yep.
To have something on the board after it.
So, equality. Now options are Consecrate instead of the Wild Pyromancer, if he so chooses. This is going to go with Wild Pyromancer anyway. It's going to be Solemn Vigil for free as well, if he wishes.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing Murloc Knight might be the play here in this spot, unless he just picks a bunch of Murlocs. Cool, Taskmaster gets dropped.
I mean, just Solemn Vigil. Okay. Whew. Just make sure that you evaluate first. He's still got a heal bot too, so it's not even like he's out of heals. He's still got time. He's got time for days.
I'm curious if he's thinking about Grom right now. Like that could be one of the ways he dies. Like Grom Interage 12, that'd be 18 exactly. So Murloc Knight may be a little bit risky here. I mean, Firebat has drawn cards. He's been holding on to stuff for a while now too. I mean, he's played very little from hand since the Grim Patron turn. He's going to take the risk here with the Murloc Knight. So Firebat does have an out to immediately end the game here if there's no charge from J-Flood. Oh! That is a huge draw.
Wow.
Firebat's going to lock up game number 2 here with that Grom. Dug pretty far into the deck with that Battle Rage plus that Acolyte. Oh, goodness, where his draws get this game.
Yeah. Wow. Still, though, put himself in a pretty good position. J-Flood, I think, I mean, he played just about as well as you could have in that match. But that last turn went with the Murloc Knight instead of trying to maybe block that damage. You could tell his mind was churning. He was thinking, if he has Grom plus Interrage. And you could see sort of the nod of approval of his thought process the last turn. He's like, yep. He's like, I thought about it and decided to take the risk this turn and got punished for it. But that's Firebat taking a 2-0 lead now. J-Flood definitely on the back foot. Got to win 3 in a row if he wants to move on to that round of 32.
He's got to get through Rogue, too. I mean, Murloc Paladin can struggle a lot versus Rogue. Not really a ton of ways to force that deck's hand. And at the same time, he does have that Hunter build, which I think is going to match up pretty well versus Rogue. But he's also got Zoo back behind this. So Firebat going to have a little bit of work to do here. But this is a deck that he is very well versed with. He's been playing it for about as long as he's been playing Hearthstone. And so smart and so patient at sometimes, but also knows right when to go for it too. We've seen him make some fantastic plays in the earlier match he played with this deck.
Yeah.
2 saps.
Not a good hand.
No, that one's a little bit rough. Blood Mage, very nice preparation. Happy to see those. Would like to see Violet Teacher, I imagine. Probably going to be one of his best pickup. Meanwhile, Doomsayer, Wild Pyromancer, Old Murkai, True Silver Champion, Murloc War Leader, Solemn Vigil for J-Flood. So it does have some ways in hand, I think, to pressure the board situation a bit. But
see ya, Blood Mage.
Just put it in an Novice Engineer, man. It draws immediately.
That sucker never stays in the hand. Well, I mean, now he's got Phantom Knives plus a dagger hit in order to take this out.
This does set up for that very nicely. Would not have had access to that spell power had he chosen not to play it last turn. And I imagine this Blood Mage is going to get traded in as well. But Dagger looking pretty appealing here also. So, feels comfortable with his hand at this point. Now he's drawn minions. I think that's Firebat's signal to slow it down a little bit and not focus too much on the card draws. Because he's just going to have stuff to do at this point.
Yeah. And Firebat's hand starting to look a lot better now that he's cycled quite a bit. And going to throw down the Sludge Belcher as opposed to the Azure Drake here. Probably trying to save that for to make immediate use out of the spell power. Oh, yeah. But this trade is going to work out quite nicely.
A little punished from this one, but still plenty of responses in Firebat's hand. Oh, that one's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
This right, take that out. I'm curious.
Value trade.
Yeah, I think it's value trade. No, he's just gonna trade with the old guy.
Okay. Doesn't want to get punished again because a War Leader plus like a weapon would allow him to trade into the Violet Teacher. But now I guess he
a little bit punished though.
Yeah.
Had he chosen to go for Prep Sap there, or Prep Eviscerate, and then Dagger up and kill both threats, Violet Teacher would have forced more action from J-Flood. But maybe that's not on Firebat's mind. Maybe he doesn't want J-Flood to have to be responding to stuff and just looking to build that big board state. With Preparation and Tinker Sharpsword in hand, does have access to a lot of damage later on.
Plus Deadly Poison now. Draws into a Blade Flurry. He's got a huge turn on his hands. And still got some cycle. But J-Flood's been doing a pretty good job of just keeping this board nice and clean. And he's got the cycle. He's played a few Murlocs. So he's been doing pretty well for himself. Oh yeah. He's going to be able to fit both of these Solemn Vigils in.
Yeah, good play for J-Flood here. Draw lots of cards. That's really what you need to do in this matchup to keep going too, is you need to be drawing cards this one.
And he could play the Bluegill Warrior on top of that. Now that he's drawing that, so opening himself up to some really nice turns here. Using that coin to basically turn that coin into 2 cards. Looking pretty scary now for Firebat. That was a really big swing turn for J-Flood.
Yeah, Firebat going to continue to draw here. Prep Sprint available. He's looking for damage more than he is for card draw right now, though. Yeah, J-Flood's looking like he's coming up on some pretty strong turns here. He's got True Silver Champion to answer this Drake.
He can Loatheb Aldor Peacekeeper if he wants to, also. To lock out spells.
A lot of good plays.
Yeah, True Silver Champion, he doesn't really play anything else with it.
This might be a good Doomsayer turn, just to try to keep the initiative.
Yeah.
So Doomsayer, Hero Power, pass it. So it's going to be really hard for Firebat to really develop anything into this without killing, obviously without using something on the Doomsayer afterwards. And obviously he is going to sap with that Violet Teacher. So sap SI7 agent going to come down. And this Violet Teacher is a little bit more protected. This will force action from J-Flood's hand. Now this is one of those scary turns. Rogue plays a very similar style to Druid, where it's trying to stick a minion on board and then punish you for leaving that minion around.
Yeah. And he's got a lot of burst in his hand. He's still missing the Blade Flurry to sort of complete the package. But he does have Sprint. Lotheb's going to sort of buy him a turn. Oh, wow. He actually plays the Murloc Knight as well. Okay.
Takes out the SI7 agent here. Violet Teacher does stick to the board, but under Lotheb, not too scary. That's a Blade Flurry that's picked up. That is... Whew!
Yeah. All spells. And it looks like Firebat's just going to hit the face and pass.
Yeah, it might be sapping here.
Sap the Murloc Knight?
I'm not sapping the Lotheb.
I don't know. It is a 5/5.
Yeah, but he's just going to choose a sap. Says he has the damage to push through a Sludge Belcher should it come down. And that is a lot of damage set up for next turn.
Yeah, it's 12 damage just from hand alone. And that's if he doesn't have a minion going into next turn for Oil to hit on.
J-Flood have 20 damage, I think? His 2 Bluegill Warriors, some Murloc War Leader, and an old Murkai have died this game. So it's going to be 2 from the old Murkai, 2 from each of the bluegills. That's 6. He gets 6 more on those from the Murloc Warleader. That's 12. He gets 3 more from the old Murk-Eye. That's 15, and 5 from the Lothab. That's 20.
Wow. Is that going to be 1 damage off? It is. It's 1 damage off.
Wait a minute. That's 2 War Leaders and 1 Bluegill Warrior. Oh my gosh, 1 damage off. And I think Firebat's going to lock that up with that.
Yeah, it's the same amount of damage with 2 War Leaders or 2 Bluegills, and one of the other. So yeah, that's exact. He should be 1 over lethal here if I counted correctly last turn.
So it's going to be a 6 power. Tinker Sharp Soil. That's 12 damage, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's 17 damage. Firebat going to close out the series. 3-0 versus J-Flood, who was 1 damage off of killing Firebat. Wow, unbelievable.
Yeah, there's just those breakpoints that you have to keep in your mind when you're playing Murloc Paladin. And those breakpoints are usually 15 and 22. With 4 Murlocs played, it's 15, and with all 5 Murlocs played, that first one deals 22, I believe. So, unfortunately, he might have thought he played all of them, but maybe miscounted a little bit, or maybe he just wanted to play that to present a strong board and to clear off the Violet Teacher. But either way, J-Flood going to fall 3-0 in Firebat once again, seemingly like yesterday, quickly moving on to the next round. We're going to see him in the round of 32 now.
Yeah, very strong performance from him. The only thing I think that J-Flood might have been able to do differently was that True Silver Champion turn. Like if he'd hit face instead of hitting the SI7 agent, would he have been able to push in that damage? But at the same time, leaving the SI7 agent on board would have meant that Firebat had an option to trade into Lotheb at that point. So kind of interesting to see how that game would have gone had he chosen to attack face instead of attacking the SI7 agent. But that's a tough one to spot in the moment. So yeah, can't blame him for that one. But good performance by him, I think, with Murloc Paladin in terms of his gameplay. Deck not performing against what Firebat's brought. A lot of kind of combo-y stuff that just burps stuff on the board and hopes that it gets you at the end.
Hopes that it gets you. Didn't get him, though. And that's going to be that series wrapped up. And next series coming up is going to be a pretty good one as well. It's going to be Kalento, another Cloud9 player. That's going to be 3 that we're going to see today versus Rain. So we're going to have to take a quick break before we jump into that match. But don't go anywhere, guys. The continuation, like I said, we're going to be here all day. The continuation of the Hearthstone PAX East Major presented by ONOG will continue right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Major at PAX East, presented by the One Nation of Gamers and brought to you by GEICO Gaming and Video Game Voters Network. My name is TJ, and that's admirable.
What was that movie?
I don't know. It came back to us, and I was like, oh, I don't know what to do. Do I speak? Do I dance? Jump into and Rain. Clento, of course, player for Cloud9. Rain, one of the players who was part of the open signups. So it should be a good one. I believe this is the round of 64. We saw Clento play yesterday. Do you remember his decks?
Indeed, I do. He's playing a pretty standard combo druid version, a copy of Sylvanas in there, a mid-range-ish paladin deck, as well as a tank-up warrior with a copy of Elite Starseeker in there. And we saw him only drop the warrior versus warrior game yesterday, where his opponent Radlac had a very top-heavy control warrior deck with Nefarian, Chromagus, and an Arc Thief for Fama in there. Did drop that game, just not able to really get the pressure going because the number of threats that Radlac had, but was able to close out the series 3-1 in that one. And his Warlock build is a I'm sorry, we may not have seen his Paladin because his Warlock build was kind of like a Reno Warlockish build with
that's right. Yeah, he had we didn't see the last 3 cards in his deck, but it seemed like a combo Reno. I don't quite remember. We saw a lot of matches yesterday. So the Paladin deck I don't think we've seen just yet, but I'm excited to see. Rain, on the other hand, these are the 4 decks that I like the best. Maybe with the Paladin interchanged with the Warrior. But Shaman, Warlock, and Druid are 3 decks that just can win. Just can win against anything. If they have a great draw, if that's a Zoo Warlock, an Aggro Shaman, and a mid-range Druid, if they have a good draw, it's just hard to stop them. And that's just sort of been the name of the game for the past couple months here with the current iteration of Hearthstone and with Conquest. I like Rain's choices as far as decks go, and we'll have to see. Clento's a strong player.
Yeah, I mean, strong player indeed. Over $100,000 in cashes. Lifetime.
Wait, how much?
Over $100,000.
Over $100,000?
I love how you're playing down the accomplishment of winning 6 figures playing cards.
No, that's a genuine excitement. No, that's insane. That's just his winnings alone, which is absolutely crazy. I think back to when I was slinging cards as a young boy, making $6 off my friends, thinking, wow, I am so cool for making money off playing cards. I never thought that one day people would be able to make 6 figures playing card games.
TJ took his spoils and he went straight to Taco Bell on the dollar menu and was like, yeah, I'm badass.
Taco Bell has a dollar menu.
I just assume they have a dollar. It's fast food. I assume they have a dollar menu. Every fast food is a dollar menu.
I believe it's a value menu.
Oh, you know what I mean. You know exactly what I mean. You're gonna split hairs here. Is TJ as you roll into this Control Warrior deck, which I'm sure he has a very different name for it than Control Warrior. Of course, splitting some more hairs and being semantics. Double Crackle, Lightning Bolt, Lava Burst, Knife Juggler. Pretty shaky hand here from Rain. I mean, typically this deck wants to get on board with some minions, start swinging away, and then follow up with the burn spells. You have all these at the start of the game. This is kind of the makings of what could be a weak Shaman hand. And Clento has that nightmare answer that nobody playing an aggro deck wants to see. Turn 2 Fiery War Axe.
Yeah. And a hand like, Anoyatron. Okay, this is an inclusion that I sort of liked a little bit. That's become popular a little bit recently. There's been a couple players that have been experimenting with this. Also wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see a Power Mace in this deck. Power Mace is a fantastic card. If you can get it with a mech on the board, it's so much value from that 3-mana weapon. So definitely have to see it as it goes on. Anoyatron's also just good because it protects some of your early game minions. It protects your Tunnel Trogs. It protects your Knife Jugglers.
Rain is set up for disaster.
Yeah.
Draws a Doomhammer, and Clento's holding Harrison Jones in his hand. I mean, how many Doomhammers does that guy really need for his museum?
I think he's just lying to us now. He's telling us that it belongs in a museum. He's not actually telling us that he's putting it in his own museum.
One day he's going to show up with a handful of 10 Doomhammers. That's when you know you're done. I'm just going to be Acolyte of Pain, try to turn this board into a liability from Rain. And second Lightning Bolt joins the hands. A lot of damage he's putting together.
Yeah. I believe the correct measurement for that amount of damage is a butt ton.
The legal term, of course.
Yes.
That's being used. You know, Kalento is going to overdraw for Harrison Jones, but I don't think he's going to mind that. Like, the bigger factor is that he's shutting off 12 damage from Rain and getting a 5-4 on board. You know, the fact that he's overdrawing, I don't think he really cares that much. He does a Bash 2 Shield Maidens in hand. All he needs to be able to do is just kind of not die, and eventually he wins by inevitability.
Yeah. So, Rain still has a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, to say the least.
And if Kalento Harrison Jones is here, then he still has to worry about... He's not developing anything. And he's just... He can't really even attack in. He's just going to overdraw so much. So much. I mean, he's got what he needs to win, I suppose. He's got a lot of armor gain. Okay, so how much is he going to overdraw? He's going to... That's 7 cards in his hand. He's going to overdraw 3, plus 1 on the next turn. I mean, I guess he can coin out.
Yeah. Again, the big point here is that he's just getting rid of the Doomhammer. Like, that's the purpose of the Harrison Jones.
Yeah.
You know, if he stays ahead in this game, the amount of burns that happen are really not going to be too relevant. All that matters is, can Rain kill him before Kalento kind of turns the corner? That's really the only concern that he has right now.
Mm-hmm. Now you have to think, do I want to trade the coin for a random card in my deck? And it looks like he says yes. He is going to trade the coin for a random card in his deck. And we'll see what that card is. We'll see if it's worth it. It's a Belcher, which could be good. 1 Doomhammer's out of the way. See if you can get through 2. 25 health remains for Kalento. Can Rain get through that? Let's count the damage that he has in his hand.
Minimum 17 with the burn.
Minimum 19?
It's minimum 17 with the burn. He gets 2 from the Argent.
Yeah, that was I was going to say. Minimum 19 with Argent Squire, with Argent Horse Rider, not Squire. It's an Argent Squire on a horse.
The horse deals 1 damage too.
Yeah,
it just collides with him, and then the Argent Squire smacks him afterwards.
There should be a card called Horse. It's just a 1/1 charge.
It'd be a 1/0 charge.
It'd be a 1/0 charge. It'd be deal 1 damage.
0 mana 1/0 charge. You couple that with Hobgoblin.
All of a sudden you have... I don't even know.
Damn. Alright, he's going to overdraw Fiery War Axe. No concern to him. Again, the big one is just going to be, how does Kalento not die? And with 2 Shield Maidens and a Bash, I believe I know the answer to that.
He does want to make sure... he also might want to make sure that he fits in an armor up every turn. But I think at this point you can smack down the Shield Maiden.
It's going to be so ahead in development, too. Like, I mean, now he can just start punching.
Yeah.
Shield Maiden, he's up to 25, has 11 damage sitting on board. Yeah, just start going face.
Yeah. Totem Golem is great, but in this situation, you really just want to burn, I guess. I don't even know. I don't even know what you want. Maybe a second Doomhammer. But at the moment, the maximum amount of damage he can do is 12 plus 8 is 20. Maybe you can try and draw Spell Power Totem, try and weave in these crackles while he can. That's a healing totem.
Yeah, kind of drew this hand in the reverse order he wanted. He would like to have the minions early and follow up with the burn spells afterwards. Just gonna have to just push face and hope that this works out. And he is going to run into a massive amount of armor from Kalento turn after turn.
What's he gonna roll? Oh, baby! Show me the crackles.
Yeah, I imagine this is going to be Shield Maiden attack into the Totem Golem, draw an extra card, and then execute on that, and then push 10 to face, and then have 15 damage on board afterwards with the Grom. So that'll be, just put it down to 19, and then 15 plus the Grom would set up for lethal that turn, as well as prevent about as much damage as he possibly could. He might choose to go for like a bash turn instead, just to try to shut this off, but he can set up a 2-turn lethal. But again, when you're seeing your opponent launch a lightning bolt in face, and then also crackle your face, and the crackle rolls 6, he may be a little bit more concerned with his life total than he is with ending the game. But
there's 7 mana available, so like the most damage he could do would be like double Lava Burst plus Lightning Bolt, which would be 13. He could also crackle for 6, Lava Burst, Lightning Bolt, which would be 14.
Yep. Either way, Rain needs 22 damage this turn, and he is under a ton of pressure. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 is the most damage he can deal this turn, and it's looking like it's going to lock things up. If he has to launch a burn spell at one of these minions, he is not going to win. So Taunt Totem could keep him alive.
Yeah.
Extra point of health maybe from the Finley afterwards.
Finley get an armor up of his own.
There's a Taunt Totem. There's the Finley.
All right, shapeshift, heal, or armor up. Well, he got all of the health gain options.
The game knows he's under pressure right now.
Yeah.
It's like, buddy, you're going to need some help.
Yeah. So decides to go with the shapeshift. And he might as well just throw in the lightning bolt as well, because he got rid of his chance for spell power. I still just don't think he's going to have enough here.
Yeah. That's my thought exactly. If Kleto draws a weapon, he also has lethal. Oh, I'm sorry, if he draws a Fiery War Axe, he'd have lethal, but it looks like, I think one got burned from the Harrison.
So did a Death Spite.
Yep. So, no lethal this turn, I don't think so. If he uses Slam, 15, 18. Yeah, 1 damage off lethal, it looks like, this turn. But still plenty of ways to defend himself.
What now?
Yeah. Sludge Belcher. Bash. Plenty of options.
So shut off the hero power there. Bash is going to set up to 19, and there's no way Rain's getting through this.
100% no way.
It's just nothing's happening here. Shield Maiden's just punching away.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to do it. Rain is going to drop game number 1 to Kalento. This feels like a good one to get out of the way, too. I mean, this matchup's always kind of scary. Like, if they land a Doomhammer and you don't have Harrison Jones as the Control Warrior player, oftentimes you find that that card dealing 16 damage over the course of 4 turns is usually a little bit too much to handle. But timely Harrison Jones. The burns don't matter. All that mattered was preventing the damage. That's going to be the nail in the coffee right there. Try to crackle this Harrison Jones. Doing everything he can to try to stay alive. He's not there, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes all you need from Grom is just 1.
Yeah.
If Grom was a 1-8 charge, Kalento would still kill him here.
Yeah.
Bada bing, bada boom. Easy game.
All right, well, after what seemed like a last 3 turns that lasted a lifetime, Kalento is going to take the victory, and Tank Up Warrior is going to take its win, which means Kalento has Druid and Paladin remaining, and still haven't seen the Paladin deck. Yesterday it was banned, I do believe, if we recall correctly, his series versus Radlac. Rain still has to find win with that Shaman, has his own Paladin, and of course a Warlock deck.
Yeah, still looking all right. If that Shaman deck can beat the Paladin, I think it's really going to be Rain's major opportunity here. I mean, that deck is just so much work versus Paladin if it doesn't have a terrible draw. Then they'll have Paladin and Warlock to fight against that afterwards. I still think it's a little bit in Kalento's favor, even despite, from the get-go, I think it's a little bit in Kalento's favor here, but just from the matchups. So Rain got his work cut out for him. It is going to be Zoo Warlock with a Leroy Jenkins in there, so a little bit more burst option available to him. Kalento's got one of those very scary kinds of opening hands for Druid.
Innervate Keeper of the Grove. And Wrath. Ooh. Lots of ways to fight on the board early on for Colento. That's what you want to see going up against this matchup.
Rain does kind of have some of the cards that match up very well versus Druid. Voidwalkers do a really good job of kind of protecting your abusive sergeants to make sure that they can connect. Redraws the Iron Begal, though. That is not one you want to see in your hand versus Druid.
No. Throwing away a card in your mulligan and getting it back right away. Harrison Jones, though, not that great of a card in this matchup.
No.
Unless he plays a Blingtron.
Innervate Keeper likely to be off the menu for Colento on turn 3 as well. So is just going to Wrath. Maybe that Nerubian Egg can entice him into that. Rain, I think, would, even though it's not a very strong play for him, maybe a little bit enticing, but since he picked up that Dark Peddler, I'm guessing he's got another play instead of the Nerubian Egg.
Yeah. He does have an activator, though, but what are you going to activate? What are you going to kill with just an Abusive Sergeant on your Nerubian Egg? It doesn't match up against a Paladin Shredder. It's a little bit tougher. You want to try and find that Power Overwhelming, but he doesn't find a Power Overwhelming with the Dark Peddler. Does find a Mortal Coil, however.
Yeah, not a lot of action going on. I mean, this is the kind of Zeus start that doesn't really punish Druid that hard. If you have a really good unchecked early board, it's a tough time. But here, Colento's he's got so many good answers. Harrison Jones just going to come down. Likely to see Abusive Sergeant, I think, to trade into that to prevent that from getting too much value. But we'll have options available as well. 2 Nerubian Eggs now. This hand is just so slow.
Sometimes you can afford to have a slow hand if the Druid also has a slow hand, but one activator for these eggs, and it is most likely going to be used this turn. Iron Begal, which is not going to find a good target. Boardwalker, which, yeah, very slow. I don't know. It's not where you want to be.
It's tough stuff. I mean, there's just no way to use the Nerubian Eggs. They're just kind of dead cards in his hand right now. Yeah, he's going to trade up. Nerubian Egg is likely, I think, to find a silence here from Colento. And he's going to coin out that Voidwalker, try to protect that Abusive Sergeant as long as he can. He's got to find some damage here, and his hand is just more utility.
Savage Roar, though, is not that good of a pickup for Colento at the moment. He's sort of got this dead zone of plays between turn 5 and turn 7. He does have Keeper the Grove, which is a flexible play for next turn. But then he's got to find a play for that turn 6 if he wants to, pave the way for that Ancient of Lore with a decent-sized board. Because if you miss a turn against Zoo, they can punish you pretty heavily. And Range, though, just not finding great stuff here. Knife Juggler's good, but it is really vulnerable. You sort of want to get immediate value out of that card when you play it on the board against decks that will have a lot of great removal for it. He might feel more comfortable playing it now that he's seen already a Wrath and a Keeper of the Grove.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see him go for that Knife Juggler. Looks like he's going to lead with Mortal Coil here. Don't mind this either. This is, I think, likely to be Nerubian Egg afterwards to try to get a setup, but Dark Peddler is going to fill out his curve very nicely.
Depends if he picks up a 1-drop that's not too situational. Oh,
gosh. Some brutal options.
Yeah. None of those are good. I mean, this is what I'd probably take Blood Imp.
I think I'm taking
just to have something on the board.
Corruption doesn't seem that bad right now. I mean, you're going to have to find a way to fight back, and your turns are slacking.
Yeah.
It does get a good Blood Imp roll on that, though. And Colento draws pretty dead again. So, Keeper of the Grove, that's going to be the second one for him. Rain may be able to find a window of opportunity here.
Yeah, and now both Keepers are gone, so this opens up a lot of opportunities for him.
Yeah, this may be the start of it. I imagine that Nerubian Egg's finding its way to the board this turn. But with a hand so light, too, I mean, what are the considerations for life tapping right now?
His board's so weak. And if he life taps, he's got to pick up something. I think he just wants to get on the board this turn. I feel like you can't really pass up that type of opportunity.
Looking for that juggle. Nails it.
He gets it, but does he trade in?
I think you do trade in. It's going to put a power on your Blood Imp. It's going to put an extra power on your Knife Juggler, and it also gives you better targets for your Blood Imp at this point.
Yeah. That's true. Doesn't really bring them out of range of much, but that health could add up and might make your trades a little bit better as the game goes on.
Ooh, swipe. That's going to clear the board.
Yeah. Talked about that dead zone. He needed a play. He needed to find that play, and that's going to clear the board, open up a great spot for him to be able to play the Ancient of Lore next turn to sort of refill his hand. And Rain needs some help ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, to say the least. Well, a little bit of hope maybe, but I think this is going to be a life tap turn. He needs to get multiple threats on board. Iron Beak Owl is just so bad right now. Oh, goodness.
The old tap Iron Beak Owl turn 6 play.
The old Nerubian Egg go.
Yeah.
On turn 6. Yep, that's going to let Kalento draw 2 cards, and he just pulled way ahead in this match.
Picks up some good stuff, got some minions. Mind Control Tech is a great card to sort of play in a pinch. Kalento's only taken 2 points of damage, so he's not even under pressure. Even a Power Overwhelming wouldn't even be able to trade in. He'd have to use Power Overwhelming plus Defender Vargas, which is, if he picks up the PO, he could still do.
So many possibilities.
Yeah, he's going to be Imp King Boss. Looks like Defender Vargas is going to be matched with this.
Yeah.
Maybe a window of opportunity for damage here.
Mm-hmm.
But this might open up some plays for Kalento. It does have the option to actually activate Mind Control Tech by damaging his opponent's Imp King Boss for 1.
Yeah. Is that worth it, though? He could attack into the Imp King Boss, Wrath for 1, and just pop down a Piloted Shredder.
Yeah, the big story here is that he's got options for all of his plays, and that's something that you never want Kalento to have as options. Ideally, you'd like him to, he's got 1 play to make and 1 play only. When you give this guy a range of opportunities, he's going to make the most of it.
Yeah. I could even, I could Wrath for 3 on the Defender Vargas if he wants to get rid of that. But he decides to cycle and picks up the Druid of the Claw.
Yeah,
that's going to protect his Ancient of Lore.
And Sea Giant comes to hand. That is actually a liability at the moment. Kalento is hanging on to Big Game Hunter.
It's a trap!
Yeah, you're right, Admiral Akbar. It definitely is a trap right now. That's something that's really funny about this matchup is Big Game Hunter is dead for the most part. And right when Zoo needs a big minion, they have Sea Giant's Doctor Booms. And the Big Game Hunter can just swing it right back around when that happens. So he's going to Iron Beak Owl to silence this off. Maybe looking to pick up some trades here, but I can guarantee that one's going to face. Yeah, trades in the 5-2. And Kalento, oh my gosh, this is brutal.
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't think Rain can win this game from this point. Kalento's at 26. Yeah. He's killing the Sea Giant, getting a Piloted Shredder.
He's gonna even pop the egg because everything on the board trades into the Nerubian relatively well. And this way he can kill the Iron Beak Owl to protect his Big Game Hunter too. So that was sort of Rain's last line of defense. And also now he's free to combo next turn, which he has in his hand. This game is all Kalento's.
Yeah. Lotheb is going to shut off combo for a turn, but it's not going to provide Rain the presence he needs to be able to win this game. Implosion might be able to get something done. I mean, we're talking like Doomsayer from the Piloted Shredder desperate right now, though.
Yeah. He can Implosion and Abuse the Sergeant and just leave the Piloted Shredder on the board.
So many possibilities.
He's already seen a swipe. He's not the decombo in that case, so he can hold on to Lothar for another turn to sort of protect himself. Maybe try and draw into something a little bit more impactful on the next turn.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a strong play here from Rain. He's just been so far behind the entire game. He's going to try to make the most of this. Ooh. Oh gosh, even 2 on the Implosion.
When it rains, it pours.
Is this a trade? Yep, fear of combo is real at the moment, but that's going to allow Kalento to just keep his lead. This is going to be a coast to victory for Kalento at the moment. Doesn't even choose to cast the Wild Growth, just going to Hero Power on that Abuse Sergeant 4 going upstairs, set up that Force Nature Saboteur next turn. It's going to be met with Loatheb once again, but I think he's just suffering too much damage at this point.
Yeah. Haunted Creeper.
The perfect turn 10 draw.
Yeah. It's exactly what I want on turn 10. Give me those Haunted Creepers.
He should take those Haunted Creepers out. It's a liability draw right now.
His zoo deck just becomes 5 drops and above. Mogor the Ogre worked out pretty well for Jolly earlier.
The old disrupt 5 hounds from attacking correctly.
Yeah.
Wow, this is pure desperation. I don't blame him for this one either. Yeah, I'm just going to scoop this one up. Rain fights as hard as he can, but Kalento answers every single minion in a row. Pulls out to a smooth 2-0 victory. Very clean wins from Kalento thus far this series. Paladin's going to have 3 tries to close this one out.
Looking pretty good. And Kalento had a really tough series yesterday, so this one's looking like it's going in a different direction. We still haven't seen the Paladin deck, as we mentioned. Not sure what it is yet. I'm guessing it. I don't know. Kalento, I've seen him play all sorts of things. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Murloc Paladin. He does have Control Warrior, and he does have Arena Warlock, so it would fit sort of that control style. Also, wouldn't be surprised to see Midrange Paladin, because I know Kalento's been playing a lot of that. Secret Paladin would probably surprise me the most.
Yeah, I would say so. That's an ooze in the opening hand. So,
Midrange.
Yeah, this is something a little bit slower, also with the equality in hand as well. I mean, I guess there's a small chance this is like a take on a Murloc Paladin with the ooze so far. But the one thing I can discount from this is Secret Paladin. There's no way the Secret Paladin deck is running Sludge Belcher, Equality, and Ooze in the same build. And that's going to be Murlocs. Yep, he's known for playing this deck very well. I mean, this is a deck he's put a lot of practice in. Kalento loves these control/combo style decks and pilots them very well. That is a smork shot from Rain, though.
Get him.
Hold on, boys. Kalento already has an answer to Doomhammer, which is in Rain's hand at the moment, too.
Yeah. And one of the things that Aggro Shaman struggle with the most is just a Doomsayer, the tempo Doomsayer on turn 2.
I have felt that pain over and over again. So every time I play against Freeze Mage, it's like I feel like they suddenly have 17 copies of Doomsayer in their deck, and 9 copies of Ice Barrier, 4 copies of Ice Block, and then the rest of it, I don't even know where they get the rest of the cards from, but all afterwards, just all Frost Bolts and Ice Lances.
Yeah, he plays a Doomsayer on turn 3. You're like, wow, I thought he already played 6 Doomsayers.
Tunnel Trog Crackle, if he rolls 5 or more on the Crackle, he will preserve his board presence. Is that ever the kind of risk that Rain is willing to take?
So you're telling me it's a 50-50?
Indeed.
In true Hearthstone fashion, can he do it? 50% chance to win, 50% chance to lose.
50% chance to have a good board state and a 50% chance to lose.
Nope, really that's not dramatic enough.
Is it going to go for it? Finds the second copy of Doomhammer. It's actually might be a little bit valuable to him, as well as a Totem Golem. They're just going to take his time to draw cards, and Rain's got his work cut out for him. Landing the Doomsayer is such a critical play versus the aggro decks, because it buys you so much extra time. You know, normally you're going to be struggling if you don't have an early board sweep, because they just build a presence, and it kind of gets overwhelming very quickly. But this a very, very clean demonstration of why it's such an important card.
Nice and clean.
Let me think.
Kalento debating on whether or not to coin out a Bluegill Warrior here to challenge the board.
Yay.
Yay.
We got 2 in favor. Kalento, that's 2-1 at least. Chat. Yeah, it is.
There we go.
The voting system does work sometimes.
Democracy in Hearthstone.
Democracy Stone. Heroes of Votecraft.
All right, well, Rain doesn't want to overload here because he wants to make sure that he plays his Doomhammer on turn 5. So just a Tunnel Trog seems to be the play here, and that's exactly what he's going to go for. And you know what? Just smack him in the face and throw out that 6th Doomsayer.
Is Doomsayer really the play here?
I don't know.
You're giving it up to Doomhammer here if you do that.
Yeah, but then you're
so bad.
Yeah, then you're healing 7 health.
That's exactly what he's going to do. If he sees a Doomhammer, he does have a very clean response with the ooze here, and so I imagine it's exactly what's going to happen. Rain could have alternate plans here, but keep preserving a tunnel trog here doesn't really feel like it's that strong.
You're missing 7 damage to preserve a tunnel trog, and it dies.
It's just going to die to board. Yeah.
Yeah. And you just equip that sucker and start smacking him in the face.
Shloop.
Hit Uther in his space helmet.
It's the sound a Doomhammer makes when it hits.
Doop.
Shloop. God, we are good at casting.
We've hit the 4-hour mark.
It's all downhill from here.
Yeah, this is like the halfway point. Not even. I said I start to get loopy at 6 hours.
Hang on, boys. Yep, going for face. I like it from Rain. It's a beneficial trade for him, I think, and is going to meet the demise, though. Even a Solemn Vigil picked up. Kalento has got such a good turn in front of him.
He's going to think about it, though. He's going to rub his chin a little bit.
I think he's debating a tempo Aldor Peacekeeper here. Yep.
Wants to apply the pressure. Yeah. Drawing cards is great, but Kalento's pretty much got what he needs to win.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got Anti-Killbot. He's already got Lay on Hands. He does have a second Aldor as a backup, so I actually like this tempo play here. One of the ways I think he could lose this game is if he doesn't play the tempo Aldor and Rain has development this turn into a second Doomhammer. Like, that could be a situation that ends up being disastrous. So investing this Aldor onto the board to make sure you can continue to check minions, I think, gives him a much better chance to win.
Yeah. And Rain does have development this turn. He's got Whirling Zap-O-Matic, he's got Totem Golem, and with the board state right now, Kalento wouldn't be able to kill both of those minions. He could also go with Totem Golem, and that would sort of be the same amount of power, but it would also be the situation where he could clear one but couldn't clear both. Also, if he plays double Totem Golem, he still has 5 mana going into the next turn, so he can still equip that second Doomhammer. Either way. If he plays Whirling Zap-O-Matic, he has an extra mana to be able to play Lightning Bolt, but I guess he's going to decide that that's not going to be what he wants to do. He's going to try and force the trade from both minions here.
7 mana would have made this turn look a lot better.
Yeah.
6 mana.
He could still choose over Champion, clean off the board in Solemn Vigil, but he goes down to 19. He doesn't develop anything this turn.
I think this damage is going to be pushed for face here. He might just be in the business of taking 3 here. Yep, like to play. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, he does have a lot of heal, I suppose.
Yeah, this is the Doomhammer. Let's go. I mean, this is your opportunity, I think, to get back into this game. Kalento has played an Acidic Swamp Ooze. He's at 19. You could drop him to 12 this turn. And if he's got heals, maybe you draw some burn spells to get out of it. I mean, Rockbiter's looking like a mighty good top deck at the moment. But the minions, I don't think are going to get it done right here. You need this Doomhammer to start hitting. And Kalento's already showed the face pressure at this point. So if you wait too long, you're not going to have time to get the damage from this Doomhammer.
He does have Steady Shot, too.
Maybe there's some considerations for attacking the Acidic Swamp Ooze here. Just, hitting him for 3 every single turn. Maybe some considerations for trading the full board down, leaving yourself a 3-1 with the Doomhammer behind.
But how many turns does he think this game is going to last? How many more turns do you think this game is going to last? Maybe he feels like he can afford to take that damage again over a couple turns. I think he needs to push damage while he can here. And yeah, goes all face. So Rain has a guaranteed 6, guaranteed 9, guaranteed 12 damage next turn. If from his point of view. That's if Sludge Belcher's not played. And this is going to be a really powerful turn for Kolento.
There's 3 more there. I wonder if he's ever swinging with this True Silver here. And then the other question is Sludge Belcher or Anti-Keelbot? You know, if you play Sludge Belcher and your opponent has like Earthshock Rockbiter, you're just dead. If you just play the Anti-Keelbot and you go 20 and your opponent has Rockbiter and a couple burn spells, you could also very easily die in that situation. So this is not the easiest turn for Kolento right here. He's got to think about all the possibilities. And so the Sludge Belcher, I think, is the most likely one to succeed because Earthshock, even a lot of situations, it's been trimmed from decks. And he's seen Annoyatron in Rain's build. So I think that's helping him discount the possibility of Earthshock by a little bit here. Oh,
Ooh.
not a good draw.
All right. So he can Crackle here on the Sludge Belcher and go for a board clear.
The Crackle's got to land for 5, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he could still, even if it lands for 3, he can attack the Sludge Belcher twice and still Lightning Bolt and develop a Whirling Zap-O-Matic with the leftover mana. So even if Crackle doesn't roll high, then he could still clear off the board. He just misses 2 damage to face and has to take an extra 3.
He's going to go with Lightning Bolt here instead. So Lightning Bolt's going to tell me he wants to get both the Whirling Zap-O-Matics online and potentially the Abusive Sergeant. Did he just Hero Power instead? So Whirling Zap-O-Matic, and I think you go with the second one here. I mean, it's risky, but if your opponent has anything to disrupt this, you're likely just to lose anyway. So Hero Power is what he's going to take. I hope Colento's got nothing behind, but we can see he's got plenty of it left over. It looks like Eldor Peacekeeper Anti-Keelbot's going to be the play here. Too short of lethal this turn.
I think going up to 20 is a pretty safe bet.
Let me think.
It's scary when you're facing down that Doomhammer, though. I mean, Rockbiter represents 10 damage from just that 1 mana.
But I feel like there was opportunities to use the Rockbiter, like last turn. He could have pretty cleanly taken out the Sludge Belcher with the Rockbiter plus Lightning Bolt plus 5 more damage to face. It would have been a lot of damage to push. Pretty efficient damage as well. So I think you can effectively rule it out. But yeah, Kolento does have what he needs to win, so I feel like just putting as much stuff on the board and healing up is going to be the right way to go.
I'm just going to muster for battle and trade instead of the Aldor. Wants to ensure that he has ways to kill next turn. Going one on board certainly is a way to do that. This is it for Rain. He needs something big. 12,
Nope.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Oh, 18 is the max he can deal.
That's the max he can deal. That's if both Crackles roll for 6. He can try and survive on board if he Crackles the Anti-Keelbot and keeps pushing. And Rain is, we saw him do sort of something similar in game number 1, so he's going to go for it. He's just going to hope that Kolento just has no more damage and no more healing.
If you have to Crackle a minion here, I think you've lost the game. Like, and that's something I think he's thinking about as well, is oftentimes as soon as Shaman has made its initial push, it runs out of board presence, and it's having to use spells defensively rather than to invest into the board state. That's typically where their damage falls off.
Well, he does have Steady Shot, so he can push 6 more damage this turn, even after crackling this minion. And he does have charges left from the Doomhammer, so he can go face. If he draws into Rockbiter, then he does have lethal potential next turn in his head if he doesn't die, but we can see that he's going to die.
Yeah, but he needs to Crackle a minion here if he wants to stay alive. If not, it's going to be 4 damage from hand for Kolento, and then 4 damage on board. That's going to wrap it up. Kolento 3-0 in this series. Making it look easy.
Making it look easy, and playing 3 control decks, which is the bold call, but he pilots them well, and that's sort of just been Kolento's style since the beginning, you know. And Rain, unfortunately, has been eliminated from the tournament. Valiant effort from him, but Kolento is a tough opponent to go up against in the round of 64. And yeah, excited to see Kolento move on. Really strong play overall.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing some of the control decks struggle at times, but Kalento just continues to perform with him time and time again. I personally am not too big a fan of the control decks. I've just found that they don't, I have winning rates with them, but I don't win as much as with them as I would do when I just play the aggressive builds. But Kalento continues to put up results time and again.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that's going to do it for that match. Next up is going to be Amaz taking on Ultima. We saw a funny match yesterday between Amaz and his arch nemesis, Sam Stock. And that was a close one. Amaz almost fell down, but managed to come back and win that series 3-2. We'll see how Ultima is going to hold up against Amaz. But keep in mind, guys, we're still doing the CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC giveaway on the One Nation of Gamers website. So head over to geico.onog.gg, or if you're too lazy to type that into your browser, just scroll wheel down a tiny bit and click one of the banners below the stream. It's a sick PC. It'll be right on the front of the website. While you're there, you can also sign up if you're a U.S. resident to play in the next One Nation of Gamers 2016 Circuit Open, which is going to be on April 30th. It's a $1,000 prize pool open. It's one of 10 that's taking place throughout the year. And if you win that, you lead into a feature tournament with a $6,000 prize pool. And it all culminates at the $25,000 grand finals at PAX Prime at the end of the year. So head to the website for more information on that if you'd like to participate during the break. But don't go anywhere, guys. More Hearthstone Major presented by One Nation of Gamers will continue right after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Major at PAX East, presented by the One Nation of Gamers. My name's TJ, And I'm joined by ThatsAdmirable. And we're about to jump into another matchup. That's going to be Amaz versus Ultima. This is still a round of 64 match, so we still got lots of Hearthstone Major action to go left this weekend. Again, we're going to be broadcasting the rest of the day today, and then, of course, we're going to be continuing and finishing off the Major tomorrow. So if you like to watch competitive Hearthstone, if you want to see probably the last, at least, Major before the sweeping changes, not only standard format, but also Whispers of the Old Gods, then this is the place to be right now. Is it not, Admirable?
It certainly is. We've seen so many great matches here. Amaz was in one of the crazy matches we had versus Samstock, but the match we saw earlier today was bananas. And I am looking forward to seeing what we got coming up in this one as well. Ultima is bringing a Druid, Hunter, Shaman, and Warlock, while Amaz is bringing Druid, Paladin, Shaman, and Warrior.
Yeah.
What's so funny?
Yeah, really. We're starting to get pretty far into the day here at the Hearthstone Major. But yeah, Amaz, yesterday, of course, we mentioned in the match versus Samstock that we had a Control Warrior versus Control Warrior mirror, but it was a Control Warrior mirror like no other, where Amaz was playing sort of a more standard version and Samstock was playing a Dragon Warrior version where he was just smacking the face.
Just got to SM work.
He was just playing his weapons and smacking the face. Valiant effort by him, but Amaz, other than that, got some strong decks overall. Ultima seems like his lineups matches up reasonably well. That Hunter deck is going to need to sort of match up against that Paladin if he's going to want to be able to take consistent wins with that. But Ultima, of course, another one of those open sign-up players, so we don't know too much about him. And we'll see if he can make another upset. Of course, we saw a Scrom earlier take out Strifecrow. So that was one of the first upsets we've seen so far this tournament, with one of the open players beating one of the more known players, one of the more popular pro players. And Strifecrow is probably one of the strongest players in the tournament, a lot of people would have said going into it. So that was really cool to see. And we'll see if Ultima can do the same against Amaz.
Yeah, bans have come in. It looks like Amaz's Warrior is going to be banned, while Ultima has had his Warlock banned. We've seen a lot of Warlock bans over the course of this event so far. A lot of people regard it as the best deck that's out there. I can't blame them for it. Warlock is a very scary class to be playing against. So Druid, Hunter, and Shaman matching up versus Druid, Paladin, and Shaman. Honestly, I think from this lineup that I think Ultima actually has, from the lineup perspective, has an edge here.
Yeah, I'd say so. The Warrior ban makes sense. If he can take a quick win with Hunter, then he's got a great shot. All of his decks can beat Paladin, especially the Hunter. And basically, the Druids are going to match up relatively evenly. The Shamans are going to match up relatively evenly. So definitely even. And the Paladins so far this weekend have really surprised me. We've seen, I think, like 6 Murloc Paladins, only 2 Seeker Paladins, like 3 mid-range Paladins.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that's been crazy to see, is how much Murloc Paladin is actually in the in this tournament so far. I mean, I definitely would not have expected that. And I don't think that deck was really on everyone's radar quite this much. I mean, it might be the most, I mean, it might, at least on stream anyway, it might be the most popular deck that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'd say so. I've seen a lot of Zoo Warlock as well, but I still don't think we've seen as much Zoo Warlock as we've seen Murloc Paladin, so very interesting. Of course, Amaz, one of the players playing Secret Paladin, and this is a weird deck.
Yeah, Secret Paladin, I mean, the Secret Keeper's going to be met with a Glaivezooka early on in addition to that Web Spinner, but it's going to be Dreadscale in hand. Wow, this is Dreadscale actually is going to line up really nicely. It looked like it could have been just stuck in the hand, but here, this is a pretty big play.
What the heck is this?
TJ's disgusted.
I don't think we've seen a single Face Hunter this tournament.
It's a Pit Snake from that Web Spinner. Forgot that one existed. Amaz is going to be a kind of he's got kind of a weak turn here. I mean, Secret Keeper Shield and Minibot. That's going to be a Houndmaster for Ultima if he wants it.
I would say yes, please.
This is looking awfully scary.
And that dread scale is just going to keep cashing in.
You want to play this? So Houndmaster for sure. Is he going to take out the Secret Keeper here?
He's got the Glaive Zuka to do that.
Yeah, I'm just going to use the weapon on it. That dread scale is going to clear off that Divine Shield. And 6-4. This is we got a game here, boys.
Oh my goodness gracious! The Keeper of Oldemont can't even be used as like a removal here. You can bring the dread scale down to a 3/3, but you can't even trade up into it after that.
Look at him.
And he's going to take so much damage. That's 10 damage being represented on the board. He might have to play the Keeper of Oldemont defensively. Not even to try and take control of the board, just to try and stop taking damage.
Let's pull 3 power off the board. Yeah, that's exactly what it's do. I mean, none of his plays look good right now. So it's that and go for Amaz. Oh my gosh.
Is this another Reno Hunter?
I mean, it could be. Kill Command's looking mighty tempting here. Let's take a 3-4 off the board. Pit Snake is going to be stranded in hand with that Dread Scale. Kill Command Haunted Creeper looks totally fine to me. You might want to trade in instead. Just use Hero Power.
Just start pushing damage. But I don't think that's what this deck is designed to do. I think this deck is just designed to take control of the board.
And here we go. 7 more to the dome. Amaz is down to 15, and it's his turn 5.
Yeah. This is so crazy. We've seen so many just nuts decks today. I think this might even be a Reno Hunter again. We haven't seen the 2 of. We're seeing some interesting inclusions. Sir Finley Murgleton is not something that we see very often. And at this point, Amaz he can't even really be surprised, because yesterday he saw even more weird stuff. What was that pickup?
That was an Unleash the Hounds.
Unleash the Hounds.
Yeah, that's going to activate that Noble Sacrifice first. This juggle's so important. Not really the one I think he's looking for. Now, this does give him a good board presence. The Dread Scale is kind of threatening his own board here, so he's forced to trade that in. But when that last Hound cleans it up, 4 more to face. This is Hero Power and Pit Snake. And Amaz is at 9, and he's facing down. Oh, not going to play the Pit Snake, actually.
Pit Snake, what?
So no lethal this turn from Ultima unless he picks up something from the Finley afterwards.
Why wouldn't he play the Pit? Why would...
Fear of Consecration is the only thing I can think of. Picks up Flare. So Hero Power, take him to 1, drop the Finley. This...
He's going to look for ping.
Oh, can this ever backfire? Oh, it's the dagger!
Oh, man.
Closes out game number 1 versus Amaz. Dreadscale did so much work.
Ultima can't help but giggle himself into a fit here, because he just beat Amaz's Secret Paladin with the weirdest hunter deck I've ever seen in my entire life.
I mean, if you land a Glaive Zuka onto a Web Spinner, it trades off into a Haunted Creeper, and you play Dreadscale, it doesn't even really know what happens after that. You're usually just in pretty good shape from that sequence of plays.
I mean, I guess so, but when your deck has... Even if... Maybe that deck is specifically designed to counter Secret Paladin, because he did have a flare in it.
TJ's flabbergasted. It's going to be Druid versus Secret Paladin. Now Darkness, Aspirant, Wild Growth, Wrath. Good opening hand for Ultima. Meanwhile, on Amaz's side, Secret Keeper, Avenge, and options for Piloted Shredder and Sludge Belcher. Is going to mulligan away the Secret as well. Picks up 2 Secret Keepers, but no Secret behind it yet.
My greetings.
But if he does pick up a Secret... all of a sudden this hand looks nuts.
Yeah, that's actually one of the best ones that you can play into Secret Keeper as well. I mean, this card, one of the reasons that Darkness Aspirant was so good was actually the way it contested against Secret Paladin. Amaz picks up Coghammer, though. That is a perfect draw into that Darkness Aspirant. Punish it a little bit, get a little bit of extra damage, keep your Secret Keeper healthy, and more options next turn.
Yeah. Also, of course, getting rid of that ever-important mana ramp. Oh, BGH. Not the best pickup there. but PGH is a good card in this matchup in general, just because it's going to line up against a Mysterious Challenger if it comes out. If you can isolate a Mysterious Challenger on board, then usually a lot of times you can get good value to that big game hunter because of the Avenge proc. So, and he's debating here, but I don't think there's. I guess Wild Growth or Wrath is a choice. He's realized that he hasn't really seen Secrets yet, and there was a lot of opportunities for Amaz to go ahead and play Secrets. So he just goes ahead and decides to Wild Growth while he can, which I think is a pretty smart play.
Yeah, I think he's about to fall a little bit behind here too, unless he picks up like a keeper or a swipe or something. Amaz has kind of hit his curve. Drew of the Claw might slow things down here a little bit, but that's a keeper Voldemon in Amaz's hand. So the damage is going to keep crashing in. I mean, that keeper Voldemon has got to be aimed at that 4/6, I imagine.
Yeah, the Knife Juggler is real threatening too.
Single juggle here could be really punishing. You know, it's actually, this does play around mind control tech in this instance. So this actually isn't the worst thing in the world. Like, it's kind of an incidental play around. Not that Ultima has it in his hand, but, you know, if he had mind control tech in that instance, that might have been a way for him to get back in the game. So instead, it's going to be Wrath. Maybe a double Wrath?
Wrath for one on the Secret Keeper, perhaps. Just to cycle and hero power it down. You leave the 3/4 on the board.
Yeah. Good one for him. But now that you see a swipe, Amaz is free to play Muster for battle if he wants to. Sludge Belcher back behind as well, though. Sludge Belcher is kind of one of the clunky options in his hand, so I imagine that's going to be finding its way to the board simply because of the way it'll just match up with the mana curve. But he does put more power on board with Shield Minibot and Muster for battle. So needs to consider the way these turns are going to look over the next couple ones. He's going to go with the most power on board. And Ultima, back to square one, kind of. He's scaling his way up the curve, though, and that's something that Druid really needs to do. He needs to get to these later mana turns and have safe plays. So, some card draw coming in for him. Shading Extramus, no help at the moment.
Oh, man. And no... Oh! But Blessing of Kings is going to punish this pretty heavily. He still has a board clear next turn, though. Yeah. With Swipe and Wrath, so that's going to reset. He's going to take a lot of damage, but Amaz still hasn't drawn into one of those big bombs yet. He still hasn't drawn Mysterious Challenger. No Dr. Boom, no Tyrion. So, no, there's still a chance for Ultima in this game.
Amaz is operating on more of a fair curve in this one, so Swipe Wrath going to take this out. And then redevelop back behind this for Amaz. But Ultima's kind of putting together some pieces here that can really start to make a big board presence. It is down to 14. And so that's going to be the window of opportunity that Amaz is looking for, is how does he push that last bit of damage? Mm-hmm. He's down in card advantage at the moment, but he'll have initiative. So if he can manage to take advantage of that, that is certainly a win condition. Shield of Minibot has to be a welcome draw right now.
Yeah. But, I mean, look at Ultima's hand. He's got Emperor Thorson. He's got Shade of Naxxramas this turn. He's going to reduce some of these key things here. Sylvanas. Okay.
It's a bit heavy-handed. I mean, Emperor Thorson, it threatens so much here. But Amaz has kind of reached one of those positions where now he has to make a real decision. He's really being put to the test here.
Ooh.
Does he trade off the Emperor Thorson, or does he just go for the face? And I think
at this point, you just got to go for it.
Yeah, that competitive spirit draw, I think, has directed his hand. He's got one direction and one direction only. Competitive spirit, 6 to the dome, it looks like, maybe. Maybe he holds back that Light's Justice, but if he's got more weapons in the deck, he's going to need every single point of damage. And there we go. If Ultima can capitalize on this board state, that's what it's going to come down to. Oh, Keeper of the Grove.
I must safeguard.
Wow, he snap calls it. I don't know. I might have thought about that turn a little more. That's dangerous. What did he attack into?
He hasn't attacked anything just yet. So he's thinking about how the secrets line up. And he's going to get the news that it's not Avenge, it's not Noble Sacrifice, it's not Redemption, and it's not Repentance. So if he's been paying very close attention, unless this is Sacred Trial or Eye for an Eye, does have some clean ones here. And Drew the Claws, this is looking pretty much like the shutdown. He's going to even trade into the Pilot Shredder. Amaz needs some massive help on this draw.
Yeah, he needs a Tyrion. Dr. Boom, but he does have a big game hunter to match it.
Yeah, but the Boombots could be what he needs as the threat. I mean, the Boombot's hitting face could be Amaz's real out to win this game.
Oh, man.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 damage. Savage Roar would have ended the game this turn.
This is close. So you're definitely playing. I mean, he could play his whole hand this turn if he really wanted to.
Curious if Force of Nature to try to limit the Boombots from being a big factor.
Yeah.
It's potentially a better play. I do like that he's playing the big game hunter first because his life total is much more important than his minions at this point, I think.
Yeah. And if he clears the board and plays Sylvanas, that means Amaz can't play Tyrion off the top. He can, but he'd have to like play into a 50-50 whether or not he stole the like a 1/1 or a Tyrion, and there'd be so much more stuff on the board. Ultima looks like he's struggling with this. He's going to go ahead and Living Roots a Boombot. What's it going to hit? He could have been punished if that did hit the Emperor Thaurissan.
Yeah, it was prior to the Emperor Thaurissan attack. He's going to do it again.
Whoa!
Oh, that one goes to face for 3. Amaz.
Okay.
Oh, if that trade didn't happen. Oh, if that trade wasn't there. If that Boombot would have punished Ultima, he would have lost this game.
Oh, man. This is going to come down to the wire. And combo or Savage Roar is still lethal.
Oh, huge
my
draw
goodness.
for Ultima. That is a 2-0 lead. Amaz in the exact same spot he was yesterday, down 2 games. But last time he was here, he came back from the situation and took it 3 games to 2 afterwards. He's going to have to do it again.
Yeah. And Ultima, he's like, I'm doing it. I'm doing it, Mom. I'm doing it.
Ultima can't believe it. Look at that reaction from him. Whew. That's a tough spot to be in. I'll tell you what, I've been down 0-2 in a lot of series. I do not win very many of those.
Yeah. Whew. This is yeah, like you mentioned, this is the same exact spot that Amaz was in yesterday against Samstock. He went down 2-0 and had to fight his way back. And this is now going to be Ultima with only aggro shaman remaining, and he has to beat either a druid, a secret paladin, or a what was this third deck, or an aggro shaman mirror. I think it was. So I don't know. Those odds seem pretty good to me. Amaz, though, with a good hand for this match, has Mysterious Challenger now, so we haven't seen that in past games. But Knife Juggler into Muster for Battle with a noble sacrifice to sort of guard it, to protect it, is fantastic.
Ultima's playing really fast. I think the excitement's really getting to him on this one.
The punish. If that juggle hits the Leper Gnome, he's so punished.
Not today.
Not today.
Yeah, that could have been a terrible sequence error for Ultima in that situation.
Yeah. Now there still was a chance if he hadn't played the Argent Horse Rider first that the Knife Juggler would have hit the Leper Gnome and he would have been left at 2-1 on board. But considering turn 3 is the Muster for Battle play, you just get so much more punished. There's so much more damage that's able to be put on the board with a Knife Juggler as opposed to just a 2-1 from the Noble Sacrifice. So, bit of an error.
Yeah, this is going to trade on the board here. And once again, kind of operating on a fair curve here. Ultima limited to 2 mana this turn. Ooh, there's a Doomhammer. That might change things. Now, I imagine that the Ultima is probably still eyeing the Totem Golem, which does delay the Doomhammer by a turn, but probably just a better overall play. And then I'm going to... No consideration for Urshock here, but we'll have it on the follow-up turn. Yeah, it does need that trade. So I can like trade in Knife Juggler, Token, and Competitive Spirit here for Amaz. Maybe he wants to juggle first, see if he can pick off that Feral Spirit. Looks like that's what he's going to go for. Yeah, misses the juggle, so...
Ultima's going to need a lot more burn than this.
Yeah, this is looking really rough for Ultima at this point.
And not being able to play Doomhammer on turn 5 is not a situation that you want to find yourself in.
Yep, he's going to check to see what this secret is. Maybe prior to doing stuff. Lava Shock. Gonna bring back that Juggler as a 3-1. Nope, not this time. It is Competitive Spirit. Ultima shaking his head, knowing it's not Avenge, likely to be Noble Sacrifice or Competitive Spirit. So Earthshock on the Pilot Shredder. Attacks face, and totem up. Yep, this would be enough for him to know that this is Competitive Spirit. That's going to proc on that 1-1. And then Mysterious Challenger's coming down, though, and I don't know if Ultima's going to be able to get past this. This is, Maz is still sitting at 23, draws Coghammer back behind this.
And Earthshock is gone, unless he fit a second Earthshock into this deck, which is very unlikely. Earthshock is a card that a lot of players are shedding from their Aggro Shaman decks. But, maybe he'll be able to piece together some burn. It's just going to be so hard. I don't think it's possible from this stage.
Lava Shocks are looking a little bit weak at the moment.
He's not going to play Doomhammer. That's so surprising. And you play, if you're going to Lava Shock this, then you play Ancestral Knowledge first. Oh,
Okay. Writhing in pain.
Oh god. He got there. He got there. Go get him, Ultima. Go get him.
There's the Avenge, Redemption incoming, Noble Sacrifice back behind. And these are some rough looking plays here for Ultima. Whirling Zap-O-Matic will encourage some action from Amaz.
Yeah.
Oh. That is a weak-looking board in comparison to to the opposite side.
Yeah.
Oh, Blessing of Kings fills out the curve, too.
Blessing of Kings Coghammer is so great. If he hadn't picked that up, having to Coghammer this turn, if the taunt went on the 1-1, well, I guess he would have just Coghammered anyway, but...
Mod says, you know what? I know your build... I know your build doesn't have Hex. I saw your Earthshock. Take 13.
Yeah.
Just this is a casual 13-12 taunt Divine Shield. Take that, Tyrion.
Gonna slam this 13-12 twice.
Good sport here from Ultima. I have never seen blowback at quite that, quite those heights before, TJ.
And you're a man who's an expert on blowback. That's for sure.
Oh. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, but Amaz is going to put himself on the board. Comeback is real. And now he's got to go into an Aggro Shaman mirror and defeat that Aggro Shaman with Druid. Definitely possible. We could be seeing another reverse sweep from Amaz. The story of the weekend for him. But that's such a good hand from Ultima.
Arcade Golem! I love this card! Why is it getting nerfed? I'm so sad.
Everybody, let's get a small moment of silence.
That is a much better hand for Ultima than it is for Amaz, I'll tell you that much. Yep, Tunnel Trog, first here.
So. Leopardo makes it a little bit better.
Not too much, though. I mean,
Feral Spirits is the key card for this matchup, though. I think Feral Spirits
Totem Golem is the key card.
Yeah.
Wow, very surprised by that Whirling Zap-O-Matic. I guess Amaz just use Lightning Bolt here. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Is that a second Whirling Zap-O-Matic? He's just going to... Oh. He's playing so fast. This is the same type of situation that Sam Stock was in yesterday, where he got into a situation where it's up 2-0, and he didn't even think about his plays. He just said, I'm going face. I'm taking my Fiery War Axe. I'm a control warrior. I'm taking my Fiery War Axe, and I'm pointing it at the face. And Ultima's doing the same thing, and he draws a Doomhammer. He's not going to be able to play it next turn because of the Totem Golem. But he's already put 12 damage onto Amaz. But Amaz has such good card quality at the moment.
This Crackle is so important. I wonder if Amaz is going to coin this Lava Burst to prevent that from happening. He's actually going to coin the Feral Spirits here. I'm pretty surprised by that.
Yeah, me too. This Lightning Bolt is going to answer it pretty well. Ultima just needs to make sure that he gets this Doomhammer out in a timely manner. Yeah. So just play. He's just going to play the Lightning Bolt. If he does that, he's still going to have enough mana to play the Doomhammer next turn and start pumping that damage out. He wants to get through the taunt this turn to make sure he opens up room for it to happen next turn.
I mean, if he saves the lightning bolt, kind of the same thing. It does prevent one of his trades. Yeah, like the lightning bolt first here. Maz, good trade setup for him. This
Only
turn.
2 mana.
Yeah, 2 mana is really hurting here. Now, drawing the Flametongue Totem, though, makes toteming up a little bit more appealing in this situation. He's got to be a little bit careful here, though. I mean, he's got to find a way to start racing. Ultima got off to a very fast start, but Amaz has diffused the situation, finds himself at 18, and he's got a pretty sizable amount of card advantage here.
Do you ever feel desperate enough as a Maz to go for Sir Finley and to armor up?
Yeah. See, this is the reason I think I liked the Crackle last turn. Is now he just had to Crackle it this turn. He would have had Feral Spirits on this turn instead, and now Doomhammer comes down and just starts hitting. So first to face, did he trade off on that 2-1? Yep, did trade that off.
That's smart. I like that.
This Finley could really change things. Honestly, I think Amaz wouldn't mind seeing a defensive Finley here. And I think that could really change the way that this board is going to pan out for him. But that Flametongue Totem in hand, these minions are going to provide so much damage long term. Ultima's left with nothing but burn in his hand. But it looks like he feels comfortable about this right now.
Oh, man. All right, well, this looks like a Sir Finley play. Yep, because he totems first. Where did Ultima go?
just left!
Oh, there he is. There's the tank up, but do you go with Shapeshift?
No,
this is the exact same options that we saw earlier.
Yeah, it's the heal, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, just start healing your face. I mean, that's going to negate a lot of that Doomhammer damage. And you're the one with repetitive damage on board right now if you're in a Maz's seat. So that lesser heal pans out to a lot in the long run. I mean, he's debating between the heal up and the Haunted Creeper right now.
Or the Flametongue Totem, because he has to attack into the Stone Claw Totem.
Fair point. So, it is going to be damage to face. And Ultima, Session Knowledge is a welcome draw right now.
An Elemental Destruction!
Oh! That is a huge draw right now. Amaz is going to be set to 12. And now suddenly Ultima has the lead. He's got the lead in life. He's got the lead in hand. He's got the lead on board because of the Doomhammer. Knife Juggler, super important draw right here. Amaz has to get going as quickly as possible.
The thing is, Ultima has 1 mana next turn. He has 1 mana available to him. So he's just going to Snap Call Lightning Bolt. He's going to keep pushing damage. He's got so much in his hand next turn. He's got 4. He's got 11 guaranteed. And he's also got an Ancestral Knowledge. He's going to have 8 mana total unlocked with the 1 Overload. It's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, Maz, he needs another turn to be able to unlock this damage. He's got 4, 9, 10 of his own. He needs to draw a burn spell and not die this turn. I think Ultima's favored from this spot.
Oh, man.
Go. Rock Fighter's gonna wrap it up. Ultima, huge draw for him. He's gonna take this series 3 games to 1 over Amaz and move on in this tournament.
Wow, Ultima, this is probably the happiest Hearthstone moment of his life, taking out Amaz, moving on to the round of 32, and he is so excited with a 3-1 score. Amaz, he got the reverse sweep yesterday, but wasn't able to take it back today. What a match.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be excited about that one. I mean, what a huge upset this has to be. And Ultima, you know, I mean, taking down one of the most popular figures in Hearthstone, that's got to be a good feeling in this open tournament. And keeps his hopes for $10,000, share that $10,000 prize pool still alive in this one.
Yeah. And some Hearthstone Championship Tour points as well. I mean, this is where it all starts. This is why the One Nation of Gamers circuit is so great, because it gives these players that, you know, people that don't really have much tournament experience, but want to sort of get that experience under their belt. You know, have those tournament matches, and Ultima again, probably such a fun moment for him and a great moment for him to defeat Amaz and have a chance to move on. So really cool to see. Really cool to see.
Yeah, wow. I mean, just what games we've seen so far today. We've seen some crazy stuff. We've seen now like 2 big upsets today in the bracket. And just,
yeah, Strife Crow going down to Scrum earlier in the day, and now Amos falling to Ultima. Big upsets. And we're only halfway through day 2 of a full weekend of matches. We still have the rest of the round of 64 to play through today. Round of 32 as well we're going to play through today, I believe, or at least most of it. And then, of course, tomorrow we're going to have the conclusion. But we're going to have the next match coming up pretty shortly here. I don't know what it's going to be yet. Still waiting on the word of what the next match is going to be. But, guys, make sure during the break, if you want to have a chance to compete in One Nation Gamers Opens as well, of course, the major signups are closed. But the next Open, if you're a U.S. resident for One Nation Gamers Circuit, is going to be on April 30th, so just a week from today. So if you want to go there, head over to geico.onog.gg, sign up. It's a $1,000 prize pool for the Open. And also the Open leads, if you win, leads into the feature tournament with a $6,000 prize pool. And if you win that, you lead into the grand finals at PAX Prime at the end of the year with a $25,000 prize pool. So if you want to have a chance to sort of make a name for yourself, have a chance to play against big name players like Amaz, make sure you go ahead, sign up for that Open, and start playing, because it's a lot of great fun. But we are going to have to go to a quick break, so don't go anywhere, guys. More Hearthstone Major presented by One Nation of Gamers will continue right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Major at PAX East, presented by One Nation of Gamers. My name is TJ, and I'm joined once again by ThatsAdmirable. It's been a sick day of Hearthstone. We've seen it all. We've seen upsets. We've seen crazy Reno decks. And, of course, we've seen some good old Force of Nature and some good old Savage Roar. That's admirable. How you feeling, man? Are you enjoying the matches so far today?
I'm starting to hit that second wind.
Yeah,
where
me too, yeah.
That point where you get a little bit tired, but it's like the crazy kind of tired where you're like, I should run a mile right now.
Yeah.
Let's just go for a run.
Yeah.
Not that I run. I mean, just look at me. But yeah, the matches today have been so good. I mean, the upsets are always something special to watch because you just rarely get an opportunity to see that happen. You know, it happens here and there. But for me, the one was just that legendary series between the Reno Hunter and the Reno Control Warrior that took place. And just Mogor the Ogre completely dominating the battlefield by directing the attacks was such a pleasure to watch. And I just hope we get to see more stuff like that. And this one, it's going to be Trump versus Neuromorph. And we're going to see what Neuromorph's bringing to the table. Looks like a bit of a more reasonable lineup here. Hunter, Warlock, Warrior, and Mage versus Trump's lineup, where we saw was a mid-range Paladin, Warlock, Warrior, and Druid.
Yeah, and players are selecting decks, so we're going to get right into this matchup pretty shortly here. Did see, of course, Trump play earlier in the day. I don't think we've seen a single aggressive Hunter over the course of the weekend so far. We've seen Reno Hunter. We've seen crazy Beast Synergy Hunter. We've seen, I don't even know what kind of Hunter that, I can't even remember.
Dread Scale?
Yeah, the Dread Scale, the Ultima that he ran last game. Who even knows? Who even knows anymore what we're going to see? So Neuromorph, I don't say this often, but I hope that he's playing a Face Hunter. Just so we can put a stop to the craziness and actually see some normal Hearthstone. I was coming in this week and I was like, you know what? I'm tired of the meta like everybody else, but this is sort of the last hurrah. This is the last big tournament that we're going to get to see before Standard, before Whispers of the Old Gods. I'm excited to see Force of Nature Savage Roar. I'm excited to see Zoo Warlock. I'm excited to see the Secret Paladin for one last time. But then everybody plays Murlocs.
Just when you know a man has lost his mind.
Yeah.
The statement before he slips into the darkness and despair on that descent. I hope this is Face Hunter.
Smark.
Is going to be. We did see a tournament medic in Neuromorph's hand during the Mulligan phase. These cards look like sort of a Control Warrior deck that's a nod back to Fibonacci in the season he made #1 in North America with Control Warrior. Had a copy of Tournament Medic in there. He's going to be facing off Trump in the mid-range Paladin. Get ready for some Quartermaster, bros.
Yeah, he's got Muster for Battle. He's got Quartermaster in his opening hand. We saw him get Quartermaster value earlier in his match. One of the first matches that we broadcast today. But Neuromorph does have to slam to answer this Snipe Juggler. It is a big threat, especially with the Muster for Battle follow-up looming on turn 3.
Ooh, Tyrion already makes his way to hand. And, you know, you may be looking at that and be like, Tyrion, it's a little bit too early. But in the Control Warrior matchup, really all you want to have is you want to have 1 or 2 things to do early on, and then just start dropping your big cards turn after turn. And so having Tyrion this early is actually, I would consider it a little bit of a benefit here. Neuromorph going to go ahead and coin out this Deathbite. Very smart of him. If he's been paying attention to Trump at all, knows that Quartermaster is available here. So going to try to keep that under wraps. Pilot Shredder, great draw from Trump on this turn.
Yeah, just continuing to curve out. He is sort of throwing it to the slaughter here into the Deathbite, but he is going to guarantee that, or not guarantee, but very likely be left with whatever comes out of that drop going into the next turn. So we'll see if he decides to do it.
Yeah, this is a really interesting turn. I actually really like this now that I think about it, because if Trump can force the Deathbite with just the 3/1/1s, what does the 2-drop from the Pilot Shredder actually leave behind?
What's a Whirlwind doing in this deck?
Yeah, well, it's doing this. Keeping that Quartermaster turn off balance, so Trump going to be forced to throw something away to that Deathbite again. Going to elect for Sludge Belcher. I like using the Sludge Belcher here a little bit more than the Pilot Shredder because he gets to squeeze in a hero power with it next turn, and then also gets more power from the Pilot Shredder than he gets from the Sludge Belcher overall. So I actually really like this move from Trump. He's played it patiently so far and kind of squeezed an extra card out of this as a result.
Trump's going to think this is Patron.
He might. I mean, seeing the Whirlwind definitely changed your mind, but this has been a really slow start from Neuromorph. You know, to piece together a Patron hand here, where on turn 5 they just attack your Sludge Belcher and say go, Like, what would be in his hand?
Yeah, he's
like
played a
Dr.
slam and a
Boom.
whirlwind so far, though. I mean,
Dr. Boom, Grom, execute. Like, this is a tough hand to piece together. But this is the spot where Trump can really get going. Shredder position a little bit off here.
yeah, a little bit lonely over there.
It's kind of nitpicky, I'd say. But, you know, I'm a nitpicky kind of guy.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, same.
Sometimes.
Great trade here for Trump. And also the quartermaster turn set up. But does he want to commit that much to Brawl?
I mean, I don't even know if Brawl's gonna be playing in his mind here. Trump probably has no idea what he's dealing with now. The only cards he's seen are Despite, Slam, Whirlwind, and Fierce Monkey.
Yeah, that's the kind of mix where I saw that, and Reno might be creeping into my mind at that point.
Yeah.
But the other thing too is the mid-range warrior deck that's kind of come into popularity a little bit in the last couple of weeks does run Whirlwinds, and it does run Fierce Monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to commit to the Brawl here. So Neuromorph nods his head in approval. Knows that Brawl is going to be a great turn for him here.
Mm-hmm.
No real follow-up. Oh, he does have a Reno. So maybe this is a Gorehowl instead. Now the Gorehowl actually looks a lot more appealing. He can just eat the damage, have the Brawl afterwards, clear up the last minion, and then go into a Reno turn. Like maybe take a little bit more damage and then Reno to heal this all back up. So Neuromorph actually has a great set of turns in front of him for this matchup. You know, Paladin is going to have a ton of bursts out of hand. I think he could play this one really slow and come out way ahead in the card advantage value. Or the card advantage battle, rather. I don't know why I said value there. I guess because we've been casting for like 5 hours at this point.
Armor up, pass.
Well, if he's going to armor up, that's definitely an interesting one. I would have liked to see Gorehowl this turn. Wow, he is going to pass. Lay on hands may be looking at drawing extra cards here. I don't know. When Trump sees that, he's got to be thinking to himself, there's no way he's got Brawl.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just going to drop Tyrion. I don't blame him here either. Even with the Tyrion being played here, if the Tyrion dies to the Brawl, he gets the Ashbringer from it. And so that is a lot of pressure that's coming in. And Neuromorph, the fact that he chose to forego the Gorehowl last turn means that he doesn't have access to that to start clearing up the little minions that are left behind. And that could end up being a bit of a problem for him here. You know, that Gorehowl was the key turn, I think. He needed to play that turn.
Yeah, he can Brawl and then bash what's left.
Yeah, Brawl is for sure.
Yeah, he could Brawl and then, 2/3 of the time he can bash what's left, unless it's Quartermaster or Tyrion that lives. Slime, I don't think he's even worth a bash. But he thinks it is.
Now I'm curious if Trump is going to keep playing it slow here, or if he's going to start pressuring the life total.
His hand is just really not that great right now. Yeah, I think lay on hands is a must. Because other than that, he doesn't want to override his Ashbringer with Muster for Battle at all. He doesn't really want to play Tempo Eldor Peacekeeper.
Zombie Chow is a surprisingly good pickup right here. Because the Reno and Neuromorph's hand means that heal for 5 is usually just going to be inconsequential. Ooh.
Yeah.
Get ready to tank up!
Yeah.
Welcome to the grand.
Might as well. Throw it out there. Get it out while you can. And he's going to wait till the last possible moment here. A Shield Slam!
Yeah, I think he's hoping that Trump makes it a little bit more of an aggressive push, but this is definitely the signal to slow things down and take it one step at a time. So Trump's just going to evaluate at this point. Does have a lot of longevity with the hero power in this matchup. You know, just being able to amass enough 1/1s will result in some favorable trades, a lot of extra damage. He's going to make sure he uses these every single turn. This Keeper of Uldamon might be a little bit early here, but it looks like he just wants to keep the pressure high.
I feel like I've learned today that everything I know about Hearthstone is wrong.
It's like that one, the next to the last level in Marble Madness, where everything's backwards. You're running over the little obstacles instead of them running over you.
Yeah, I'm gonna giggle like I get that reference.
You've never played Marble Madness?
Good one, that's admirable.
Oh, jeez.
Really great, solid reference.
I'm so old.
7 out of 10.
Get this old guy off the cast.
8 out of 10 with Rice.
Harrison Jones, a little bit late to the party, but one draw is okay. Yeah, the admin, see that in Skype? The admin, it says Marble Madness is the best game.
Never happened.
I'm screenshotting it right now.
Well, Neuromorph still has Reno Jackson. And Trump, I wonder if Trump has Justicar Trueheart in this mid-range Paladin deck.
It seems like a card that'd be right up his alley. I mean, if you're going to run Quartermaster, having an extra enabler to that and like a long-term enabler, I think is usually a pretty good idea.
It also gives you sort of that extra inevitability, especially against Control Warrior. Control Warrior really struggles to deal with those 1/1s, especially later in the game.
Yeah, Trump a little bit of a tough turn. He's got a lot of options available to him. I just feel like options make things tough.
Yeah,
I just want to
screw
play on
options.
curve, man. I just want Mysterious Challenger.
Just want to throw it in my hand and hit him in the face. Just let me play Hearthstone the way I want to.
Yeah. I mean, I throw my hands up in the air sometimes. Say an AO. Going deep on that one. Acolyte of Pain joins Neuromorph's hand. But he's under quite a bit of pressure. I mean, just enough dudes add up to some damage after a while. He's going to commit Grom. Whoa!
And that seems like a pretty bold snap call. He doesn't even know what he wants to do with it after he throws it onto the board.
Looks like Trump may be able to tank up a bit here himself.
And Aldor Peacekeeper.
Yeah, I like the Eldor here over the BGH. The BGH, I think, is going to be reserved for a spot where you're in a bit more of a pinch. This also allows Trump to get a little bit of value from his minions and the armor up. You know, Eldor Peacekeeper is great at answering stuff. You just get to attack straight into it. But kind of the way it's rolling right now, it's, you know, that BGH could easily take out something later on.
Yeah, but so could Aldor Peacekeeper. I feel like BGH is more restricted in its use. Like BGH has to have a 7-attack minion, whereas Aldor Peacekeeper, he doesn't discriminate. He'll take a 6-attack minion if he wants. Maybe even a 5-attack minion. Hell, Aldor Peacekeeper could even take a 4-attack minion.
That's ridiculous, Bobby. You can hit 6, you can hit 5, you can hit 4.
Hell, you can even hit 4.
Trump just going to keep laying on the pressure here. Just enough little stupid guys will get the job done. And let's go ahead and record another one. Reporting for duty indeed. Just pass a turn. Doesn't have to do anything. Those are my favorite turns in Hearthstone, where you don't have to do anything.
I hate those ones because I always feel obligated to do something.
See, that's when you level up. The moment that you decide, I don't have to do anything. It's that feeling in WoW when he goes, doosh, suddenly you're 20 and you get Leandra.
What?
You know the level up sound?
What does it do?
That little swirl of light comes around you.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Little does everybody know, Admirable actually voiced the level up sound in World of Warcraft.
Looking like he's trying to set up for this Baron Geddon, but I'll tell you what, when you play Cruel Taskmaster and only have 6 mana left, you cannot Baron Geddon afterwards. Yeah. So this is looking like a pure error at this point. Oh my, that is not that is not the strongest of sequence there. Bit of a blunder from Neuromorph, but Reno Jackson going to try to make the most of it. Heals back to 30.
A pure, unadulterated error. Yeah. But, you know, Reno Jackson is there for those moments when you might be dead, but you're trying not to be dead. So, Trump, though, I mean...
I wonder.
I don't know why we're laughing. I really don't. I have no idea why, but it's funny.
Yeah. Trump has been doing nothing for a while now, which means he's built up quite a big hand here. Picks up the Aldor Peacekeeper, and guess what? There's a 4-attack minion on the board. But now it's sort of reset. Trump knows, hey, Reno's been played. Now I just got to get as much value out of my stuff as possible. And eventually I'm just going to win, because I'm going to out-card advantage. My hero power is going to out-advantage his hero power. Eventually my 1/1s will build up enough to where I'm pushing more damage than his tank-up can block every single turn.
Exactly, he's going to keep building towards here. Going to take out Reno. Takes out the full Taskmaster as well. Sets up a pretty good Baron Geddon turn for Neuromorph, but Trump has been holding on to this big game hunter for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Mind Control Tech joins the party, but it does not look very good here.
I mean, it's better than... Well, I guess he could just Baron Geddon. This Baron Geddon's pretty good, but it is going to meet its demise here with the big game hunter.
Yeah. Good patience from Chump here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's one of Trump's strong suits, is his patience. Trump's never really a player who feels rushed to do anything.
Yeah, in these control matchups, that patience pays off a lot, too. And he's also seen the Reno, so at this point, Trump also knows that he's pretty free to extend into the board quite a bit after that brawl. Mm-hmm. Reno Jackson has gotten played, so I think Trump is assuming there's one copy of everything in here. Mind Control Tech's going to snag a 1/1, but not really too much help afterwards. There goes an Elwar, I'm sorry, that Acolyte of Pain.
Well, he's still getting value to that Gorehowl. Is this board worth using a quality?
What I'm curious about is this a board where Trump can force card draws instead? I mean, he drew 3 cards from that lay on hands. I'm curious to see what the deck sizes are, because I feel like that might be where this game is headed, is into that fatigue state. And if that's the case, Trump forcing card draws might be in his best interest right now.
He does see that Neuromorph is pretty much out of stuff, though, which means he might do the opposite and try and avoid card draw. And he might feel like he needs to just sort of end this game
It's definitely an alternative.
Later.
If he can choke Neuromorph just out of resources and continue to extend the board in a way that Neuromorph just has to very inefficiently use all the rest of his cards, that is definitely a win condition. And with Ironbeak Owl and Big Game Hunter left on hand versus this board, he doesn't really have many options left. Trump's just going to continue to peck away at the life total until he has amassed an overwhelming advantage. And I feel like it's only a matter of time until he finds another Quartermaster. Mad Bomber!
Mad what?
What's going on?
I don't know. I said it earlier. Today I've just pretty much am forgetting everything that I know about Hearthstone. I'm just throwing it all out the window.
Those are not good targets. Oh my, that's a... What are the odds of that? I mean, those look like it's some great options there. Just whiffs the whole way. There's the Justicar Trueheart.
And that's what Trump's looking for. This card is the bane of Control Warrior when you play it as a mid-range paladin. 2 1/1s every single turn. And decides to trade in the Shield Minibot as opposed to the Ironbeak Owl. Not sure it really matters. Just a sort of a min-maxing thing, I suppose.
Yeah. No difference there. And now just, I mean, this is the point where Neuromorph's in trouble. He does not have an effective answer to this stuff. And those 1/1s, it doesn't look like much right now, but a couple turns down the road when players are operating on very small margins, it makes a big difference. So I think ideally here, Trump can keep... Yeah, that seems kind of like a weird one to me. It seems like he just took some extra damage. He's even just going to play the big game run at this point. If Trump can manage to keep one big threat on board alongside the little 1/1s, this adds up to a ton of damage in the long run. Even in the face of the tank up.
The attack.
Yeah, attack doesn't really make too much sense to me. I mean, maybe he just wants to commit the trade, but I don't think it's worth 6 health necessarily. Yeah. Trump, you're just going to take his time outside of that. He's going to use his second Consecrate here. It looks like. I mean, he may just be in the business of rebuilding to the 1/1s, but looks like he wants to get going. So, Consecration cleans this up, and then the 6/1's going to keep smacking away. He's going to get 18 damage out of that Justicar, which is a ton right now.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess this is the only way that Neuromorph kills the Adjusted Guard Trueheart. But taking 18 in order to do so, at that point, you're better off just hoping that you draw into like a revenge or something like that. So he's going to take another 6. He's going to get it a little bit with the tank up. But Trump still, you know, he's still in the driver's seat here.
Quartermaster will end the game right now. It's going to be Haunted Creeper instead. So we'll continue to grind Neuromorph's resources into the dust here.
Yeah, he's just going to use his hero power to, you know, trade into Neuromorph's cards. And eventually he will just whittle him down enough to be able to close out the game. It's a long, grueling process, but it's effective.
Everything's just dust in the wind right now.
What was that saying? Death by 1,000 cuts?
Yeah.
Death by 1,000 dudes.
I don't know how you cut someone with a hammer in your hand. Like those Silverhand the Silverhand guys do, but
Death by 1,000 thuds.
I feel like those guys should deal more than 1 damage. I mean, look at that hammer.
They deal the same amount of damage as a Haunted Creeper.
Wow.
The damage just seems disproportionate in general, because Uther wielding a hammer deals 3 damage.
That's a Hammer of Wrath, though.
Oh, it's a cog hammer.
That one's a cog hammer, yeah.
Yeah.
It's COG, cog.
Thanks. Thanks for clarifying.
2 more 1/1s. Wants to ensure that he has the best chance to keep his attacks alive. This may be an equality turn here, but yeah, that's a lot of health to lose on that. A lot of health to lose on that Lotheb here.
There's not really anything that's going to take it out, unless his Boombot hits it. That Gorehowl is actually a 0 durability Gorehowl.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that definitely makes a big difference here then.
Yeah.
I just noticed that.
Oh, Willie Starseeker! He's only got 5 cards left in his deck. Maybe that's going to be his win condition here.
It looks like it at this point, but he is getting a little bit low on resources at this point.
Ooh, what are you going to... Okay, yeah. And
Oh.
True Silver Champion, 7, 8, 9. 13 damage with True Silver Champion.
This might just go ahead and be the turn to push, though.
Yeah. Neuromorph's going to need a lot of help. I don't even know what he could have left in his deck.
Don't mind the cog hammer here. You know, just going to occupy attacks and keep dealing damage. But I think, Trump's looking at. I think he's going to end up trading here. Ultimately, he wants to preserve that 5/1 as long as he can. Just going to keep making dudes. Yeah, I mean, this is going to set up nicely for next turn. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 points of damage on board. Neuromorph needs something, or he is lethaled on board. There's the map. It's going to have to lead somewhere. Needs a treasure right now. Oh, that was a literal huge draw if you saw it on the side there.
Yeah. And this...
Oh, ugly.
Yeah. But, you know, he's still got 4 legendaries left in his deck. I think maybe even 5 legendaries left in his deck.
He's got 11 damage this turn.
You know, what legendaries can Neuromorph have that are going to help him survive? Deathwing, Alakir,
Takes 4 damage.
Chillmaw. What else?
That new 5/9 that can't be targeted by spells or hero powers. That 9-mana 5/9 taunt.
Yeah. That one.
10 damage. Just going to make his 1/1s an attack. And once again, Neuromorph going to need some help here. I was considering this last time. I mean, I'm trying to think of any... Oh, he's considering playing the Aldor Peacekeeper. That's what it was. Oh!
Oh, no.
Look at this motley crew of gnomes right here. These guys just aren't doing anything.
Yeah. And that is going to do it.
Yeah,
Valiant effort by a Neuromorph. There was actually a couple cards that might have even won in the game there at the end, but Unfortunately, getting some inconsequential legendaries. He could have hit the Lothep, turned it into a squirrel. That would have allowed him to survive an extra turn. But unfortunately, that means Neuromorph goes down to game number 1. Trump take a lead in the series.
Yeah, but grinding out game number 1 with mid-range Paladin versus Control Warrior. Not really a big surprise to see. I would traditionally say that's one of the worst matchups I think that Warrior can run into. They have to do so much to get control of the board, and the Justicar provides so much more longevity to the Paladin than Justicar does for the Warrior. So just great value that he got in that game. Very patient and made the most out of pretty much every single card that he could have that game. So very slow paced game 1, so I think Neuromorph is still on even keel here as well. But going up against Trump at this point, this is a big guy in the Hearthstone world. Maybe he's feeling a little bit nervous.
Yeah, and it looks like Neuromorph's going to switch gears here and go for the Warlock. And Trump as well going to throw out his Zoo Warlock. So it could be a mirror matchup. Neuromorph looks like he's going to be playing the Zoo Warlock, and that's really going to solidify it. So the mirror matchup for Zoo, all about the early game. Whoever can take control of the board usually is who comes out on top. And all times that means making really weird trades, trading lots of damage into 1/1s to make sure that your opponent just doesn't have anything on the board. And starting off with a Flame Imp is a really great start. And surprised that he goes for a Flame Imp of his own. Dark Peddler would have traded in just the same. It would have given options to the next turn, maybe to protect the Flame Imp, but definitely have to see. Trump's just going to take this opportunity to go face. He has the activator for the Nerubian Egg, which means that if something's played onto the board, he can just use that with the Abusive Sergeant next turn to activate the egg. So it looks like Trump's playing the Doomguard version. A couple of different popular styles of Zoo Warlock right now. One that uses Leroy Jenkins as a finisher, and of course the one that uses Doomguards as well. So Trump's he can play the Brand Bronzebeard and coin out the Abusive Sergeant to trade into the Imp Gang Boss and also activate his egg. What a play.
Yeah, this is about as fantastic of a start as you're going to get. This might be the most effective use I've seen of Brand and Zoo, honestly.
Yeah.
This is a big board swing.
That's exactly what this matchup is about. It's all about the board swings. And Neuromorph had the opportunity to do the same thing himself, but now he's faced with sort of an awkward choice here from the Dark Peddler. Reliquary Seeker in the mirror matchup rarely gets value. Corruption's usually not going to hit something that large. And Soulfire, of course, you have to empty your hand in order to make that super valuable. But he's just going to have to remove this off the board. Too threatening is that 4/4.
Yeah, goes after the 4/4 instead of the Brand. No value here for Trump. Does have that Brand Doomguard combo, which we know is hyper powerful.
Oh, yeah. Really great. Just great stuff overall.
Yep.
Neuromorph with the Acidic Swamp Ooze tech, and he's going to go with that. He's holding onto that Implosion. Ooh, the old tap blast. Oh, jeez. All right, well, Neuromorph does have one of those big swing turns next turn with Knife Juggler plus Implosion.
Yeah, definitely the one he's eyeing right now, but we'll like to see him tap there first. In-game boss would have been a fantastic draw for him. Trump in the meantime, just going to remember this board, taking 6 damage from this Flame Imp. But that's going to get the Sea Giant out. Ah, it hurts. But you know what? I'll take 3 damage to get a Sea Giant in play.
Yeah, and Knife Juggler Implosion can do a lot, but there's a lot of targets on this board for it to hit. You don't really have much of a choice.
Yeah, I think he's got to go for it. Knife Juggler Implosion into that Sea Giant. That needs to die. I mean, that hits for 8. He's going to be in trouble. Oh! That's bad news.
Yeah. Where's he going with that?
This went from bad to worse.
Yeah. And how much damage is that? Is that just lethal? That's 13, 17, 22 damage.
I was going to count it over. That is 22 damage, indeed. Yeah, it just shrugs it off. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let's win the game.
Yeah, okay. Brand Guard.
That's quite the opposite of game number 1, which lasted 45 minutes. Game number 2 is going to last about 5 minutes, and Trump's going to take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, very decisive victory. I mean, Bran and Abusive Sergeant on the Rubian Egg on his turn 3 is just such a big swing when you're able to kill an Imp Gang boss with it. And just no recovery potential for Neuromorph really at all. I mean, he needed such a good implosion juggler turn that the odds were extremely stacked against him at that point. So now Trump 3 chances to win with Warrior versus Neuromorph. We've seen some reverse sweeps so far this tournament, though, but Trump's looking like he's in great form.
Yeah, very true. Very true. Just that Warrior left remaining. We'll see if he can take out one of these decks from Neuromorph. Got 3 chances to do so. Still have yet to see the Hunter deck from Neuromorph, but looks like we are going to see it now. And there's 2 cards that don't usually go hand in hand, and that's going to be Web Spinner and Arcane Golem. Web Spinner is usually only found in the mid-range versions of the deck, and Arcane Golem is usually found in the very aggressive forms of the deck. So interesting to see both of those in the same deck.
Yeah, seeing the Savannah Highmane, looks like he wanted to have a little bit more reach with those Arcane Golems. Finley on turn 1, Trump is playing Patron Warrior, and you know that Ping is a fantastic option.
Oh, yeah. It's a little bit brave to give up armor up against the Hunter. You're just sort of hoping that it's not going to be an aggressive version, and he is going to be rewarded. He's going to see the Web Spinner here. So Trump is definitely in a great spot with this opening hand. He's got an Unstable Ghoul. He's got an Acolyte of Pain to throw behind that. If he can bait out an Iron Beak Owl here, he's going to be feeling pretty good. But looks like Neuromorph is just going to go ahead and hero power past the turnover.
Yeah, it's going to open up Acolyte of Pain for Trump here. And just start chipping away these life tools. Trump's really... he's done a lot of work with 1 power minions in this series so far.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Neuromorph going to look over his turns here. Nothing looks too great for him. But none of his options look horrible either.
Some of them look kind of bad.
Quick shot the Acolyte and just hero power, and that's going to open up that Core Crown Elite for Trump now. You know, we've been working with 1 power guys so far. We're going to start working with 4 power guys. Giddy up.
Yeah, he's got so much damage in his hand. He could just start taking the aggressive path here, going for the race. I mean, with just the weapons alone and the inner rages, he's got so much damage.
Given the play last turn, I wouldn't be surprised to see a kill command on this Core Crown Elite. And if it doesn't die, it's going to add up to a lot of damage. And those Leopard Arm's going to join the party. And it's kind of free for Trump. I mean, he just pings it off and keeps going.
Yeah.
Like Fiery Warak's face here is totally fine.
Yeah, just keep putting on the pressure. That's 5 damage this turn. That's 5 damage going to be going in on the next turn as well. All of a sudden, you're looking at 12 health on the Hunter, and you're racking that up. Dr. Boom on 7. This is looking really good for Trump. I don't know if Neuromorph's going to even have time to play all these loaded threats that he has in his hand.
Finley's gotten in for 4 points of damage so far. That's such a good 1-drop, isn't it?
Well, any 1-drop that's a 1/3 seems pretty decent. Trades into 1/2s.
Savannah Highmane going to be the play. Trump is... Yeah, it's a good one. I mean, anything to just add to the board and keep swinging.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really matter what it is right now. It looks, I mean, to me, this just looks like damage upstairs, set the Deathbite in the Armor Smith, and roll into your Dr. Boom.
Do you start cashing in on these inner rages, though, to push this face damage?
Well,
I think you do.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Knows that attack is set up, and that's also going to set up the kill. I mean, this kill is coming very quick.
Yeah. He's got a kill over the next 2 turns. He can just Deathbite ping next turn and then have lethal. And he's got Armorsmith on the board, being protected by this Unstable Ghoul. So it is going to be silenced away, but I don't think Neuromorph's going to be able to piece together nearly enough damage.
Yeah, really struggling here. I mean, just so much damage been taken already. How does he come back from this? It's just going to take withdrawal from the Beast. Plays Web Spinner. Captain's Parrot, no good. What if he just jammed Captain's Parrot and got a pirate off of it?
Yeah, Captain Greenskin.
Yeah, Trump is looking pretty good here.
Yeah.
It's tough to pass up Dr. Boom. But man, when you're this far ahead, Yeah, it's just going to be Dr. Boom instead. Trading the Finley there and set up for lethal Neuromorph. I mean, this is the last leg right here, and the Bad Scientist is no help. And that looks like it's the end of this series. I don't see a way to deal with this Dr. Boom and live.
Yeah, without taking the damage. Doesn't look like it's going to be possible. And is this Trump's second? Is this going to be Trump's second 3-0 of the day? Did he 3-0 in his first matchup?
I haven't checked the brackets on that one. It's going to be a second victory on camera, though. Yeah, second 3-0 of the day for Trump.
Yeah. Really good stuff.
Just dominating the bracket so far.
Mm-hmm.
Boom button for 4, why not? And, that is a way to live, actually. But he still doesn't have a follow-up to this. There's no way he lives through the secret. Yeah, that's just going to do it. Neuromorph falls 3-0 to Trump, who moves on in this series.
Yeah.
Very decisive victory for him.
Yeah, it was Snake Trap, so Neuromorph's just like, yeah, whatever. I'm out of here. Peace. And that means Trump moves on to the round of 32 to join many more. And there's still so many great players still left in the bracket. We have Firebat. We have Nostum, Super JJ, Calento, the Jordude, Orange. There's a lot of great players still left in the bracket who have already moved on to the round of 32. And another couple of big names that we're actually going to be seeing in our next matchup is Amnesiac, who's the 2016 America's Winter Champion, who's going to be taking on Zalay. So both these guys want to continue to carry the Archon banner further now that their valiant leader has been disposed by Ultima.
Yeah, always tough to fight the team battles, but this is just something that happens in these large events like this. Eventually, if you guys are winning enough, you will run into each other.
Yeah.
And this is a big matchup indeed. I mean, Amnesia coming off of the North American Championship win, and Zalay being number 1 in points in 2015 for North America. I mean, he's been so consistent over his career. Hasn't really put together too many big wins. He has a couple of them in there, but still hunting for some more trophies to stick on that resume. Mm-hmm. So I can guarantee this next match is going to be a little bit cutthroat. Both of these guys are going to want to win in this one.
Yeah. Probably going to have to go to a small break before we jump into that matchup, guys. But make sure, again, you head over to the website. Enter in to win the CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC if you haven't done so already. geico.onog.gg, or just click the banner right below the stream page. But just a few minutes before we jump into the next match, guys, so don't go anywhere. Lots more still to come at the Hearthstone Major presented by One Nation of Gamers. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Hearthstone Major presented by One Nation of Gamers. Players are live from PAX East. My name is TJ, and I am joined by ThatsAdmirable. We have a doozy of a matchup coming up next. It's going to be Amnesiac taking on Zalay, both members of Team Archon. This is only going to be the second matchup that we've seen so far. That's between two known players. Yesterday, we did see Reynad versus the Rat. So now we're going to move into this matchup. What do you think of this one, Admirable?
I think this is the highest profile matchup of the weekend so far. North American champion, fresh off his win versus Zalay, but a very consistent player over his career. Was the leader in points for 2015. Off to a decent start this year, but still hunting for those big results on his resume. Has a couple of them there, but would like to pin a few more badges on his uniform and keep in the battle for this one. Always tough to fight the team battles, but it's going to happen at some point.
Yeah, and this is the round of 32, so we're moving on to a little bit further into the tournament to the round of 32. So getting to that round of 16 ends up being a big deal. It means you only have to win a couple more matches to find yourself in that top 4, in that top 8. I believe the Hearthstone Championship Tour points are distributed among the top 8 or top 8, maybe the top 16. But they're getting close to getting to that point. So Amnesiac, of course, Rogue, Mage, and Warrior. He tends to stick with some of the same decks, the decks that he's comfortable with. He's definitely a rogue player. Plays a lot of freeze mage as well, so wouldn't be surprised to see that. Zalay is just a player that happens to just plays what's sort of the best, the meta decks. So maybe Aggro Shaman, Zoo Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the person that he is. He just will play the decks that he believes are the 4 best decks. And in my opinion, these are the 4 best decks right now. Druid, Shaman, Warlock, and Warrior. Amnesia, it's kind of interesting that he's not bringing Druid. He's a very experienced Druid player. And in the really tight scenarios, the little things that make a big difference is matchups. He navigates those so well. Mm-hmm. Him and I have practiced Druid so much together, and we've spoken a lot about that deck and the matchups that it has. He may be not bringing it just because of the variation from such a big open bracket like this and not wanting to fall into situations where people maybe have a lineup that's kind of strong against Druid. So that unpredictability may influence this a little bit. It's kind of the same thing we saw from Firebat. Firebat just wanted to bring some more well-rounded decks, it looked like, and be able to navigate and have his decision-making be the edge over a lot of these players. When you run into a player like Zalay, you might get punished for having a deck that's kind of meant to maybe take on the weaker players that you're going to see in the field. So in this one, I think I have to give a little bit of an advantage to Zalay in this one. I feel like his lineup is just simply stronger.
Just overall better, yeah. Zalay did participate in the One Nation of Gamers feature tournament number 2, which happened last week. And he was playing an interesting version of Hobgoblin Zoo, which he's been known to play in tournaments and on his stream in the past. That deck did end up being his weak link in the tournament. And it's a deck that basically substitutes some of the more inconsistent cards, some of the finishers, like Doomguards and Leroy Jenkins, in order to fit in Hobgoblin plus some additional 1-attack minions. So it was his weak link. We'll see if he'll be going with that deck again, or if he'll change it up maybe to a more traditional Zoo, or maybe even to a slower Warlock like a Reno Warlock. But we are going to jump into this first matchup. It is going to be Zalay throwing out the mid-range Druid, and Amnesiac is playing a Patron Warrior.
Yeah, Patron Warrior a little bit different than what we saw from the North American Championships from him. Not surprised to see it, though. It's just simply one of the strongest decks in the format right now. He's got Acolyte, Deathbite, Whirlwind, and Frothing Berserker on the open with the coin. Zalay, meanwhile, Wild Growth, Shade Next Rammus, and a couple of Druid of the Claws. Those guys can make a big impact versus Warrior. And I'm curious if Zalay actually knows what Warrior deck Amnesiac is bringing. You can see a little bit of lighthearted friendliness in these two. Know that Wild Growth does improve Druid's win rate by a substantial margin.
Yeah, I know these two play and practice together quite a bit. I think even before they were teammates as well, they collaborated a little bit on decks.
Yeah.
So cool to see a little bit of friendly in-game banter between them. Yeah, Zalay's hand's looking pretty scary. Amnesiac does have Death's Bite. He does have some tools to fight back, but still no patrons, and that's sort of one of the keys to this matchup. One of the win conditions for the Patron Warrior is just to make patrons as early as possible, and Druids just have a tough time dealing with multiple patrons on the board at once. They have to have an ideal hand in order to do so.
Yeah, I'm just going to be Frothing Berserker to play here. And Zalay has a couple of wonderful options in front of him with those two Druid of the Claws.
Just charge it down.
Yeah, I think Charge actually might be a little bit better here just because of the guaranteed kill. Prowling Berserker is certainly a scary minion to leave on board.
Yeah, maybe he's not too worried about it yet. He's thinking, what do I get punished by if I taunt this up? And there's quite a few answers, but how much of a punish is it? If he uses some type of spell or a weapon plus an execute, then that Prowling Berserker is going to be able to push damage. But the safe play is just to go ahead and charge it down, get rid of it while it's still not that threatening, and definitely like that play. Now it's time for Amnesiac to start developing this Death Spite. Still needs those patrons though.
Yeah, I think I do like going for it the way that he did. Just feels like it's a little bit stronger this way. Mm-hmm. Keep that shade on board, and still again just decent options in front of him. I mean, Druid of the Claw taunt is looking a lot stronger than it was last turn, I think.
Where shall I start?
Yep. Druid of the Claw doesn't
swing. Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't get killed. The only thing he does get punished by here would be like an additional Whirlwind effect. So Zalay knows that the coin is still there. He does not want to see Patron plus Swing plus Whirlwind. That would be worst case scenario for him. But let me check does have both executes. And he does have Battle Rage. But is that going to be worth it? He would have to spend his whole mana. He would leave the Druid of Claw up. So it looks like he's just going to Whirlwind.
Yep, let go for the Whirlwind first here, just to get a little bit of extra information. Maybe there's a situation where you don't attack. Like 2 executes is still pretty reasonable here. You have to Death Spite for the next threat afterwards. You're setting up for Battle Rage almost. Like say you just draw another strong minion or that you can play on board, have it damaged, then run into your Battle Rage turns. Executes are looking appealing here. I'm actually curious which one is better. You also save yourself 4 points of health right now. Like maybe your opponent has to keeper this, and you get a little bit easier trade.
Yeah, looks like he is going to go with
single execute instead. A little bit surprised by this.
He can take a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think he's trying to. I think he's trying to get the Acolyte to absorb a hit here, and then have more information afterwards.
I don't think that Acolyte's absorbing anything. Maybe a Rasp or 2 after this Azure Drake.
Look, I agree with you. I'm not attacking the Acolyte of Pain here with my shade. I'm dealing 5 damage, but
that seems way too hopeful for Amnesiac. Maybe he's thinking that the coin is going to be incredibly useful moving forward into these next couple turns, but Zalay has a strong turn. He's going to be pushing even more damage. It seems like Amnesiac's going to have to attack into something, which is going to be more damage that's going on to him. So Zalay has already picked up the combo.
Yeah, 5 damage coming across too. This is looking really scary. I think I would have liked to. I think foregoing the execute last turn was a bit too greedy, and that's something that Amnesia is kind of known for, is being a little bit greedy with some of his plays. So I don't think it's like too bad, but 5 damage is a lot when you're this low.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but now he has to execute it this turn anyway. So he took 5 damage to draw the coin. Is that worth it?
I don't think so. We'll have to see, though. That is just game. Force of Nature Savage Roar plus Living Roots is 16 damage. So it looks like Amnesia is going to get punished, and Zalay with a great pickup off the top is going to take game number 1. Amnesiac can't help but smile. He's like, man, why didn't I bring Druid?
That's what I would be thinking too. I think Druid's great. It's the last hurrah for it. Get him, Druid.
Yeah. But that's not a great start going into a matchup that you probably, especially at the highest level, consider yourself to be favored in. Of course, Druid can always do Druid things, but getting off to a good start in this matchup, Zalay with 2 of more consistent, strong decks left to go up against Amnesiac's lineup. Got to be feeling good.
Yeah, I'm curious if this game pans out any different if he chooses to coin the execute. I'm not sure that the outcome really changes that much. Zalay just had a strong hand behind, but Amnesia definitely would have had a little bit more time to work with there. But being down 2 executes, that's all Patron has in terms of the tempo removal. The weapons are used early to try to buy tempo, and the rest of it's trying to piece together big Grim Patron turns. If the Druid just gets off to a good start, they're just going to have heavy pressure on you the rest of the time.
Yeah, so now we're going to move into Aggro Shaman versus Patron Warrior. Nijiak's Patron Warrior deck lines up pretty well against both of the decks that are left for Zalay, assuming that he's running a Zoo Warlock, which, judging by his lineup, it seems likely that it is. So Fire Warlock is definitely a welcoming sight, as are Unstable Ghoul and Armorsmith.
Yeah, pretty good opening hand here from Amnesiac. Zalay's opening hand's looking pretty good, too. I mean, Finley into Totem Golem, always a welcome start, but I think it's just going to get disrupted. And Shaman, when it gets disrupted too heavily, kind of can just fall apart at the seams. It does need to push a lot of damage, get some good value from its cards. Yeah, I'm not as surprised to see those two get pitched back. Ooh. Second Armorsmith.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's a lot of potential damage.
Ooh. So this is a pretty strong start for Zalay. He could Tunnel Trog into Coin Feral Spirits and still have a 1-drop. But the thing is, it's super vulnerable to Fire War Axe. Maybe he wants to test for Fire War Axe with the Sir Finley first. And then if he sees it, on turn 2, he can play Totem Golem, which would be just out of range.
Franker Z. Yeah, I mean, his turn 1 has a lot of different options from, using the coin and not using the coin. They mean very different things for this hand. I mean, how much of a difference is 2 1-power guys on the board versus a single 1-power guy? Because if he just goes with the Tunnel Trog, and then he finds himself into Totem Golem, Coin, Rockbiter, maybe on an Unstable Goal, it's looking pretty good. He's actually just going to go for Totem Golem first, which is really strong versus Fiery War Axe. But I'm a little bit confused by this play. I mean, to me, this tells me he wants to hold on to Tunnel Trog until he can play it with the Feral Spirit.
Yeah, he can. I mean, this is sort of there's two ideal scenarios with the Aggro Shaman. One is against decks where you know that your opponent is going to have an answer to Tunnel Trog. Is you coin out this and then you play the Tunnel Trog plus Feral Spirits in combination. But they're both vulnerable to Fire War Axe, and Zalay his aggression just gets stopped in its tracks.
Yeah.
No damage with that opening hand, and that's the risk that you take queuing this deck into a Patron Warrior. It's just so strong.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit surprised that he chose to play the Tunnel Trog there. Like, I feel like if you're going to play the Tunnel Trog, that playing it first gives you more information from it prods for information from your opponent, and still deals a pretty reasonable amount of damage. Like, if you run into Fiery War Axe, then you can drop the Totem Golem and try to offset the Fiery War Axe later on and roll into the Feral Spirit afterwards. This way, he runs into the Fiery War Axe and kind of ends up in the same spot. So Ping almost certainly going to be his play here. Maybe there's a justification for Dagger Up. Like, if he takes Dagger Up here, he can clear this off and maybe do something else next turn. But yeah, Ping is definitely a better option overall.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's still a chance that he can outvalue here. Because he does have a lot of good minions. And Zalay, it looks like he's running Piloted Shredder in this version, which Piloted Shredder can fight back on the board quite a bit. There are a lot of dead cards. And now that he's seen both Armorsmiths, once those Armorsmiths have been killed, that's a lot of sort of pressure off of Zalay, knowing that he doesn't have to worry about additional armor gain from a Patron Warrior. He just has to worry about the armor up every turn. And Nishiak's hand is not looking good right now. He needs additional tools, especially if the Unstable Ghoul dies this turn. If it doesn't, then he's in great shape.
Yeah, and that's where I think that this really changes here. I don't feel like Zalay's really ever going after this Unstable Ghoul very often. And so if he doesn't kill the Unstable Ghoul, the Grim Patron's a huge punish that, you have Piloted Shredder in here, you're on turn 4. Yeah, I mean, and here's the punish afterwards. This is going to be a really tough game for Zalay to win. Oh, Inner Rage gets picked up too. Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Nishiak does a little Kobe. Woo! That is brutes.
Yeah. And Zalay's just like, not like this.
Oh my gosh.
Not like this. That is so much armor. That is so many patrons.
You trade in for sure. You trade in. I even think you crack the Armorsmith in the Pilot Shredder, try to get a poor drop on Zalay's side of the board and preserve as much of your patrons as you can. If your patrons live for the next turn or so, you are going to win.
Yeah. That's exactly what he's going to do. 36 life. And Zalae's got to use a lot of these burn spells. I mean, he can clear the board here. He can ping off one, crackle the other, and then rock biter the other. So there's a full clear.
Good cleanup from him, but he's giving the turnover back over to Amnesia. Now, Amnesia only has one card left, and it's not very strong right now. So this all in from him, if this gets stifled and he draws weak, Zalae does have a window to really try to punish that. Getting a 2-3 off this guy, I think, was super important. If this would have been a 1-power minion, this might have been a loss for Zalae.
Mm-hmm.
Did draw Abusive Sergeant, though, so he even would have been able to turn that around. Yeah, this is just tough. I think Zalae just has the answers to this, honestly.
Yeah. And still has a slight card advantage as well. He's got Tunnel Trog. He can hide the Tunnel Trog behind the Feral Spirits going into the next turn. So, like we said earlier, Patron Warrior cards by themselves aren't that good. But a Sludge Belcher, oh my goodness. Probably the best card in his deck on that turn. He's ripping things off the top like it's nobody's business.
Yeah. Zalae still has a good reload here, though. Tunnel Trog into Feral Spirit. Puts a lot of pressure on board. That Grom is still 2 turns away from being available. So Amnesia is just literally playing off the top of his deck at this moment.
Mm-hmm. And that's quite a bit of a stressful experience. Playing off the top of your deck in a tournament match. Even though this is the round of 32. Still a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I don't really see another play here from Zalae. I mean, he is a very patient player who's always going to take his time with these kinds of turns.
He wants to make sure that he has an answer to the Sludge Belcher. But, I mean, next turn he's got Rock Biter weapon in his hand, plus a ping. So, not that the ping would mean anything. If the Sludge Belcher goes into one of these Feral Spirits, he can just Rock Biter it down.
It's kind of a weak draw.
Yeah, just a Dread Corsair. I mean, a Dread Corsair is a taunt. It is going to soak up some damage here, which is a big thing. If Zalae doesn't pick up another spell to fight back on these minions, then he will have to trade the Tunnel Trog in.
Woo!
Ooh, Argent Horse Rider plus a ping does effectively remove that. So, he doesn't have enough mana.
Don't worry, loves. The cavalry's here.
Yeah, it does have Abusive Sergeant and Rockbiter to get through this, though. And then he has the 2-3 Wolf to run over the 1-2 body left and then push 3 damage with the Tunnel Trog. So I think this is a minor advantage to Zalae right now. I mean, Amnesia's getting a 10-7 next turn. So that's a big deal. But Zalae has started his assault finally.
Yeah. Started it, yeah. Amnesiac's still at 35 health, so not anywhere close to going down in this matchup.
Wow, that's a big draw right now. +2 power on that Tunnel Trog. It's unchecked unless Amnesia draws something. And this damage is going to start piling in.
Yeah. Acolyte of Pain, it's going to be guaranteed to draw unless Zalae... Fire War Axe!
Goodness,
What a
Amnesia. Drawing some hot heat right now, and I think that may have been the turning point in this game. Zalae is once again at a disadvantage. Facing down Acolyte of Pain, probably one of the... See, this one isn't so good.
Yeah. And I don't think that Zalae runs Ancestral Knowledge. He has Sludge Belcher in the deck. Or sorry, not Sludge Belcher, Piloted Shredder in the deck.
Yep.
So it seems to be more minion focused, which usually means that you have to cut some of those excess cards, which a lot of times means Earthshock's Ancestral Knowledge are usually some of the first 2 to go. But Zalae, he's not going to bow out yet. He's going to try and hit face a couple more times. Armor Smith is down. Rage doesn't do too much here because he's going to get a draw from this anyway. But that...
Just in case your Enrage didn't do anything, here's an Acolyte of Pain. I think fate is deciding this one.
Yeah.
Fifth.
Amnesiac was chosen to win this game.
Oh my gosh, it's so ugly. Make it stop.
What would even be a good draw in that situation? Doesn't feel like anything.
Knowledge. Deathwing.
Ancestral knowledge, yeah, if he has that in his deck.
I'm just going to put a Deathwing in my Aggro Shaman. Along with I'm going to put a Ragnaros and Deathwing in my Aggro Shaman, just so when I get to these spots, I just have like 2 giant draws, and they're like, what? Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Like, this is insane! Sure, Amnesia's played this game really well, but he is drawing so good!
Yeah.
One of them's got to draw good, I guess. I mean, the comparison one way or the other is that one of them's draw good. Shredder positioning.
Far left, I understand. Far right.
5, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 damage only at the max. So it's going to be Lightning Bolt for the Doomsayer. Misses, and is going to continue to sit here and take his beating.
Yeah, and it's just going to be, looks like lethal over 2 turns from Amnesiac, so...
Especially with that one.
Zelay, unfortunately, not much of a chance. Actually, 0 chance. Maybe a Miracle Elemental Destruction.
I still think Deathwing's got to be the draw.
Yeah.
And even then. Yeah, no help.
The Doomhammer.
The game has been over for quite some time, but I mean, this is like the 36-point lead with 3 minutes left. It's just not going to happen.
You're going to attack the Frothin' Berserker twice? Amnesiac returning the favor. But he is going to tie up the series 1-1, finding a win with the Patron Warrior. Yep. And Zelay had a great start, too. I mean, when both players have a good start, it's going to go to the player who has the favorable deck, which in this situation is going to be the Patron Warrior. So Tunnel Trog, Totem Golem, Feral Spirit's not going to be enough when you're going up against double Armor Smith plus Fire War Axe.
Yeah, brutal start for sure. So Shaman still in the lineup here for Zelay, going to have to take on Freeze Mage and Rogue with it, as well as that Warlock. You know, you brought it up earlier with the Hobgoblin Warlock. He's been one of the only players, I think, in the competitive scene that has continued to play that deck and truly believed in it as well. I mean, he's been queuing it on the last day, fighting for a top 100 spot. He's brought it to events before.
Yeah.
He believes it fights some stuff very well. I'm curious if he brought it to this event as well.
Yeah, it fights for the board really well. It has some big swing turns.
Oh.
That is not a Hobgoblin Zoo Warlock deck. That, to me, looks like a Malagos Warlock deck from the opening hand. I mean, we'll have to see. But
it looks exactly like a Hobgoblin Warlock to me. You're going to discount it with Emperor? Bam! Big turns.
Just missing the Hobgoblins and all the one-attack minions. That's all we're missing.
Yeah, I'm going to venture to say this is Malagos Warlock, which would be a good mix-up from him. The Acidic Swampoos, Imking Boss, Shadowflame Mortal Coil, alongside what we've seen so far. I mean, so could be Reno Warlock.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see as this unfolds. There's a couple key cards we're looking for here. So if you see Azure Drake, Twilight Guardian, those are going to be pretty dead giveaways. If you continue to see some strange one-ofs, like say a Mind Control tech hits hand, or like a Demon Wrath, that is going to signal Reno Warlock. So, Amnesia's hand is not good at the start. Oh my gosh.
Double sprint. That's punishment for the last game. Siphon Soul is still an indication. Well, actually, it could be an indication of both still, but I'm definitely leaning towards Malagos Warlock here. And Amnesiac has no plays for a while now.
Hellfire, still no indicator.
Brand Bronzebeard, still no indicator.
No, that's leaning towards Malagos for me now.
Yeah.
That's one of those key cards I think it gives away. Almost every Malagos version runs Brand Bronzebeard and Nancy Keelbot as their big healing swing, rather than the Reno Jackson. So I'm just going to take this turn to set up Dagger on 3 points. I wonder if this delay is going to ooze this or not. I mean, this is a tough ooze to pass up.
Yeah. But it's turn 3. Imking Boss. Steel does pretty well against a Deadly Poison. Deadly Poison doesn't really line up well against Imp Gang Boss. So he might feel like he needs to play on curve. But yeah, hard news to pass up. Got to go for
It's
it.
way too good.
Yeah.
I honestly think I would have been a little bit stunned if he chose to pass that up.
You're basically just taking his Deadly Poison and 2 of his mana. 3 of his mana.
So this wouldn't be an unreasonable Hellfire.
It is a Reno.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is a Reno. Oh, kind of interesting. This wouldn't be like an unreasonable Hellfire, and I don't think it would be an unreasonable Defender of Argus and Mortal Coil. And it might even be reasonable to just leave the Violet Teacher up for a turn or so and look for a bigger swing turn with your AoE. But with a lot of decisions in front of him and Violet Teacher being one of the scariest minions I think that Rogue can play, he's certainly going to consider his options for killing this.
Yeah. It's just not clean. Soulfire and a Reno Jackson Warlock. That seems interesting. I mean, I guess it's a decently strong card, but it feels like there's so many cards in the deck that you just don't want to discard. I mean, it still just might be some other form of Warlock that runs Twisting Nether, but Twisting Nether is only ever found in Combo Lock or Malagos Warlock. Or, sorry, Combo Lock or Reno Lock. And Combo Lock hasn't been popular for a long time. So, just going to play on curve. Start hitting him in the face. And yeah, there's a Bomb Lobber, so... oh, did we see this deck? Did we even see this Reno deck? Soleil played yesterday.
Yeah, the Bomb Lobber is sort of bringing back some memories, actually. I don't remember if it was him we saw using Bomb Lobber or someone else. I want to say it was him. I mean, no, it was Orange was playing Bomb Lobber.
Oh, yeah.
Orange was playing Bomb Lobber. I mean, those guys are teammates. So it wouldn't be surprising to see both of them using identical lists in this event.
Yeah, but Orange wasn't playing a Soulfire.
Well, we don't know that. Did we see his entire build?
I think we did see his entire build. Yeah. But an interesting choice. We'll have to see if it's going to work out for him. But this is a pretty nice turn from Soleil here. Bomb Lobber, he knows that he's going to be able to coin Mortal Coil on whatever comes out. I think he was hoping for the... Maybe hoping for the Violet Teacher here to get rid of that value. But Sludge Belcher means that he can trade in to the Slime as well this turn. Get another Imp from the Imp Gang boss. Still in a decent position. And South Sea Deckhand in Rogue is a card that we haven't seen as much of lately. It seems players are going away from that and going for more, I want to say more minion focus, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case. It's just less burst focus, I guess.
Yeah, so I'm going to give a charge. Just using it for removal here. Not too big a deal. 4/4 Edwin Van Cleef. And is this Trade City or is it Dome City? Still looking for some trades. Wants to keep his board pressure, solidify as much as he can. With 2 sprints in hand, I think if he ends up buying time, that's the kind of situation where he can find a win here. Because his hand is just so lacking options. He just doesn't really have anything good to do. And Soleil's going to be life tapping quite often this game. And so he's going to be fresh on choices pretty much the entire time. So relying on this sprint to give him the options to buy even more time to find the burst.
And with this deck, Amnesia can piece together lots of burst. But Soleil's got to be expecting it. So this turn, he can Hellfire to clear the board, or he can Dark Peddler, Search, and Defender of Argus to take out this Violet Teacher and get a little bit more value, a little bit more mileage out of this.
Ironbeak Owl, also pretty reasonable here. Shadow Flame's a bit surprising, but it's one of these matchups where Shadow Flame just isn't very good.
Yeah,
like, it's not critical to your win condition at all. So being able to make the most out of those kinds of cards is important. And this sprint, a lot of options now for Amnesia. Picks up that key Blade Flurry. Second Violet Teacher in hand.
Now he's got Prep Sprint for the next one. that's going to make it a lot easier to fit in along with something else. Like next turn, he can go Violet Teacher, Prep Sprint, if not too much is played on the board. But he is going to pass it over. And Zalay has... Oh, it looks like we're just going to see the tops of their heads.
We'll get this camera issue fixed as quickly as we can.
Yeah.
In the meantime, yeah, Zalay's turn's just not looking too terribly strong. I mean, he's got some stuff he can play, but is this the kind of progress he wants to be making? Brand, Defender of Argus. This is probably the most value he's going to get out of Brand this match. And this does also protect him pretty darn well versus Blade Flurry. And Amnesia's got to get something done versus this board. And one charge on the dagger, it means he can't swing and Blade Flurry this turn without using basically all of his mana.
Yeah, he can re-dagger up. Deadly Poison. SI 7 Age in the face. Prep Oil. Blade Flurry. Full board clear. You have a 6/3.
Does he need to re-dagger up in that situation?
Yeah, he has enough mana to re-dagger up. 2 for the dagger.
Up, though. What does he actually get from that?
Oh, yeah, he doesn't need to re-dagger up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got so many different ways to do this. I'm curious which one he's going to find best. So it's going to be Violet Teacher, Backstab, Prep, Tinker Sharpsword, Oil, alongside this Deadly Poison, and this is just going to be a big Blade Flurry and hope to keep the board clean.
Yeah. This is infinitely better than the play that I suggested. I guess you sort of waste a Backstab here, but you're left with a much stronger board at the end of the day. The one thing is you don't fully clear the board. You could have used the Backstab in the other scenario to clear the board, but again, sort of a wasted Backstab. I mean, I don't know if Twisting Nether is ever getting much better.
Tough to say. I mean, typically in this matchup, your board clears are just not very strong. You know, you're facing down 1 or 2 minions at a time. Yeah, it looks like Twisting Nether's gonna be the play. The other option was to take a risk with the Dark Peddler. Could have run the 1/1 into Violet Teacher Hellfire and search for Moral Coil Dark Peddler, but leaving the Violet Teacher around is gonna be so risky. Azure Drake off the top gives Amnesia some good gas here. And that SI7 needed to face. And ooh, Shadow Bolt gets drawn. Second Sprint actually going to come in handy here. Zalay's going to be continuing to fight to keep the board clean as long as he can. And his options are dwindling a bit at this point.
I think you got to start fitting in life taps here, though. You got to be getting close to that Reno. You got to be getting close to win the game yourself. You don't want to give the rogue too much time. But do you have enough health to be able to do that? You can tap Shadow Bolt and Earthring Farseer here.
Yeah, I mean, Amnesia just used a lot of stuff. So he may feel comfortable leaving a minion on board for a turn or so and looking for a better turn. But Hellfire looks so appealing. So he's going to take the risk here with Hellfire into Dark Peddler. If he finds a Mortal Coil, his turn's looking great for him.
Or an Elven Archer.
There it is.
Oh, picks it up.
Now, do you tap the turn or not?
Is that a Molten Giant?
Oh, jeez. That is bad news for Amnesia. Picks up a second sap so he can delay the Molten Giants being a big impact here. Sprint going to reload the hand. 8 damage from those Eviscerates.
Do you dagger up this turn and prep sap?
I think you sap so you don't die. The dagger up doesn't feel like it has too much impact here.
You set up for a next turn lethal with Azure Drake, double Eviscerate, but then that's hoping your opponent doesn't have Hubot or Earthring Farseer or Reno Jackson. So it's a little bit bold. And preparation might have a little bit more use as this game goes on. But Michak's going to be running out of damage really quickly here, it feels.
Molten Giant's really scary. Twilight Drake, Molten Giant, Earthring Farseer up to 15. Under pressure. Lotheb is no use right now, I don't think. I mean, he's just going to kill it.
So he can...
Can he win with the Azure Drake?
It can't pull any more direct damage, I don't think. Enough direct damage. He has 10 damage with the Eviscerates.
You know, if he'd have set up that dagger last turn, he actually might have had a chance to win this turn. But I'm trying to think of what draw he would have needed. Like Tinker Sharpsword Oil? So he did 14 Tinkers. Yeah, he still wouldn't have had the damage with Tinkers, even. Just doesn't have the mana to do everything. This is such a tough spot.
Yeah. He really doesn't want to use this burn damage on these minions, but he might have to in order to survive. He could sap this Molten Giant for one more turn.
Lothab prep sap is what it's looking like to me. I mean, that Molten Giant is just... when you're at 11, Molten Giant is terrifying.
Mm-hmm. But just 2 damage needed for Zalay, and Lothab doesn't block a Dark Bomb or a Soulfire. We didn't know that there's a Soulfire somewhere in there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be trade and replay the Molten Giant. Like, Amnesia's been struggling to handle this. I mean, it's the second time in a row he sapped it and has not made any progress on your life total. So if you just run over the Azure Drake with Twilight Drake, run your 2 guys into the Lothab, replay Molten Giant, it looks like you're sitting in great shape to me. Like, maybe you squeeze in a life tap here, but I feel like the way he's going to lose this game isn't with card economy. I feel like it's just the damage coming from Amnesia. I mean, he's got Shadow Bolt, Implosion, and Siphon Soul in his hand. What minion's actually going to get through?
If he does tap, though, he could pick up Reno Jackson. He could pick up Healbot, which I'm sure is up the deck. Or he could pick up Dark Bomb and just win the game.
Yeah, that certainly is a way to do it. Might have Power Overwhelming in the deck as well. Could have influenced the decision. Zalay going to take
as well.
Yep, 2-1 lead here for Zalay at this point. And we're going to work on getting this camera issue fixed. Apologies for the tech issues here. But, man, 2 sprints and still not really enough gas. That Molten Giant, I think, was enough to actually swing the game in Zalay's favor. It was still looking pretty even, and post the second sprint, I think that Amnesia had a slightly better chance to win. But Zalay still had Dr. Boom he could have drawn, he still had Reno Jackson he could have drawn, still had Molten Giant he could have drawn, and all 3 of those make such a big impact.
Yeah. So now it's just Aggro Shaman left, and Aggro Shaman, I feel, does decently well against Freeze Mage, if that's the mage that it is. We're just assuming, based off of Amnesiac's previous playstyle and the decks that he usually brings to tournaments, and also does really well against Rogue. So it's going to be a tough battle for Amnesiac if he's going to want to climb and make it to that round of 16. But still possible.
Something I've noticed with the Aggro Shaman versus Freeze Mage is that Doomsayer is pretty much the key card in that matchup. If I get Doomsayer early and I can't check it, I usually end up falling out of the game. But if they're just leading with kind of smaller minions and just getting ice barriers and ice blocks, and I continue to hit over and over again, you get to like that turn 6 point where your opponent has to have AoE turn after turn after turn to keep up with you. And then even if they're AoEing, you still can have Doomhammer back behind with all your burn spells, because all your burn spells rarely ever have to be used on minions unless they're Doomsayer. And I think that's where that advantage is getting generated from.
Yeah. But still don't know exactly what kind of mage deck this is, though. Just speculating. And it looks like we are going to jump into the match here in just a moment. And we'll see if Zalay can pull it through, or if Amnesiac's going to tie up this series and bring it to a game number 5. It is Freeze Mage, and judging by the Novice Engineer, it looks like it is going to be Torch Freeze. And Zalay with a decent opening hand here. Is there merit to keeping Doomsayer against Freeze Mage?
Doomhammer, you mean?
What did I say?
Doomsayer.
Yeah, Doomhammer. Is there merit to keeping Doomhammer against Freeze Mage?
Yeah, I think the merit to keeping Doomhammer is so much more about your opening curve, because I've kept Doomhammer, I think, in every matchup so far. It just depends on the way my hand's opening up. And so when he's got Haunted Creeper and Totem Golem, that's a very strong opener. And so that is going to incline me to keep Doomhammer a little bit more often, because I still have the early action, so I'm not really searching for that many early spells. Yeah, he's just going to pitch away the Rockbiter and go with that as well. I mean, if you have early game and you follow it with Doomhammer, that's one of the strongest turns that you're going to have. So I don't blame him for doing this at all.
Yeah, and we'll see if... Amnesiac does draw some good cards early on, though. Frostbolt is pretty good for fighting back on the board. Mad Scientist is great, especially with... Ice Block in the hand is not that good, but it means he's more likely to pull out Ice Barrier with the Mad Scientist, I suppose.
Yep. Like the Haunted Creeper here from Zalay will challenge all of the 2-1s, and with Knife Juggler in hand, it means that he has potential to run over this Mad Scientist and to keep his Knife Juggler alive for the following turns.
Mm-hmm. Still a chance, though, that he misses these juggles.
25% chance he misses both.
Is he willing to take that risk?
Yes.
Totem Golem is still a strong play. But
Soleil is definitely willing to take that risk, I think.
No, I think he's going to crackle.
I think he's going to totem.
Wow, okay. Does not trust. No faith.
I'm very surprised by that. Like, if he thinks that this is yielding him a better win rate, that'd be the only reason to do this.
All right, so next turn he's going into 2 mana, so he can play Knife Juggler then and trade it in. But how often is the Knife Juggler going to be better next turn than it is this turn?
Well, I mean, it plays cleaner on his Overload, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I guess that's honestly, like, I think the reason to play the Totem Golem here, now that I think about it, yeah, it's just curve considerations. If he plays on I don't know. I mean, turn 3, you're overloaded on turn 4. Who cares? I mean, he's just gonna go face.
Yeah, and look at that. Picks up a great turn 4 play with the Piloted Shredder that doesn't overload, which means he's gonna be able to play Piloted Shredder. All right, picks it off. He's gonna be able to play Piloted Shredder into Doomhammer. Sick curve from Zalay, and he's looking like he's in a great spot. Amnesiac does have Frostbolt. He does have double Blizzards if he can make it to turn 6. And Alex Strauss if he can make it to turn 9, but even then, it might be too little too late.
I'm just going to Frostbolt ping off one of these guys. Man, Pilot Shredder is actually really strong in this matchup. This is one I have not had the liberty to play with here. Rare position error from Zalay, playing a bit quickly. If he's playing this quickly, I think it means he feels very comfortable about his position.
I don't think we've seen a single Piloted Shredder land in the middle today. They're all going far left. Yeah, it's like everybody's getting complacent. They're like, Standard's coming soon. Piloted Shredder's going to be I don't even care anymore.
Autopilot.
Yeah, that's a lot of burn from Zalay. And he's already got a lot of damage sitting on the board, so looks like he's just going to go ahead and get rid of this Mad Scientist right away.
Yeah, a little bit surprised he would choose to do that. Just wants to preserve his Pilot Shredder, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Willing to take the hit because of that. With Finley and this suite of burn behind, I mean, I think Zalay's got to have an advantage here. I mean, Amnesia is only at 27, and he's rolling into Blizzard. Yeah, the Frost Nova is certainly going to buy him some more time, but that's a lot of damage to take.
Yeah. I mean, you could stall the board for as long as you want, but a good point you mentioned earlier was when none of the aggro shaman's burn has to go into minions. If it's all going to face, that's so much potential damage that they have moving into these later turns.
Also have a good pickup here for Amnesia, allows him to get the Acolyte on board and keep his card economy high. We'll see if Zalay wants to offset this, perhaps. Yeah, I like the Finley. What does he get from this? Looking for that. Our steady shot's going to work well enough, I think.
He's debating on life tap, but I think that's a steady shot always. Steady shot allows you to, extra inevitability, allows you to get through ice block when your board is frozen or your face is frozen. Just extra burn overall. So he hesitates for a second, but ends up going with the steady shot. And now he's going to debate whether or not he wants to take out this Acolyte of Pain. And I think that's a yes. Denying the draw is definitely going to be important as this game is gonna progress and keep pushing damage, starting to get that steady shot damage in as well.
Amnesia does have a couple back-to-back Blizzards here, which is really strong for him. I mean, back-to-back Blizzards might be enough to change this game. Emperor Thaurissan, I think it's just a little bit weak here. Like, if you Emperor Thaurissan here, you're just taking so much damage.
Yeah. He's still taking 6 damage a turn, though.
Ooh. This is gonna run right into a second Blizzard from Amnesia if Zalay wants to extend here. With Feral Spirit in hand, I'd venture to say that this is going to be his big push. He just saw 2 freezes in a row. So like Leper Gnome, Feral Spirit, Hero Power. He may forego the Feral Spirit here.
He's going to consider.
Wow, very, very close. Wow, he's just going to lava burst? Oh my gosh, I don't know about that one.
Oh, Lava Burst does allow him to set up for the next turn lethal if his board gets wiped. If he plays Feral Spirits, he's overloaded for 2 and won't have enough mana to fit in everything.
Yep.
So he wouldn't have enough mana to Crackle, Hero Power, and Lava Burst. So this is sort of more efficient damage.
Whoa.
Ooh. So
That's
Explosive Sheep
interesting.
allows him to use Torch to clear this board instead of using Blizzard.
Yeah, Zalay looks a little bit upset by that one, but I don't think it matters too much at the end. I do like the Torch instead of the Blizzard now. This allows him to get the Blood Mage on the board also. Down to 8, though. I mean, this block is getting popped. He does have Alex Strauss back behind this, though, and I think that's going to be the big one. Honestly, not having to use the Blizzard makes a big difference here because Zalay is holding on to Feral Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the reason why it makes such a big play. So honestly, if Zalay loses this because of that, that would be pretty brutal.
So he's definitely going to get a block pop this turn. It's just how does he want to sequence it? I think you're going to Crackle first. And he does play the Tunnel Trog. So Crackle first and then see how best to go about popping this block. And it is going to be a 4. So that means it's going to be impossible for him to pop at 1. But we know that it's not going to matter just because the Alex Strauss is going to be behind it. Is Zalay going to have enough?
Yeah, that's really big. That's the million-dollar question here. Something I think he's thinking about is if he pops the block and Amnesia has to use Alex Strauza, that the Feral Spirits coupled with this will continue that pressure. So I think you use the Doomhammer instead of using the Hero Power, so that way you can also get the Feral Spirits out. It's not going to do it, though.
Yeah.
So is he killing the Blood Mage, then? Nope. Yeah, back up to 15.
Is this going to be enough, though?
8 damage available this turn. 9-10.
Would that have been lethal? If he had played the Feral Spirits last turn, he would have had 4 damage on the board. It would have been 8.
Yeah, it would have been 16 damage.
It would have been, 8.
It would have been 14 damage, actually, because the Doomhammer
14, yeah. So he wouldn't have quite had it, but it would have put him on a shorter clock.
Yeah,
and now this,
go ahead.
Yeah, now this is going to give Amnesiac just a little bit more opportunity to maybe come back in this one. But he's still going to be at 5, which means that Zalay effectively just needs to draw, even if his entire board is cleared, he just needs to draw into 3 damage off the top here, because he is going to be dead the following turn.
Yeah, but it's do or die time.
Oh, man.
He's on. I mean, this is it. He has to draw burn here. The game's over.
3 damage?
Oh! Nope. That's so brutal.
Wow.
So many draws. So close, but just not enough.
And Zalay being punished for not playing that Feral Spirits, I think that would have been enough. He would have had enough damage over the course of those 2 turns if he had played those Feral Spirits and used the Doomhammer fully to pop the block. He would have had enough damage over the 2 turns, I believe, in order to end it. But, you know, hindsight is 20/20. Not sure what was going through his head there in order to hold on to those Feral Spirits. But we're going to game number 5, so it's going to be Rogue versus Aggro Shaman in that last match.
Yeah, look for Zalay to try to get off to a blistering start here. And Amnesia going to try to disrupt the entire assault and then recover afterwards. Curious, we haven't seen an Antique Healbot in his build up to this point. We've just seen Sludge Belcher. So we're going to find out how he chooses to tackle this. Keeps Preparation in his hand, a card you're going to need in order to fight against the board. And what an opening hand from Amnesiac. My goodness, that is some hot heat.
That's probably going to be exactly what he needs to fight back in this series. Even though Zalay's got a decent start, and even though this matchup tends to be... Whoa!
That's like the miracle draw.
Yeah, you go for that next turn. Maybe not. No, I still think you go for it. You can isolate the Flame Tongue Totem and put a 6/6 on the board.
He can go backstab, prep, eviscerate, coin, 10-10 Edwin.
A 10-10. He's got to be confident that Zalay does not run Urshock in this deck, but I don't think Zalay runs it. And he has to know that this is going to be the case, and he is going for it.
Oh,
all right, Zalay, you're on a 3-turn clock.
Buckle in, boys. What an opener from Amnesiac. Look at Zalay, he's like, oh no. He knows what's coming too. It's a 10-10 Van Cleave. Oh my gosh. Now, Feral Spirits will provide a road hump, but the Feral Spirits into Lava Burst does not kill the Van Cleef just yet.
He needs even more than that. He's going to have to play Feral Spirits, and then next turn Tunnel Trog, and then the following turn Lava Burst and trade in the Tunnel Trog to take out this 10-10. And that's given... Point,
yeah. By that point, Amnesia is going to have more development on the board. He's got a 3-drop and a 4-drop behind this.
Yeah, or he's just going to use spells to kill the Feral Spirits, and then how's Zalay ever going to kill the Van Cleef? I mean, is there anything other than Feral Spirits that he can do here? Can he Tunnel Trog and Totem? Like, is that even a possibility? Can you make it an orthodox play to try and stop this?
I don't think he could beat this opener. This is possibly the best opener that Amnesiac could have possibly had.
Yeah. So the Tunnel Trog can absorb 10 damage here. Or,
No, it can't. No, it cannot.
Get a next step off the top.
This is the best possible opener Amnesiac could have had.
Yeah.
Hands down.
He's even got a turn 4 play. It's not even like his next draw is dead. Like, a lot of times when you just go all in on a Van Cleef, you just, like, dagger up on turn 4 because you have, like, a sprint sitting in your hand or something dead. But he's got even more to follow up behind the 10-10 Van Cleef and the backstab SI agent to take out the Tunnel Trog. I don't know if you can even be mad.
I think you can be, but...
You just have to sit back and just give him a round of applause for that performance.
He just drew it again.
Yeah.
This is insane.
Well... That's 16 damage sitting on the board. You could Lava Burst and take off 3.
Perfect.
Love it. That's what I like to see.
Yeah. Wrap this one up, boys. Amnesia is going to be moving on 3 games to 2 versus Zalay. Yeah. trading into the totem to ensure that Zalay can't do any shenanigans here. No plays left. On turn 6, Amnesia's going to win with Rogue.
All right, well, after a well-fought series, it's a little bit anticlimactic ending for Zalay, but Amnesiac has to be feeling really good about that one. Moving on to the round of 16. And continuing that run, and Amnesiac continues to impress after his America's Championship win for the winter season. Keeps that streak alive. And Zalay, unfortunately, has been eliminated from the tournament. Around the 32, though, not too bad. Did have to win a few matches to get where he was, but I'm really looking forward to see how Amnesiac's going to finish in this one.
It's sort of a bittersweet match of this one. I think if Zalay had to choose an opponent to lose to, it definitely would have been a teammate of his. So to see a teammate move on for the greater good.
For the greater good, yeah. They have to avenge their teammate Amaz, who, if you guys are just tuning in, actually fell to sort of an unknown player earlier on in the day. We've had actually a couple upsets today. With Scrom earlier beating Strife Crow, and of course Ultima taking out Amaz. So it's been a fun day of Hearthstone. We got plenty more left today, and then of course we have plenty more left tomorrow. The next matchup is going to be between Kalento and Hot Asian Girl, and no, it is not a Hot Asian Girl. He is a guy. He did play in the winter prelims, so maybe a little bit more of a known player. Not a complete unknown, but it's going to be a tough matchup going up against Kalento. We're going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into that. Make sure, guys, you head over to the website during the break. If you want to sign up for the next One Nation of Gamers Open, which happens on April 30th, you can do so there. Also, enter in to win the CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC. Like I said, that website that's right on the screen, or you can scroll down and click one of the banners that's below the stream page. But don't go anywhere, guys. More Hearthstone Major presented by the One Nation of Gamers right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Hearthstone Major at PAX East, presented by the One Nation of Gamers. My name is TJ. I am joined once again by ThatsAdmirable. We're getting pretty far into the day now. I think we were broadcasting for seven-ish hours now, but we still have, I think, quite a bit more to go. I think we still have 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe matches left on the day. 7 even.
9, 10.
Yeah. Hell,
We'll just
11.
cast for the rest of our lives.
Yeah. I wouldn't even mind that. But Kalento and Hot Asian Girl coming up next. Kalento we've seen play a few times now over the course of the weekend, once yesterday and one today. He's had some impressive performances. Hot Asian Girl, though, one of the players to enter in the Open. Not a completely unknown player. Played in the winter prelims just a few months ago for the Americas region. I know lives over there in the East. He was at like the DC location. So is a player that is highly rated. So not too easy of a match for Kalento here, who we talked about yesterday, a deck rated Hearthstone career, but same decks.
Yeah, kind of interesting that they line up with Paladin, Warlock, and Warrior in this one. I mean, Paladin. I mean, these are 3 very popular choices, but 2 very different bands on one side, where Kalento has his Druid band out and Hot Asian Girl has his Mage band out. I've played against Hot on ladder a few times in my career. Very solid play that I've seen. I mean, not really any slip-ups that are noticeable or that stand out. Just very solid, consistent play from what I've seen. Certainly not an opponent that I would celebrate about playing in any event at this stage. But as you close in towards that round of 30, that round of 32, round of 16 area, you're going to have a more stacked field. Like the better players are going to float towards the top most often. And so these kinds of matches are going to be cropping up. Look for more and more opponents who are very skilled to be playing against each other as we close in on these final rounds.
Yeah, looking at some of the players that are still left remaining before we jump into this match real quick. Amnesiac, Nostum, Super JJ, the Jor Dude, Orange, Ray C, who's a player on Vicious Syndicate, Astrogation, and Trump. So all those players still left remaining. All those known players still left remaining. So that's a pretty big portion of the 30-ish players that are still left in the tournament. So we are going to move into this matchup, and guess what? It is going to be a Murloc Paladin Mirror.
Oh, that's what. Oh, yeah, this is totally standard. I see these all the times in competitive play. Now, in truth, though, I have never played the mirror match with this deck. It is something that is faced very rarely. You know, I'm reluctant to play this deck because I think it's so difficult to pilot that the time investment necessary. And Hot is actually just going to keep an anything can happen in their opening hand.
It is such an important card in this matchup. It is. Oh no, punished.
Is it punished? I mean, if they keep one, like, there's a third.
Punished.
I don't know how this matchup goes. I really don't.
Basically, it's the first person to play anything can happen, given that enough Murlocs have been played.
So are you trying to avoid playing Murlocs this matchup? Like, this may be one of the reasons why Buster.
No. Okay, so this matchup is actually kind of weird. Okay, because it's the first. It depends how many Murlocs have died, because you have to consider that the thresholds for the Murlocs are increased because of the fact that both players are playing Murlocs. So a lot of times the first anything can happen, where against any other matchup, the damage threshold is 22 for the first one. In this matchup, you get above 30 very, very easily. So you either have to have 2 plans. Avoid playing Murlocs at all costs, unless you know that your opponent has played enough to where you think they're going to play their anything can happen first. But a lot of it comes down to math at the end of the day. I wonder if these players are allowed to. Take notes. Because if they can, then it's going to be a lot easier to do the math to be able to keep track of the Murlocs. If they're not, then sometimes this math can be hard. And I actually have a notepad open, plus I have an actual notebook in front of me, which I'm going to be using to take notes on how many Murlocs have died in this matchup. I also have my calculator open on my computer. So
I've brought my abacus to this one. Yeah. And my sundial's all set up, so we're going to make a new Aztec calendar here and figure out exactly who's got the advantage. Hang on, let me slide a couple of these beads. It's Kalento.
So one Murk-Eye has died so far. So if anything can happen is played the next turn, it's going to deal a total of 2 damage.
Expert analysis by TJ. Now, Kalento has initiated the Murlocs with the old Murk-Eye. Like to play him to clear out the Doomsayer. The Muster for Battles, I feel like, are actually giving him a very interesting dynamic where he can just keep playing 1/1s and force some action from Hot, who does have access to coin anything can happen, but needs enough Murlocs to die before he gets to that point. And considering that he hasn't had a Muster for Battle yet, I feel like he's actually a little bit on the back foot. He's just going to use True Silver Champion to attack a 1/1 and then Solemn Vigil for 4 mana.
Nice. Yeah. So I like how you abbreviated hot Asian girl's name to hot.
I don't want to say that every time, man. I'm an adult.
I'm just gonna abbreviate his name to girl.
I'm going with hot for the rest of this match. I am an adult.
I wonder what girl's play is here.
Well, it's Bluegill Warrior, an attack for 2. So now the next anything can happen that gets cast will deal 5 damage.
5? Well, it hasn't died yet.
Well, it's going to.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't move those abacus beads over too quickly now.
Yeah, let me slide them back. Hang on.
Look how you're trying to simulate. Give the impression that you actually have an abacus. That'd be the best Hearthstone
I just did
prop.
actually have an abacus, like a Hearthstone-themed abacus.
Yeah.
Like, where did you even get that from? I kind of want that.
Yeah.
Product placement. Holler at me, Blizzard.
All right.
I'm just going to keep poking away. We've seen death by 1,000 cuts once today with Trump. We're going to see if Hot can manage to fight back through this one. Sludge Belcher is presenting a little bit of an obstacle here. So we're going to try to turn that into liability with Aldor Peacekeeper and Acolyte of Pain. Get the card draws rolling. If he doesn't coin here... Now, Kalento has an opportunity to force a burn. But is that worth it?
Not sure if it's worth it, because a lot of the key cards in Girl's deck are also key cards in Kalento's deck. So the only thing that he would like to see burned isn't anything can happen, which is such a rare, such a rare sight to see. It'd be pretty unlikely that would happen. That would be the card that's burned.
Yeah, I'm just going to push for damage here. Looks like wants to set a True Silver Champion. This is kind of interesting that Kalento's just put together. He's kind of just beating him down. Yeah,
this is another way to win this matchup. Is just to go with the beat down plan. It's just to put pressure on, because anything can happen. Yeah, it deals a lot of burst damage, but you don't even need to deal that much burst damage if you've already put your opponent pretty low. And that's one of the risks of keeping anything can happen. It means you don't have stuff to fight back on the board with. And now Kalento doesn't even have to piece together that much damage in order to find a win. So I just want to check in with a quick update on the anything can happen situation. If it's played right now, it will still deal 5 damage.
Let me check the abacus here. Yep, that's right. This is really rough plays. I mean, nothing here looks very good. Just pick an extra card draw value. I mean, Lay on Hands is not castable right now.
Yeah. I think Girl's best play here is just do a Quality Wild Pyromancer.
Yeah, True Silver Champion going to come down. I imagine this is going to be Coin and Anti-Killbot. I don't know. I don't imagine this is going to be Coin Anti-Killbot here. Of course, as soon as I take it back, I'm likely wrong here. They kept Anything Can Happen so they could coin Anything Can Happen. We just haven't seen enough Murlocs for this to be valuable.
Yeah, so he's going to give that up, but I think he has to now. His game plan of just being the first player. Oh, look at that pickup.
Yeah, did Hero Power first, though, so this is going to burn the rest of his board away.
Yeah.
A little bit of a misstep here. The Rope Burning Down caused this Hero Power to come out, and that means they lose the 1/1 on board here. So, a little bit of a misstep. Kalento is going to go with Murloc War. Actually, Murloc War Leader, Bluegill Warrior, attack, and then Acidic Swamp Ooze, and maybe even Doomsayer here looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, because then he guarantees that all of his stuff dies. But I mean, even it doesn't matter if it dies or if it doesn't die. It's still going to be there, whether it dies or doesn't die. So Kalento is setting up a lethal next turn. So even if everything dies on the board this turn, there's been 1 Murk-Eye, 2 Bluegills, and 1 War Leader, which is 8 damage from the Bluegills and 7 damage from the Murk-Eye. So that'd be a total of 15. So
I think Kalento just won.
yeah. Oh man, Hot. I'll call him Hot. I concede.
Got him. Yeah. So the fact that he had the muster for battles in here made such a big difference. Like, he was able to start chipping away and force action from Hot, which led him into this position where he's free to play Murlocs. Hot doesn't have an answer to it. Anything can happen is not any good, even if he had the coin right now. And Kalento just casts Anything Can Happen and wins the game. Like, in this position, just suicide the Murloc War Leader, cast Anything Can Happen. Is that enough damage? 4?
If he suicides the War Leader, then he'll have no. It'll still be. He'll have 2 War Leaders.
You can also suicide the
Bluegill
as well.
But that would just be the same thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So 2 War Leaders, 2 Bluegills. So that would be a total of 12 damage, plus the Murk-Eye, which would be 10 damage. Or does he just have it with what's on board? Yeah, he has the True Silver Champion. That's just lethal with what's on board. Yeah.
Wow, Kalento really, really kept the pressure high in this one. Muster for Battle did so much work in this matchup. That actually may be one of the reasons why I included it in here. In addition to being able to fight for the board early, if you happen to run into the mirror match, instead of it just being like a giant fiesta, instead you have a card that's actually kind of giving you the edge of that match. If you play it early on, it forces action from your opponent, gets them down to that dangerous life total, so you can get the first anything for lethal.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Goodbye, Notebook.
Well, hang on. It's still in the matchup.
I don't need to do math anymore.
I've got my trusty abacus.
Yeah, so Kalento off to a great start here. Kalento, of course, keep in mind his other decks. He's got the Tank Up Warrior, the removal, super hyper late game control warrior. And then he also has a Reno Warlock. And the Reno Warlock that he has is a very value-oriented Reno Warlock. I don't think it runs combo. So it's just based off, very value-centric minions. So we'll have to see how that's going to line up against Hot's decks here. Still don't know what the other 2 decks from him are. Wouldn't be surprised if both players are running the same lineups. It would make sense with Hot's mage deck being like a freeze mage with that full control style. So Kalento is going to throw out the control warrior. This matchup's fun. I like this matchup.
Yeah, this one's usually pretty anything favored. They just kind of play a normal paladin game but have 2 gigantic win the game style spells with those anythings can happen. If you guys are missing an abacus, by the way, you can go to the App Store and download Abacus to get a simulator on your phone. I don't know. I just thought of it. I hope it is.
Okay. Oh, man. But there are some things you can do in this matchup to win as the control warrior. There's a couple of crucial things that you're looking for. One, just guard True Heart relatively early, of course. That's how it is in most control matchups. 2, you want to save your Sludge Belchers and save your Brawls until after the Anything Can Happens. You want to try and hold on to that as long as possible. Because what you do is you basically build up as much health total as possible. The Paladin will play their first Anything Can Happen. You Brawl, slam a Sludge Belcher. Then they have to spend 2 attacks. And then the second Anything Can Happen comes out. If you have enough life, the second Brawl plus the second Sludge Belcher should be enough for you to block the damage. But that means you do have to get that just card early. Or you do have to build up enough life for that to be the case. But that's how you win this matchup. It seems really linear, but it does come down to that exact situation many, many times.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to set up too. I mean, you made it sound easy, but it's very difficult. It's going to be like, well, to become a professional baseball player, you start when you're early, you play a lot of baseball, you move your way up through some AA ball.
Make sure you eat at least 2,000 bananas between the ages of 5 and 14.
Done. Yeah, it's a lot of setup to get to that point.
Yeah, 84 grams of protein a day on average.
Kalento does have kind of the hand that could build towards this point, though. I imagine this Doomsayer is going to be left here.
Well, I'd also imagine that Kalento knows how to play this matchup, which means that you're not going to see Sludge Belcher played. You're not going to see Brawl played. The only way you'll see it played is if Kalento thinks that his only win condition, his only way to win will be to try and pressure his opponent out of the game, or if he feels like he's under too much pressure to where he has to play it to block damage. Because the Sludge Belcher is sort of the secondary part. The Sludge Belcher doesn't matter if you don't have enough health to back up the Sludge Belcher. But holding on to it and holding on to the Brawl are two of the key win conditions in this matchup against Murloc Paladin.
So,
yeah.
Taking his time. What? Am I missing something? Oh, he wanted to make the Solemn Vigil more expensive. Kalento's so smart.
Yeah. I don't know if it matters that much. He misses 3 damage to make it cost 1 more mana. Like, he's still going to be able to play it for cheaper next turn. Is the difference between 2 mana and 3 mana really that big? But I guess Kalento thinks that it is. It's a cheeky play. Kind of neat. A little bit of creativity coming out.
That's so smart. That's just smart. Like, as soon as I saw it happen, I was like, that's literally what he was thinking about. I wouldn't have thought about that. I would have gone, 3-face armor up, go.
Yeah. But he realized that this game is all about the long game. It's not about putting damage on the face. It's about efficiency. So, I mean, I guess it does matter in the long run because the face damage means absolutely nothing. A lot of times you just run the Murloc Paladin out of cards. They're out of stuff. And then you just win by default because they have nothing left. So now it's up to Kalento to find just a card True Heart and to build up his health total. Those are his 2 goals here. And right now, I think his chances are decent because he has initiative on the board. He does have a lot of armor gain in his hand. The only piece he's missing is that Justicar True Heart. And of course, second Belcher, second Brawl. But he has plenty of time because...
Yeah, he really does.
Because hot Asian girl has to draw into so many more pieces than just that. He has to draw into all of his Murlocs plus both of his significant evidence. We are adults.
The 7th hour of casting has begun at this point. Yeah, I'm just gonna Grom here. Not really. I'm honestly not really surprised to see this Grom because it feels like it's playing right into the exact way you just mentioned, where if he just pressures Hot, he can get him to a point where he's expended a lot of resources that ends up restricting his options, and he can kind of coast to that later game point where he needs that giant collection of cards to make a big impact. Mm-hmm. And so if he can continue to occupy turns and occupy resources, that is just a way to win. So it's going to be Equality and Consecrate here to take care of it. So, I mean, I'm guessing Kalento would have just liked to not see that happen. But now he's still trying to build that point. It feels like he's been trying to get the True Silver out as well. Second Sludge Belcher in the hand. This is going to start being bashes at this point. Now bash Acolyte, force that True Silver charge, and just keep armoring up.
Yep, armor up every turn, remove the board every turn, and hold on to your important cards. He's playing it right. The question is, can he get above that health threshold? Usually between 40 and 50 life is what you need to survive. It does depend on the variance of the anything can happen. Does pick up the Justicar True Heart. That is such an important draw moving forward here. So I'd say Kalento now might be able to just turn the corner here and build up enough health. Hot has just not played enough Murlocs to be able to pressure Kalento out quick enough before his health total reaches that sort of critical mass where his damages won't be able to reach it anymore. But still some tough turns. He does want to make sure that he fits armor up in, so I wouldn't be surprised if he shield blocks, bashes, and fits in the armor up again, or even death spites and then armors up again. Another thing that makes the Murloc turns a little bit easier as well is if you also have a weapon equipped when the first anything can happen hits, because that means that you can Brawl, play the Belcher, and then kill whatever Murloc comes out of it. That doesn't matter if a war leader comes out because you love to see war leaders. You don't want to see charges because it's quantity of attacks that matters in the later stages, not necessarily quantity of murlocs, just quantity of charge minions. So he's going to use the Despite instead.
Yep. Just taking it slow. Justicar is pretty much, I would say, the key card in this matchup. Like, without Justicar, basically everything you described is much more difficult to pull off.
Yeah.
So, lay on hands. He's going to go ahead and heal up that 1/1. Just keep digging for the right cards. Anything can happen. Still missing a lot of the Murlocs, though. This was a weak turn from Hot, and Kalento has got to be very happy about that.
Mm-hmm. This is basically just a free Justicar turn. I mean, armor up, Justicar, armor up. You want to get that out as quick as possible. I think maybe what he's thinking about here is whether or not he attacks to get rid of these 1/1s. But I think the actual play as far as what cards he's playing in this turn is very spelled out for him. And after this turn, he's going to have reached that 38 health marker. So 38 health marker. So he's starting to get up to those ranges where he needs to be. And still, Hot just hasn't played enough Murlocs to start pressuring out. So the longer this game goes on, I feel like the better shape Kalento's going to be in. Right now, the only piece that he's missing is a bit more health and the second brawl.
The fact that you haven't seen Kalento play a Sludge Belcher this game, when he's had multiple opportunities to do so, tells me that he is right in line with that game plan, where he wants to set up the Sludge Belchers going into the second anything can happen to be that giant road hub.
Yeah.
Follow the rules.
He's got to just start chipping away at this armor total is sort of what he has to do. Consecrate on a 1/2 doesn't feel that good, but I feel like it's a necessity at this point.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep things rolling. Kalento, I think, pretty likely to clean up this board with the Despite.
There's the brawl.
Second brawl and second Sludge Belcher, and he's got the tank up going. Dr. Boom's going to provide a little bit of pressure here, and no incoming damage afterwards, that tank up. So now Shield Slam's going to get a little bit better. Yeah, he's kind of got everything he needs. This is actually really interesting. I've never seen this matchup take place quite in this manner. Usually I just see the Warrior kind of flounder around and not really have any significant answers to this stuff.
Yeah, I played a heck of a lot of this matchup, and I've talked with a lot of players who play a lot of Control Warrior as well. Buzzy is the one that comes to mind. He's the one who pretty much taught me how to play this matchup from the Control Warrior's point of view. And since then, I've sort of switched my idea of who's favored. Control Warrior, I think, has a really great shot as long as you're playing the Super Removal Warrior and as long as you draw Justicar in a timely manner. There are scenarios where the Murloc Paladin could just burn you out. If they draw all their Murlocs early and play anything on turn 10 and you don't have a chance to build up the life total, or if they're playing the more minion-centric Murloc Paladin, where they play Muster for Battle, where they play Dr. Boom, where they play stronger minions and can pressure you and keep your life total in check. But, ooh, did he play Sludge Belcher?
Yeah, he certainly did.
Huh.
So, I'm curious. I mean, he may just be getting to a life total where he feels comfortable using his first Sludge Belcher.
No, I don't like that at all.
I don't really know. I don't have the expertise in this particular matchup to honestly say one way or the other.
I heavily disagree.
Okay.
I think he might have just thrown the game.
Wow. Well, Slam Revenge looks pretty good here. Slam, of course, on the Murloc War Leader. Use Revenge to clear these guys out, and then use Dr. Boom to finish off that old Murkai.
I'm trying to think what his plan here was by throwing out the Sludge Belcher there. He has no way to block the second anything can happen. Oh no. Okay, I take it back. You just need 2 brawls. You only need 1 Belcher.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. I was like, well,
yeah,
I think
you only need 1 Belcher. You just need the second brawl. So no, this is okay. As long as you have the first Belcher, because he unless you want to preemptively Sludge Belcher into his first anything can happen, then this is fine. I take it back. But yeah, you basically play the first sludge. You basically play the sludge belcher after he plays anything can happen, and after you play brawl, and then you just block the second one. You block multiple attacks. So this is still okay. I apologize, Kalinto. I do not heavily disagree. You didn't throw the game.
It's been a long day here for the two of us.
Yeah.
And we got plenty more to go. And tomorrow, you guys are in for a treat. You're welcome, America.
And EU.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, the second sludge belcher can be used to sort of clean up at the end. He does, I think, want to find a weapon. Because you do want to be able to answer whatever Murloc comes out of the brawl. Because you don't have enough mana to equip a weapon because you're brawling and then playing Belcher. So he's still in a great spot. He's got enough health total now. I said between 40 and 50, depending on the variants. They can do upwards. They can do close to like 55, I think, through a Belcher with both Anyfins. So first Anyfin does 22 after all Murlocs have been played, and then the second Anyfin can, in total, with the first one, can do up to like 50 something after 2 attacks go into the Belcher if the perfect Murlocs come out, like double Merc Guy, 3 Bluegill, 2 War Leaders. I think is the ideal. Maybe even 4 Bluegills.
Yeah. So interesting.
He still needs Murlocs, though. I mean, that's the thing. I think he still has 1 Bluegill left, and you cannot play the first Anything Can Happen until all of your Murlocs have been played, or you won't have enough damage.
I'm just going to add Wild Pyromancer to get additional pressure. Wants everything he can. Oh, that's got to be a welcome draw right now.
Yeah.
Kalinto's hand was looking slim pickings. He needs all these cards to be cast at the perfect time. He cannot waste either of the Brawls or the Sludge Belcher. He has to hold on to those. And so anything he can draw that will extend his life total and get pressure on the board, it's going to be so good for him.
There's the Bluegill. Is that the last one?
Well, you're the one who said you had the notebook.
I threw my notebook.
I do remember that.
I threw it across the room.
I didn't throw my Apicus.
Good. Don't want to do that.
Yeah. Now, something else that can just happen here, too, is that if Hot can just continue to chip away and Kalinto doesn't have a real answer to this, it can still build up. So I imagine Execute and Fiery War Axe could potentially both be on the menu this turn.
Yeah. It's a really interesting dynamic this matchup is. And I feel like it always culminates in sort of a very similar position. And a lot of it, like I said, just depends on whether or not the warrior can get that health total up. As long as you know how to play the matchup, it's relatively easy and straightforward. You just have to find the most efficient ways to keep your health total high. And Kalinto has done that so far this game. So he's done everything in his power to give himself the best chance to come out on top. And having a Bluegill warrior on board when the first Anything Can Happen is played is actually a big deal because it increases the damage that the first. Oh no, it doesn't. It's only a big deal if one is left on board for the second Anything Can Happen because it increases the number of attacks.
Hot making some headway now. Actually, that's the second hero power in a row, and there's been no progress from Kalinto's side. So this damage is going to continue to add up now. Kalinto needs to find something to take care of this. Gold Monkey is unplayable right now. There's no way that card's coming down.
Yeah. So this is actually an awkward spot for Kalinto. Don't want to use the Brawl. Don't want to use the Belcher. You talked about that play earlier. Just Execute. He's taking more damage than he's blocking every single turn.
Yeah, I think Hot's going to be reluctant to draw for the rest of this game as well. I think he's content with just biding his time this way.
Yeah.
I wonder if Kalinto actually can just keep this board state right here and fatigue Hot. Like, does he have the life total to potentially do that? Because Hot's not drawing cards anymore. I'd like to see the deck size to see where they are right now. Because if Kalinto gets into a spot where Hot just can't cast, anything can happen, it's tough for him to actually get damage through. And that requires you to have enough life and your opponent to be deep enough in fatigue that you can actually do that. But I think the big product here right now is that Kolento just does not have stuff in his hand he can cast. I still would have liked to see this a lot earlier. This would have prevented a lot of damage coming through, and he's forced to make the same play anyway.
Yeah. And he basically just took like 10 extra damage in that exchange.
Yeah, this might be possible.
Because of the change of game plans, which
he's
right on that 50 life threshold. So he might even have to get a little bit, I dare say it, lucky with the rolls from Hot's anything can happen, his second anything can happen in order to win this game. Because how you do it is, like I said, Sludge Belcher absorbs 2 attacks. So if second anything can happen summons 4 War Leaders, then that's only 3 Chargers. So like the maximum amount of damage you can do is whatever the maximum amount of damage from 1 Murk-Eye would be for the second anything, which is not very much. If you get 6 Chargers, on the other hand, it's possible. But I think Hot's got to go for it now. This is it. So this first anything can happen is going to deal 22 damage, which is going to take off most of the armor from Kolento. But the next one is going to be the important one. And what Kolento does not want to see here is the Murk-Eye come out of this brawl. If Murk-Eye comes out of this brawl, it's kind of a disaster because you can't kill with the Fire War Axe, and it's Murk-Eye!
Oh, no.
That is bad news. So now Hot can get... He can get a second Murk-Eye plus 4 Bluegills and a War Leader. Or no, 3 Bluegills and a War Leader. Which means he can throw the 2 Bluegills into the Sludge Belcher, and then he'd have 1 Bluegill remaining, and an old Murk-Eye that has 16 damage from the blue, or 12 damage from the Bluegills. I still don't think it's enough. I think Kolento might have just gotten over the threshold.
We're gonna find out. I mean, this is Hot. You do not have an option. We're going. He's actually considering equalitying here and suiciding in his Murk-Eye. That's actually what he's going to do.
I wonder.
So if he equalities and suicides a Murk-Eye, he has a chance to get 2 Murk-Eye on the backswing of this.
This turn, he's guaranteed 2 Murk-Eyes.
But my point is that he wants to try to squeeze through the Belcher this way. So if he equalities right now and runs in the Murk-Eye and then makes a token, he can run... I guess he does nothing to the tokens. The token doesn't matter here. But he gets past the first half of the Sludge Belcher here.
I honestly think that this is exactly the same. He just he reduces the chance that he has 2 Murk-Eyes next turn. But he gets 1 more attack. So yeah, this is better, but he still can get screwed over next turn. The thing is, Kolento still can't play Monkey. You might think, well, you want to play Monkey because it gets a taunt, but no, you can't play Monkey because then you get rid of Brawl. You need something to get rid of the second wave of Murlocs. If you survive the second wave of Murlocs, it doesn't matter if you don't have a way to just remove them.
Oh,
so it all comes down to this. 35 health Kolento has. He can get through if he gets enough Chargers. He doesn't want to see too many War Leaders.
Not that's 2 Murk-Eyes.
That's 30 damage. Oh my goodness.
This is not enough. He needed 2 Murk-Eyes.
He would have had, if he had kept it last turn, if he had not killed the Belcher last turn, and he had played anything and got this exact board with 1 less War Leader, he would have had 36 damage.
Well, hang on. The game's not quite done just yet. So Brawl's going to happen. The Gold Monkey, I think, is going to wrap this up.
This game is, I'm pretty sure, over.
Oh, Big Game Hunter even wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no Chargers left for Hot. He has no way to deal damage. Kolento, yeah, he's going to scoop it up. Wow. So well played from Kolento. So very well played. Navigated this matchup expertly. Holding on to the 2 Brawls and Sludge Belcher. If you've been wondering how to beat this matchup as Control Warrior, this is the game to take notes. Kolento held on to 2 Brawls and one of his Sludge Belchers the entire game before letting them rip. I learned a lot by watching that game, and I hope y'all did too. That was a fantastic performance in game number 2.
Yeah. That's pretty nuts. Yeah. So his maximum possible damage. He did have a chance if he got. I don't know. I don't know if he had a chance either way. Because if he had gotten 2 Merc Eyes, he would have added a lot of extra damage, but he would have had a War Leader less. So his Bluegills would have done less damage. They would have done 6 as opposed to 8, and his old Merc Eyes would have been 11 instead of 14. So I just don't think that he had enough damage to push through regardless. He needed to like win the brawl. I don't know. A lot of things had to go right, but at the end of the day, he just didn't get enough to push through. Didn't get enough.
Yeah, moving on to Control Warrior versus Reno, and Colento playing what we believe is a non-combo version. He got very low in his deck yesterday, and we hadn't seen either Leroy Jenkins, Arcane Golem, or Faceless Manipulator. So we're in belief that this is a more standard non-combo style of Reno Warlock. And this is one that I know that without using Jiraxis gets very difficult for the Warlock to win if they don't have big combo damage. But at the same time, if they just stick enough threats to the board and kind of play it like a mid-range deck, you assemble a big enough assault that you can actually just punch through your opponent and kind of just kill them very easily.
Yeah. That has to be pretty demoralizing for Hot, though, going into a matchup like that where a lot of players consider it to be favored for the Murloc Paladin and lose at the end there with some tough decisions. I think he played it correctly. I mean, there's like a lot of math involved with that last decision. But in the end, he just couldn't push through enough. And now he sort of has to reset his mind and move in here to this matchup, which is going to be another long, grueling one.
Yep, a long ways to go in this matchup. He's down 2 games to 0-2, so he needs 3 in a row if he's going to beat Colento.
Tough task, having to reverse sweep one of the best Hearthstone players in the world.
Yeah, certainly so. Gosh, that last game is still so crazy. I'm still bewildered by that. That's actually the first time I've seen Control Warrior beat Murloc Paladin.
Yeah, it happened. There was, I think, like 11 matches at the America's Championship of Murloc Paladin versus Control Warrior, and I think 8 of them went to Control Warriors.
Yeah, I was unable to actually watch most of that event, just due to other obligations that I had.
Yeah, it was crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that many Murloc Paladins in a single 8-man tournament. But today and yesterday, I think 90% of the players that have brought Paladin brought Murloc Paladin, which is nuts. A lot of times it's Secret Paladin that you see, but this tournament is just, I don't know, all the Murloc players are coming out of the woodwork and playing the deck, so these 2 players included.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about, too, like, with just the popularity that's perceived to be in the Secret Paladin favor. You know, I very rarely fight Murloc Paladin on ladder, and very often fight Secret Paladin on ladder. But tournaments are just a very different story. I mean, it's a different kind of crowd that comes to these sort of events, and then certainly for a live event, too. You know, do you want to go on camera and strut your stuff with Secret Paladin, or do you want to do it with Murloc Paladin? I think that influences players' decisions a little bit as well. Doomsayer going to go off for Colento. It's going to be life tap into Imkane Boss for him. Pretty strong hand, honestly, for Colento. And Hot, not really any shortage of ways to get the board going himself. If he wants to take care of this Imkane Boss, it is going to be either Coin Shield Maiden, Armor Up Shield Slam, or Despite. Looks like Shield Maiden's going to be his best option.
Yeah. A funny thing about the point you just made, I think, is even if you play a Murloc Paladin poorly, I think you're still perceived to be better by the community than if you had played Secret Paladin really well.
Which I personally can't stand. It's like it's a strategy that's legal within the game. What makes any strategy more or less scumbaggy than another strategy? Yeah, like your goal is to get your highest % chance to win in a tournament, right?
No, can't.
No, Steph Curry just shoots threes because they're fun, man. Not because he has such an insane percentage that it's a higher EV shot for him.
Yeah.
He just likes it.
Yeah, he might like it too. All right, this matchup is a little less straightforward than the last one. It's still close. but there's a couple key cards that we're looking for here. Did Kalento run Jiraxis, which is a big one? I don't remember.
Yeah. The last one kind of reminds me of like a sumo match where they're both like pushing their own game plan so hard that the one who ends up being the strongest at the end comes out on top. This one feels more like a fencing match where the player who kind of navigates the ebb and flow is the one who kind of gets that first hit, and then that causes a breakthrough and can snowball from there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good point. There are key cards that we're looking for here, though. Of course, Jiraxis being one of them, as I mentioned earlier, having that sort of inevitability, having the value from the 6/6s every turn is something that a control warrior has classically always struggled to deal with. I don't remember what type of Arena Warlock this was from Kalento, but I guess we'll see as the match goes on. Hot does not want to see... Well, I guess Kalento doesn't really want to see Jiraxis pulled from the Death Lord if he doesn't have in his deck.
Yeah, it's definitely a big one. I mean, Jiraxis is for all intents and purposes, Jiraxis is the main win condition in this build. It's very difficult to get a lot of pressure on the Warrior's life total with just kind of like a ragtag crew of minions that the Reno builds often have. They have great answers to pretty much every single minion you can play, and that's where Jiraxis is so important, is when the game has been ground down to nothing, you have Jiraxis standing alone in the arena cranking out Infernals, which the Warrior can no longer deal with past that point. So either the Warrior has enough pressure to kill you with Grom post-Jiraxis, or they don't, and you crank out 6/6s for the rest of the game and pretty easily kill them afterwards. So if Jiraxis is just not in his build, I think this goes from what I would consider a pretty good matchup to a pretty terrible one. And if he does have Jiraxis, he really wants to avoid this Deathlord pulling that Jiraxis out of his deck. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see an Ironbeak Owl.
Yeah, and I think this indicates that he does have the Jiraxis, just because if he didn't, I think he just would have dealt with it. But now he realizes that an Ironbeak Owl is necessary because there's some card in his deck that he really does not want to see pulled out from that Deathlord. And it could either be a Charger if he runs the combo version, or it could be the Jiraxis if he runs the more value-oriented version. That, at least Starseeker can be a key card in this matchup. But sometimes having like legendary after legendary is not what you need to win this matchup. You need to hold on to your removal as long as possible, because legendaries aren't going to fight for the board, and Reno Warlocks can pressure you. So sometimes you can get to reasonably low life totals by the time you're able to play Golden Monkey. Justicar Trueheart is pretty necessary as well, so Hot's going to want to pick up that as quick as possible. That's going to be a very welcome draw over the next couple turns.
Yeah. In the meantime, just continue to fend off the pressure on the board. Kalento doing a fantastic.
He overdraws though in most scenarios, unless he wants to utilize this Mortal Coil as just a 1 damage and not a draw.
Or that Voodoo Dock.
With that Voodoo Dock. Because right now he has 10 cards, and he would draw 2 from the weapon. So he needs to dump, 2 cards from his hand before he plays Harrison Jones if he doesn't want to discard.
Yeah.
Which
now, that being said,
yeah,
I don't necessarily think that Harrison's coming down this turn. It's like this. I don't think it's a big priority kill on this Deathbite.
Mm-hmm.
If Hot was playing Patron, maybe thinking a little bit differently about it, but even then, he's got so much AoE in his hand, it's not that big a deal. I think the Mortal Coil here for not drawing a card is more so just a consideration for not drawing too many cards, more than it is the other way around. And so Kalento just going to play it this way. So he is going to Harrison Jones. And Zombie Chow, not too bad. I mean, pretty much anything he can play on the board is pretty decent right now. He needed anything to just keep his hand size under control. Won't be life tapping this turn, and is going to Voodoo Dock up that Harrison Jones, it looks like.
If you get out of Brawl here.
Does it to himself. Interesting. Maybe, I guess at this point he kind of wants to encourage executes from Hot rather than discourage them.
Yeah, sure, because an execute now would mean that he paves the way for his bigger threats. He's got Sylvanas, he's got Molten Giant, even Sludge Belcher, probably Emperor Thorsand stuck into the deck as well, so that was an error. What did he do?
Looks like he got armor before he attacked. Looks like he armored up before he attacked with his weapon.
Yeah. Or maybe he even... I think he might have attacked a higher health creature that he could have bashed anyway.
Yeah, that could have been the case too.
Yeah.
Either way.
A small mistake, I suppose. But, you know, one that Hot realizes that those are the types of mistakes that you shouldn't make if you want to play at the highest level.
Kolento, I feel like, is navigating this matchup a little bit better than Hot is, too. He's just kept pressure on the board the entire time. Hot's running a little bit low on resources. That's the second weapon to choose this point. And not really too many ways to stabilize. I mean, the fact that he hasn't played the Elise has just been kind of meaning that Kolento just gets to play little tiny dorks and keep punching. Execute on the 3-2.
Yikes.
I mean, this is looking pretty grim at this point. I mean,
Yeah,
Kolento's hand is just full of minions, too.
He's going to be able to drop a threat every single turn. He's still at a reasonable life total. There's Reno Jackson. Doesn't mean too much right now, but could mean a lot as the game goes on. This is one of the matchups where it's not really that big of a deal. It's basically like a 4-6. A lot of times it's used after you play Jiraxis to heal you up from like 12 to 15. That's what Reno Jackson is used for a lot in this matchup, but looks like he's just going to go ahead and Power Overwhelming, get value out of that Power Overwhelming and that slime, and plop down that Emperor Thorsan. Threat after threat. That's the name of the game for Kolento at the moment.
Yeah, but since he's seen an Execute and Hot's so low on cards, he just feels free to do this. Gorehowl comes in, and after you've seen that weapon destruction, that's got to feel good. Now, he is taking a sizable amount of damage here. He's down to 16, and Kolento still has a full hand. So the assault's going to keep coming from Kolento. And I'm curious if Hot's going to really have the hand to deal with this. I mean, he's got Harrison Jones in hand to take care of potential Jiraxis hands. Mm-hmm. But just, I mean, it's like nothing. It's like Brawl Gorehowl's good, but Kolento's just creeping closer and closer. Nerubian Eggs in this build, even.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, that's a very unconventional choice. So, to me, I think this is because he had the Abusive Sergeant and the Power Overwhelming in here anyway. And if you play Nerubian Egg going into a Hellfire turn, it's a pretty significant swing on the board. So just going to take this time to play Molten Giant. Chip away for 2. Hot, no immediate answer to this without expending multiple resources.
He has to attack into it with a 6 damage Gorehowl in order to execute it. Or he has to effectively sacrifice his Grom Hellscream. It'll be at 1 health in order to execute it.
Yeah, I don't know, Kev.
But it looks like he is just going to go ahead and use the Justicar Chuhar now while he can.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit uneasy about this one. Doesn't attack the to an either. Dark Bomb for Kolento.
How much damage is that?
8,
not
9,
quite
10,
enough.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 damage, it looks like. Yeah, it's just a bit off.
Yeah.
TJ just slamming his head on the desk at this point.
Yeah, sorry. I fell a little bit. I had to sneeze. Just had to scramble to mute my mic and then sneeze and slam my head right on my desk.
Kolento's got some tough turns. I mean, plenty of ways to like handle this, but he doesn't want to use resources he doesn't have to use.
Yeah.
And so that's going to require him not only to think about this turn, but he's got to think about the next couple turns. Am I going to need Dark Bomb? Can I close out the game with Dark Bomb? Do I need extra pressure on board? Am I playing too hard in the Brawl if I do those things? Yep, I don't mind the Hellfire here.
This plays into Execute, but...
That Piloted Shredder. This Jiraxis may not be in this build.
Yeah. He's just outvaluing, and Jiraxis being taken out of the build and Combo being taken out of the build means you have a lot more room in the mid games to put in minions in your deck that just are strong and fight for the board. And that's pretty much what Kolento's done here. Is every turn he just plays a minion and forces Hot to have an answer to it. And he finally manages to stabilize, but he's at 3 health. Goes up to 7 with the tank up, but man, he is getting dangerously close to going down in this one.
That's why just more action from Kolento. This is a fine game plan, actually, to just have so many extra threats in your deck. You can actually just beat your opponent up.
Yeah. Just use the card advantage that you gain naturally from the Warlock. But this is still a tough situation for Kolento. You can't just throw all your stuff out there. You you have to make sure you're doing it with a plan. You know that Hot's still holding on to Brawl. You have to know that that's in the deck, so you don't want to play too far into that. And you don't want to unload your hand too early also for the fact that Hot's going to keep getting out of range of lethal opportunities. He's going to keep tanking up every single turn. So it looked like he was headed towards that Bran and Twilight Drake, but it looks like he's going to hold on to the Bran and just play these 2 4-drops on this turn. And he's going to stop tapping now that he's getting closer to fatigue. I definitely like this. I think this is really smart play from Kolento.
Yeah. No Ruby Egg to go alongside this. Gonna hold on to that. Look for a better opportunity to get it on board. Maybe coupled with a Demon Wrath. Hot draws Shield Maiden. That's just looking so weak.
Yeah.
You know, is Hot thinking that Jiraxis may not be in here?
I don't know. We saw a few Reno Warlocks yesterday, and I know we saw some ones with Jiraxis. I can't remember if Kolento was one of those players. And Abusive Sergeant. So can brand Abusive Sergeant in order to push through, but that doesn't really fit along with his game plan of playing around the Brawl.
There's Sylvanas. This could be a Shadow Flame here.
I have no time.
What does that accomplish?
It takes the 2/8.
It steals the Death Lord.
Yeah, so he can't lose Jiraxis if it's in his build. He also needs the extra card in his deck at this point. He's just running low on resources. And now he drops the Ruben Egg along with this. So now he'll have 2 potential drops post-Brawl. This is a really smart play from Kolento. This board swing means he's not losing a card from his deck. He has pressure going against Hot. And Hot is going to be forced to Brawl in this position. There's really not much of a chance that he's going to be able to do much else than that.
Has the map been played?
The map has not been played yet, I don't believe.
Okay. I was thinking, yeah, maybe another reason why he went for the Shadow Flame that turn was to force the kill on the Death Lord to maybe pull the monkey out of the deck.
It's a Sludge Belcher from here. Maybe not forced to Brawl at this point now. But at 6 life, the attack actually makes sense first that you have a chance to win the Brawl versus the other ways where Kolento's going to keep at least 2 minions no matter what. So that is really, his life total is really affecting his decisions at this moment. And he cannot afford to slip up. If he slips up just a little bit, this game is going to be over because he's operating on such a low amount of life total. Kolento's did a fantastic job keeping pressure this game.
It's really tough. At what point do you rule out the Jiraxis? When your opponent's out of cards and has no cards left in their hand?
1 card left for Kolento. Big Game Hunter's the draw. He could brand Big Game Hunter this. Wait a minute. So if he brand Abusive Sergeant Big Game Hunter, and then he uses Demon Wrath, he has 8, and then 3 from Dark Bomb. Does he have mana to do that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Bran.
I think this is lethal.
Bran, Abusive Sergeant, onto the Sludge Belcher. Big Game Hunter. Yeah, that's 6 mana right there. You Demon Wrath through the 1/2.
This is also lethal this way.
With Implosion, yeah.
Yeah, so there's he had 2 different ways to lethal his opponent this turn. Very well done by Kolento. Implosion's going to clear this off, 10 points of damage coming in. No need for Jiraxis, just applies a beatdown with a couple of extra minions from this deck. Kolento takes a very convincing 3-game set off Hot. Man, the more that I watch Kolento play in some of these long-term matchups, this really gives you a sense of how good Kolento really is. You know, for a long time, Kolento was very dominant in putting up a lot of performances, but a lot of it, I think, was in just being able to choose the right decks at the right time.
Yeah.
When Kolento is found in these late-game scenarios where he cannot afford to make any missteps, not only is he not making any mistakes, but he's forcing his opponents in these uncomfortable positions where they're operating on using resources in ways they feel uncomfortable doing. He's quite literally forcing mistakes from his opponent. And that's giving him a massive edge in some of these scenarios. I mean, this was truly a special match for you to watch. I mean, this was master level play from Kolento.
Yeah, playing some decks that are pretty hard to navigate as well. You could see mastery over Murloc Paladin, over the Control Warrior versus Murloc Paladin matchup as well, which is something that doesn't come very easily. So Kolento is going to move on to the round of 16. to play further in this tournament. And all the players that have advanced to the round of 16 so far have been Firebat, of course, which we saw earlier, Amnesiac as well. Some unknown players in Firemancer and Dakota, and of course Nostum as well, moving on to the round of 16. Of course, the second place finisher. So far in the round of 16 of this major, we have the first and second place finishers from the America's Winter Championship. Lots of exciting stuff still to come. We have the rest of the day today. I think we're going to have a few more matches here today to finish off the round of 32. And then, of course, tomorrow, where we're going to finish off the tournament, $10,000 prize pool and 43 Hearthstone Championship Tour points to give away. So lots of cool stuff. Next match is going to be Trump versus Ivy. So we'll see if Trump can continue his streak and make it on, or if we're going to see another one of those unknown players make it through the round of 16. During the break, guys, make sure you head over. Still doing the CyberPower Gamer Extreme PC giveaway. Head over to the website, of course. Click that banner down below. A few-minute break before we jump into that next match, but don't go anywhere. More Hearthstone Major from PAX East presented by One Nation of Gamers will continue right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone PAX East Major. My name is TJ. I am joined by ThatsAdmirable once again. We're about 8 hours in to day number 2, and we still have, I believe, 2 matches left before the end of the day. And one of those matches is going to be coming up next. It's Trump versus IV. Trump has been dominating so far in the matches that we've seen from him at the PAX East Major. What have been your thoughts so far, and of course on Trump's performance here, Admirable?
Really like the way that Trump has been playing his matches so far. Been very patient, very value-driven, very deliberate in his approach. Seen very, very tight play from him thus far in the tournament. And something I was looking up during the break is if Trump wins and makes it to the top 16, among the players we have qualified so far, there would be over $400,000 in total prize won among those players, and 16 tournament wins among them as well. And that is something astonishing to think about. Over 128 players in this event with a single elimination bracket. To have that much be in the round of 16 that is insane performances from those guys.
Yeah, I'd say so. And of course, among the top 16 at the moment that contributes to that, Firebat, Amnesiac, Nostum, Super JJ, Orange, Calento now after that last match that we saw. So lots of big names still left in it, which is pretty crazy for an open. But we still have a lot of unknown players. And, this has sort of been what the One Nation of Gamers 2016 circuit, and even going back to the summer circuit last year, it's about giving those unknown players a chance to sort of make a name for themselves. I know there's been quite a few players who have sort of made names for themselves in One Nation of Gamers. I think one of those players being Nostum, who a lot of people didn't know much about him before the American Championship this year. And a lot of his sort of fame before that came from the One Nation of Gamers circuit last year. And it sort of gave him that kickstart that he needed to pursue his competitive Hearthstone career. So we do have a lot more opens left throughout the year. We have 6 more opens left throughout the course of 2016. So the next one is going to be on April 30th, just a week from today. If you are a U.S. resident and you want to sign up for that open, head over to geico.onog.gg. Right at the top right of the screen, there's the sign up button. Also, there's a banner below the stream that you can also click that'll lead you directly to that page. We still have 3 more feature tournaments as well, which the opens lead into those feature tournaments. And then, of course, we have the grand finals, which will take place at PAX Prime at the end of August, which has a $25,000 prize pool. And the winner of this major gets a guaranteed spot at that grand finals. So lots on the line for the circuit, lots on the line for the major, which we still have to complete today. And we should be jumping into this match. So let's start talking about this one. Warlock for Trump and Druid for Ivy.
Yeah, I've been seeing Trump's Zoo Warlock actually do some good work in this match so far. He does have a copy of Bran and Gormok in his builds, as well as a couple of Flame Imps. Not going towards those Argent Squires that we've seen people tending to favor at points to help fight off the aggro shamans that we've been seeing. IV, don't know much about this player so far, but to make it this far, had to be performing pretty darn well with his decks. He's going to be rolling with Druid here. Has Wild Growth and Shade next round. His opening hand going to be coining out that Wild Growth, rolling into Shade. Innervate does give him more options for how he wants to play this, though. Trump's going to be good with his hand, Void Walker, Dark Peddler, Abuse Sergeant, and Haunted Creeper in this one. But I think he's got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, that's a sick hand. Whoa! Facade.
That's a plot twist.
Yeah, so far over the course of the last 2 days, we have seen one just straight up ramp Druid. But this could be an indication with the Kel'Thuzad that it is just a ramp Druid. Did we see any combo pieces in the opening mulligan?
Didn't see a Force Nature or Savage Roar. I mean, he kept most of his hand. He kept his entire hand, I think.
Yeah.
From what it looked like. Dr. Boom joins the party as well. Yeah, he's going to hang on to Shade for now. Trump, pretty good opener for him. It's actually looking like this Reliquary Seeker might be able to get active on a board state like this. Build towards that point. Looking like potential to get Gormok value here as well. That might be a big shutdown to that possibility, though.
Yeah. It's not clean, but you can go for a keeper this turn on the 2/2 and just evaluate next turn.
Yeah, this is a tough board state. King Boss always messes up my Druid math quite a bit. Just the fact they're getting extra 1/1s. Now, the swipe is important here, I think, because it allows him to more so ignore the King Boss and try to clean up afterwards with a swipe. You know, this matchup often comes like this kind of game of chicken where the Druid player doesn't want to swipe until they've seen Implosion. The Zoo player doesn't want Implosion until they've seen Swipe. So if you can force one of those out of the other player, you usually end up in a good position. But with Trump having Imp Gang Boss on the board, he's a little bit more free to go ahead and use Implosion because the Imp Gang Boss is going to keep generating in a situation like that. So the Implosion for 2, would have preferred it for 4 or even for 3, I think, to use the Voidwalker to clean it up in the meantime. But Ivy draws Living Roots here, and this gives him an opportunity for a full clear. So if he goes ahead and Living Roots this, he can swipe on the Voidwalker, clear everything up, have a 5/5 stealth on board, and roll into Coin Dr. Boom on turn 6. And that is a monstrous play right now.
Yeah, I'd say so. And he could even push in with the shade damage. I don't even know if he keep it stealth. There's not really anything that's going to threaten this besides an Ironbeak Owl. Which at that point, you got to be pretty happy that your opponent's using up 2 mana in order to do that, considering you're playing a Dr. Boom next turn.
Yeah. This is bad news for Trump. The Nerubian Egg and maybe Haunted Creeper instead. I mean, what's looking like happened is kind of that game of chicken took place. Trump got a poor Implosion on this, and Swipe cleaned up the board. And so now he's kind of relegated to this play, and Coin Dr. Boom is going to be this is unbelievably strong at this point. I mean, a 6/5, a 7/7, and 2 Boombots versus a Nerubian Egg. You take your pick of who you think is favored, TJ.
I don't know. It's a tough call. He does have Savage Roar next turn as well, which if none of the board is removed, is just going to end the game. That's 13, 14, 15 plus 10. That's 25. 26 damage. Sorry, since the Shade Next Ramus will get buffed to a 7. So, plus a hero power, 27. Insult to injury. Yeah, he can clear off a Boombot. Don't think it's even possible to get even perfect juggles enough to kill off the Shade.
He could hit it twice and then hit it a third time from the Nerubian spawning. That's a pretty tough odds to pull. Well, there goes that side of things.
Ivy's just nodding his head like, yep.
Yeah, that swipe draw, I think, pretty much destroyed the game for Trump. Once the swipe was drawn, it didn't really look like there was any way he could keep the board position recovered. Had this swipe not been there, Trump likely would have been able to get a lot of 1/1s on the board and then potentially get Reliquary Seeker value, but in this position it was just too much. And Savage Roar, 22 points of damage here. Ivy takes a very quick game number 1.
Sometimes I have nightmares about this exact draw from Druids.
Sometimes.
Yeah, so I was just going to push in here, and actually has 20, a little bit extra here with the Living Roots.
Wasn't counting the hero power. It's been a long day of casting here so far. Been here since 7:30 a.m. Pacific time.
Oh, baby.
5, 6, 7, 8. Closing in on 8 hours of casting straight for TJ and I. Good looking game for Ivy. If he can keep getting those kinds of draws, he definitely will find himself an advantage. He's got Paladin and Warlock left to work with. Rogue was banned out by Trump, and Ivy went ahead and banned Trump's Paladin in this matchup. I wonder if that says anything about his builds.
Well, Trump was running a mid-range Paladin, which tends to do well against a lot of the stuff. His Rogue does do well against mid-range Paladin, which is a little interesting. Maybe he expected the Rogue ban and judged it based off that, but I don't think it tells us too much. Maybe mid-range Paladin does tend to do well against Zoo Warlock sometimes. Ooh. But what the heck is that? Okay, Warlock?
It's been a while since I've seen that card make it into the fray. I actually saw Surrender, who is a Korean Hearthstone professional, running a copy of Arc Thief for FOM very early on when Reno Jackson decks were first kind of getting introduced. He tested out quite a few big threats in that top end. And since then, I really haven't seen him run much Arc Thief for FOM.
Yeah.
But Ivy, bringing a twist to this one, he also has Faceless Manipulator alongside that. I mean, is there a chance that he has Arc Thief and combo in this build?
Yeah. I mean, I've seen players in the past run both Fugan and Stalag and combo. You are forced to take out some tech cards or some of your mid-range minions. But I mean, it's Reno Warlock. Every card in the deck besides Reno Jackson is a flex card. Like every card's a tech card. So there's so much room to sub things out and put things in, and really, if you look at it, there's a lot of cards that you can afford to take out to put in a Faceless Manipulator, a Charger, and a Power Overwhelming.
Yeah. So Fiery War Axe going to make quick work of this front half of Shredder. That's going to be Haunted Creeper. Ooh, that looks really good for Trump right now. That has turned into a pure liability at this point because of that Acolyte of Pain. I wonder if Silence might have been better last turn. Acolyte of Pain is such a scary minion when you're playing against Patron too, because one of the ways that this deck operates so effectively is if it just gets lots of card draws, it can keep a lot of pressure on you. Like I know with the Core Chron Elite versions of Patron, something that you very often get into is a situation where going into a Reno Jackson turn, you drop Frothing Berserker, so that if they drop Reno Jackson, you can flood out your Whirlwinds at that point and just one-shot them with the Frothing Berserker afterwards.
Yeah.
Now that's a little bit easier said than done. I mean, there's a lot of prerequisite that's required for that.
Why?
Why what?
He didn't Battle Rage.
It could be because he doesn't want to get cards burned. If he Battle Rage for 3 here, he goes up to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards in hand, and then just attack for the 10th card. You know, at this point, I mean, at this point with the card draw, I think you can just be patient with it. You know, drawing too many cards in this matchup is at times a liability because you need time to beat them as well. And with the Acolyte and the Ping going, I just don't feel like he thinks it's necessary to be going that quick. So here, I mean, he continues to take advantage of this too. I mean, the Acolyte's just naturally drawing cards on its own.
Yeah, I guess Battle Rage is just sort of not even needed at this point. So doesn't want to overdraw. I guess you're right in that situation. And now that he's got cards to spare from his hand, he can afford to draw a little bit more. I guess there are some key cards in this matchup, Grom Hellscream being one of them that you really cannot afford to have discarded. You need to apply pressure. This matchup is still pretty rough, though. You just sort of have to sometimes throw stuff out there, hope that the Reno Warlock hasn't drawn into their AoE yet, hope your stuff sticks enough for you to be able to put on enough pressure to close out the game.
Yeah, just going to life step here and play a big Twilight Drake. And Trump's card economy is looking good right now. And Core Chron Elite joins the party. So this is looking like the kind of draw where Grim Patron actually is pretty massively favored over Reno Jackson. Gets to use Acolyte, get an armor, draw a card, go ahead and execute off this 4/10 Drake, and giddy up. You know, the kind of the card that's missing from this is Frothing Berserker. I think if Trump picks up that card, he is good to go.
Giddy on up. Yeah, it seems like a great execute target. And he also has a 1/1 Acolyte, which is one of the best tools to pop that Acolyte. He also has a ping, so that's an option too. It just limits the amount of cards that he can play after the execute. There's second Acolyte. That's not what he wants to see now, but he can still throw out that Core Chron Elite, start pushing that damage, start making that damage stick, and he's rolling into a Dr. Boom turn.
Yeah, I think there is some consideration for Fiery War Axe here, but I think that he'd like to get the Despite set up ideally. Or even just roll straight into Dr. Boom and save his coin for a better turn. I mean, having that access to extra mana, setting into Fiery War Axe is not really that big of a deal, because if you have to use the Despite in the following turn, you're just going to override it, which means you wasted your coin and you wasted Fiery War Axe. So just keep his options open. I think it's definitely the best spot to be right now. I mean, Trump is definitely ahead in this one. He has kept up, if not ahead, in card draws of Ivy at this point. Has board pressure and has responses to everything.
Yeah, Frecker Z. Yeah, it does still seem like this matchup's going to be tough, though. As long as Ivy is relatively patient with his AoE, he still does have Reno. It's just a matter of not taking too many risks here. He's staring at 5 damage. He's going into a possible turn 8. Whoa!
Yeah, honestly, I think that's the right play at this point. I mean, he's just been so far behind. He needs some development to stick to the board. And if he doesn't play Reno Jackson this turn, it means he's almost certainly committed to it the turn after. And so rather than having to commit his turn 8 with 5 mana having to be Reno Jackson, just play it right now. Suffer a bit more damage. Don't get as much value from it, but maybe have a better chance to actually stick something to the board and turn this game around.
Yeah. I suppose so. Also, if he didn't play Reno Jackson that turn, decided to play a Dr. Boom, he would have died to just coin Grom Interage. Which at this stage, Trump drawing that many cards, I mean, it's not the most unlikely thing in the world for that to happen. We've seen many a player die over the course of this weekend to that exact thing happening. And now he sets himself up for a lot more options going into the next turn. And Trump's got a tough turn. This is a balance of, how much stuff do I commit to a board? And I guess the answer is not very much for Trump, as he's just going to develop a Death Spite and probably not any minions behind this. Just preserve his Courtyard Elite, try and get as much damage out of that as possible, and see from there. Roll into the next turn.
Yeah, a little bit of a weak turn from Trump. I mean, he didn't really make much headway. And I think that's exactly what Ivy was looking for, was for Trump to really not have a big turn on this one. So now his options are a lot more open at this point.
How afraid is he of the Death Spite? Not that afraid.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so at all either. He's got plenty of AoE to handle the board state getting out of control, and Grim Patrons obviously are not looking too fantastic in this matchup if you don't have a ton of pressure rolling with good follow-ups.
No, you have to be really patient with it. And a lot of times if you can get it rolling like right on turn 5 or turn 6, that's the time to go for it before the Warlock has a chance to draw into the AoE. But if you do have to play it this late in the game, you just want to make sure you don't use too many resources to try and propagate more.
That was the word of the day yesterday. Trump taking a lot of damage
today.
You were right on that Arcane Golem too. It is running a combo with that. It's a lot of damage to take.
How overwhelming. And Trump does not have armor up. Keep that in mind. He gave it up for the ping. So this damage that's being dealt is going to stick. He's already also used one Armor Smith. So now he's got to be pretty careful. All of a sudden, a power overwhelming draw off the top is enough damage to end the game.
Yeah, Abusive Sergeant would do it too.
Yeah, Abusive Sergeant would do it too. Abusive Sergeant would be exactly 12 damage.
Yeah, 3 cards for Trump. And Ivy, I mean, even if Ivy doesn't have the damage next turn, just being able to Hellfire, set stuff on board, and then roll into Trump being at an even lower life total, it's still totally fine.
Hellfire and Loatheb here is fantastic. I mean, that means Trump's not going to be able to answer a Loatheb. He's going to be at 9 health with no more armor up available, no Armor Smith in his hand. And even though Arcane Golem Faceless Manipulator isn't that much burst for 8 mana, 8 damage still is probably going to be enough to get the job done.
He's just going to take his time. I mean, he's trying to think of a reason I think that Hellfire or Loatheb is not the play. But I don't know if he's ever going to find that. I mean, Hellfire looks fantastic right here. And Loatheb looks fantastic right here. Even without Arcane Golem and Faceless Manipulator in his hand, this individually is probably his best turn.
Yeah. Well, Trump does have some ways to stop it here. He's got Deathbite, Dread Corsair, Unstable Ghoul. He's got some taunts to block some of the damage. But Ivy has Owl. Is it going to be enough to push through? Because Arcane Golem, Faceless Manipulator, he'll be able to push through 9, even if 2 taunts are played. Whoa!
Ouch, that one hurts.
And
yeah, I think that's going to end it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump is just hoping there's no damage in Ivy's hand. And oftentimes there isn't, but it just happens to be the threat spread right now. Ivy going to take game number 2 here. Not a fancy combo. Just enough.
Yeah.
Ironbeak Owl and Arcane Golem, my Valentine.
Whoa, style points from Ivy.
Boom.
Yeah, you can't miss up an opportunity to get a little bit of BM against the old Trump there. But Ivy in a great spot now. 3 opportunities he's going to have to win with his last deck, which is a Paladin deck. Not sure what it is just yet. We can't even pinpoint. A month ago, I would have said, oh, it's Secret Paladin 100%. But so far this tournament, we've seen 10 Murloc Paladins, maybe 2 Secret Paladins, and 2 mid-range Paladins.
Yeah, it's been very heavily weighted on the Murloc side. I'm going with Murloc. I'm just going with the percentages here.
Sure, yeah. I'm just not even going to try to pinpoint it. We haven't seen a Flood Paladin yet. Flood Paladin was popular during the Winter Championships for EU. There was a couple players that brought that. That was actually more popular than Secret Paladin for the European Championships. And I've seen a lot of Flood Paladin on ladder lately. But other than that, today's been all about Murloc Paladin. But those are some secrets.
Right when I say it too. Goodness gracious. I just can't get a break. Never lucky.
Literally never lucky. All right, so Ivy's got a pretty decent hand here. Literally.
Literally never lucky.
All right. Can Ivy do it? Can he pull together the upset of Trump in this matchup? Trump's been sort of maybe a little bit out of the constructed game for a while. He hasn't been playing nearly as much constructed as he was sort of in the later parts of 2015 when he made his top 8 finish at the America's Championship. But still, when you play Hearthstone all day, you pick up on things.
Yeah, just going to be Armor Smith. Wants to try to check the Noble Sacrifice of that and then lead with Fiery War Axe afterwards. Ivy just a Haunted Creeper. So Trump going to get some fantastic news this turn, I imagine. I suppose there's a chance he goes with Frothing Berserker here instead, but that would have been before the play. So sees its Noble Sacrifice. A pretty easy Fiery War Axe for him, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
And Ivy's hand looking pretty dead on turn 3. I mean, unless he picks up something, it's going to be Hero Power Go.
Yeah, he wants to pick up Monster for Battle. Even Shielded Minibot would be a good play. I guess Avenge works. Allows him to fit in the hero power, have 2 minions on board for the Avenge to go through. He does have really solid plays going into his next couple turns with the option of Keeper Voldemort and Pilot Shredder next turn.
I don't like that attack at all. That sets up the Fiery War Axe to be able to take out whichever threat the Avenge falls on.
I mean, I guess that attack would have happened anyway.
Right, but if Trump, he has the 1/2 Haunted Creeper, Trump decides to attack the 1/1 instead, that means the Avenge falls on the Haunted Creeper and it becomes a 4/4 at that point. So it's not challenged by the Fiery War Axe. This sets up the Avenge to be procced by.
It's very true.
To be run over by the Fiery War Axe. This is a slip up here from Ivy, I think.
Maybe he's trying to bait out. Does that indicate that it might be a different secret? Don't think it does.
I don't think it changes Trump's play much at all either. I mean, even if he knew what secret it was, I mean, he's probably just likely making the same decision. If it was a different secret, he's probably making the same decision. He's going to go ahead and go with Execute instead. Wants to keep the tempo from Fiery War Axe. A little bit surprised by that.
We're rolling into turn 4. Pilot Shredder could be on his mind.
Yeah, but it is going to be Keeper of Voldemort and trade into this Frothing Berserker. If Trump is going to use the Execute there, I think I would have liked to see the Fiery War Axe, but we're going to have to fight it from this position. 3/4 for Ivy, Fiery War Axe for Trump, and...
Well, hello.
Picked up. Yeah, override the Fiery War Axe. That feels bad. Yep, so a little bit of value regained here for Ivy. The next turn is looking pretty tough into this, though. Ooh, Coghammer makes it a lot better.
Yeah, Knife Juggler plus Coghammer fits up his curve. I think his play other than that would have been Piloted Shredder, which still lines up pretty nicely against Deathbite, but this makes it tough. He also gets to push more damage.
Oh, Inner Rage is a nice one. I mean, it's not like super good, but anything to help handle a Knife Juggler, I think is pretty welcome here. Now, the decision here for Trump is, does he even need to use the Deathbite on this turn? Like, if he just waits... maybe he can find a better spot, but I'm thinking you're going to need to go Acolyte and use his Deathbite here.
Yeah. And depending on what he picks up, he ooh.
He's going to go ahead and Enrage first. Wants to take into his deck. Maybe searching for Battle Rage. Now, he's just going to pass instead. So interesting play from Trump here. He's looking for a little bit more value from this turn. Tyrion gets picked up for Ivy. And this might be the point where it gets really tough for Trump to come back in this one. I mean, Ivy's just going to continue to add pressure to this board and keep swinging away. And Trump has just drawn all his utility and all of his weapons.
Yeah, this is going to start to get pretty dicey here. Because even if Trump picks up a Patron next turn, he's not going to be able to go off on the Patrons because he just won't have enough mana utilization to be able to play the Inner Rage, and he's picking up just cards that aren't that good. Yeah, Unstable Ghoul is going to block some damage, but Ivy's got plays. Has no shortage of strong minions to play over the next couple turns.
Yeah, it's became pretty dire straits at this point. I mean, this might be Unstable Pass or something, but it's just the damage is going to keep piling on afterwards.
Looks like he's going to go with Execute on the Loatheb.
That feels bad.
Yep. Going to take 3 more damage from the Knife Juggler next turn, plus whatever juggles he gets from the minions.
Oh,
and a Ragnaros.
Nelly.
Oh, man. The quality of draws is insane.
I don't know if Trump can get back into this game. I mean, this is brutal. This Knife Juggler has done so much work because of that Cog Hammer. And Trump just doesn't have any real plays. He has nothing to make progress on this.
Yeah. All of his plays have just been to sort of like stop the bleeding for a couple turns. And it's not enough. When you're having to play reactive every single turn, he had a small window where if Lotheb wasn't played and he drew into exactly Patron, he could have made a board full of Patrons and maybe had a chance to come back. But, I mean, this is sort of the inconsistency of Patron Warrior sort of shining through. He had all 4 of his weapons in his first 8 cards.
Yeah, I mean, that's always rough to deal with. I mean, you do want some weapons to operate with, but typically drawing 4 of them is just a little bit too much, especially if you're not the player driving the action on this one. Finley's going to be the lead here. I don't know what he's looking for, but these aren't it.
Yeah, what is he looking for? Maybe ping? But he's like dead on board, almost.
This is going to be really rough. Fiery War Axe coming down. Inner Rage on the Knife Juggler. Finally it falls.
Okay.
3-2 just from that guy. Hero power to gain an extra armor here. And just drop the Unstable Ghoul and hope. This hope is not long for this world, though, because there's no shortage of the biggest minions in Ivy's deck that he can play.
He can go for a 50-50 for the win here with the Cog Hammer attack face. You put your opponent at 8. But it looks like he's just going to go for the consistent damage, put him at 3 instead, and he'll have no way to deal with a rag that's on the board. He knows that both executes are gone, and there's the Patron, but it looks like it's going to be too little too late. Trump can try and throw it out there, but, I mean, what does that accomplish? It keeps you alive, but if you don't die, then your Patron gets killed.
Yeah, I mean,
you still have nothing.
There's no recovery from this point. Both his executes are gone. No big game hunter available for this. Just 2 level life total to work on. And, you know, it all comes back, I think, to that Fiery War Axe turn where Trump used execute instead of using Fiery War Axe. Had he used that Fiery War Axe to take care of the threat instead of executing it, he would have taken a little bit more damage early on, but I think would have had a cleaner couple turns afterwards. And that play has just come back to cost him quite a bit. Going to continue going here, you know, just hoping that anything happens, but there isn't anything that can happen here. Just Ivy can drop Tyrion, just drop the Avenge, say go, and 50% of the time he wins immediately, and then 50% of the time he basically wins immediately. Just,
Yeah.
This is the position that's been created.
Oh, well, it looks like he wins immediately.
Yeah. So, no action from Trump here. That's going to do it. Ivy takes a 3-0 victory and upsets Trump.
Wow.
Very decisive wins from him as well. Wow, just been the last couple of matches we have seen, you know, later on in yesterday and early today, a lot of 5-game sets took place. But the last few matches have just been dominant performances, like 3-0 after 3-0.
Yeah.
That's coming in here, and just another player moving on top 16. Honestly, was a big fan of the way Ivy played this series. And I think, again, this last game, I think Trump slipped up quite a bit with the weapon usage and the execute there, and it cost him potentially quite a bit.
Third player to be upset today. That's Strife Crow falling, Amaz falling, and now Trump falling to some of these open players. So really excited to see these guys hopefully starting to make names for themselves. I feel like a lot of these players have played exceptionally well today, and so looking forward to seeing more from them. But Trump, unfortunately, that means he's been eliminated from the tournament, and Ivy moves on to that top 16. We do have one more match remaining left for day 2. of the Hearthstone Major at PAX East. It is going to be Astrogation of New Order Esports. He's going to be taking on Frazier Powers. So it's going to be the last one coming up. That'll solidify our top 16 once that match is finished. So before we jump into that match, we're going to have to go to a quick break, though. We do want to give a big shout out to, of course, the sponsors, GEICO Gaming, Video Game Voters Network, and, of course, CyberPower PC, DX Razer, and Asus Republic of Gamers for helping us out with the hardware for the event. Wouldn't be able to do it without those guys. So we're going to go to a quick break before we jump into the final match of the day between Astrogation and Frazier Powers. Don't go anywhere, guys. The conclusion to day number 2 of the Hearthstone Major presented by One Nation of Gamers continues right after this. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Hearthstone PAX East Major presented by One Nation of Gamers. We have one more match left to go for day number 2, which means one more player to send on to the top 16 to go into the final day. I'm TJ. Joining me once again is ThatsAdmirable. And, I've had a blast today. We've seen some crazy things. We've seen upsets. We've seen crazy decks. Mill Rogue, Reno Hunter. It's just been insane. But one more left. Astrogation versus Frazier Powers. And Astrogation, he's played for New Order Esports, which is the same team that Ever60 played for, who's also a person who has qualified for the PAX Prime Finals. What do you know about Astrogation, if anything? Maybe you played him on ladder or something?
Well, Astrogation comes from a card background. He's been playing cards for quite a few years now. Very bright guy who really is focusing on sort of the analytical side of things. He was actually at Esports Arena when we were playing the North American prelims for the Winter Championship, where he didn't have the best performance that he's had in his career there. But certainly a very bright guy, has very firm opinions on things and is willing to back those up with the knowledge and experience he's acquired. Very nice guy as well, very personable. I have nothing but good things to say about Astrogation personally, and teammates with Eversiction, who's right there up there with him. Just a great guy, has a wealth of experience playing Hearthstone thus far, and if these guys continue to attend events and continue to put up good performances, they will eventually start to see the wins.
Yeah, definitely true. And of course, Astrogation has made it this far in the tournament. We are still in the round of 32. So, of course, looking for some of those last round of 16 spots. Fraser Powers, don't know too much about him. He's one of, again, the open signups. But these guys have very similar deck lineups. Both have Druid and Mage. The difference here being Astrogation with the Warlock and Fraser Powers with the Paladin. Pretty standard stuff as far as what we've seen today. But as we've seen, anything can happen with these decks.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing all sorts of different decks all tournament long. Since we've kind of closed in the later rounds, we've seen a lot less crazy innovation happening among some of the decks and a lot more of the standard builds and stuff that you would expect to see at tournament level play. But we're going to get right into it. Fraser Powers, that's an aggro Druid that he's coming correct with. Fel Reaver, Druid at the Saber. This deck can get going very quickly. But Astrogation, not a bad zoo opener himself, does mulligan Sea Giant into Sea Giant. Voidwalker Knife Juggler open for him. Meanwhile, Fraser Powers is going to keep Fel Reaver and Shade. So he's going to be rolling with Druid of the Saber, Shade and Exramus, Mounted Raptor, and Fel Reaver with the coin. Flame It finds its way to Astrogation's hand, and we're off to the races.
Whenever I play against an aggro Druid on ladder, I always think in my head that they look exactly like what Fraser Powers looks like right now. That's the image of the aggro Druid player that I have in my head. So he has confirmed it.
I have played a lot of aggro Druid versus you on ladder, actually.
Yes, and I think you look exactly like this. That's some. He's styling right now. Those glasses and that jacket. Definitely loving it. Astrogation just going with the classic black T-shirt, it seems. But we'll see if he's going to expect the aggro Druid to come out. I'm not sure if these players have been able to watch each other's matches over the course of the event. But we'll definitely have to see.
Yeah, so Knife Juggler getting added to hand here. Astrogation off to a nice start. I mean, one of the ways that you can fight very well versus aggro Druid is just being able to kind of go one for them in the early game so they can't snowball the board out of control. And I think that's a lot of the influence into taking the Stone Tusk board here. You can couple it with the Knife Juggler and just continue to fight for board. I mean, once he sees Druid of the Saber, Fraser Powers' hand is kind of just face up at this point.
Yeah.
It's going to be minion after minion after minion. It is kind of interesting that he has 2 Shade and Exramus and a Mounted Raptor in here. A lot of times I've struggled to find the 3 drops that I want in here, and oftentimes I run with like 1 Shade. So a little bit heavier on that 3 drop, wants to scale a little bit harder into his 5. And the 3 drop is just hoping to secure that a little bit. So Knife Juggler is going to bite the dust here, but not before Astrogation has an opportunity to potentially juggle this away. So it is going to be trade with the Knife Juggler, drop the Voidwalker, ping on to that. That is a good one right now.
Yeah.
Normally the Druid of the Saber threatens that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he can't trade into the Voidwalker. Yeah. So Fraser apparently does have it is a cosplay. They are at the PAX East floor, so there are quite a few cosplayers there. Travis Touchdown from the game No More Heroes. So hard to see a little bit of a popped collar there. It seems a little bit more pronounced from the character in the video games, but solid cosplay. 7 out of 10. 8 out of 10 with Rice.
I think Astrogation's going to go for the juggles here on this Mounted Raptor. Oh.
Doesn't even matter if he hits this one. Well, actually, yes, it does. Because if he gets a 1-drop and he does... Imagine if an aggro Druid got a King Crush. Yikes.
Then it would have a 9-mana 8/8 charge in his hand that it doesn't get to because the game's over before then.
Yeah. Imagine if an aggro Druid had a King Crush. Yeah, it'd suck.
Yeah, damage pile into face at this point.
Yeah.
I like Astrogation taking the lead here. I mean, if Fraser does not have something big to answer this turn, it is going to quickly snowball out of control. 2 copies of Sea Giant in hand as well. So Fraser just chooses to build board tension here and have no real progress that he makes on board. Oh, these Sea Giants. Oh, no. This is a double Sea Giant turn if the juggles don't kill anything.
Oh, no, it's not green. So he's not going to be able to get the second one. But, I'll still take one Sea Giant. That's
Yeah,
still pretty good.
3-mana Sea Giant's still looking all right in this board state. And I don't know if Fraser Powers can ever come back from this. Like, you're not going to find Big Game Hunter in this deck very often. There's not really a way to swing this board back. He kind of got zooed this game. I mean, Astrogation played the board very well, had a very strong hand, and follow up with a Sea Giant. And that's why this card's in here, is to close out these games.
Yeah. I don't think there is a draw that's going to allow Fraser Powers to come back into this one. Nothing to do on board, and it looks like it's going to be game 1 going over to Astrogation. Can he hit enough juggles? No, he'd have to kill everything but the Sea Giant. Or the Stone Touch War as well.
Yeah. Reside to his fate at this point, shows the Fell Reaver. Astrogation going to take game number 1.
Yeah. He's going to let Astrogation have the honor of taking the final points of health instead of conceding. So, a pretty quick game 1, at least compared to the pace that we've sort of been used to today. Lots of control decks at the PAX East Major here. So, Astrogation just Mage and Druid left.
Yeah, it's a 90-minute match we had yesterday with Colento because of that tank up mirror.
Colento versus Radlack, I believe. Yeah, that was a doozy. If you guys have a chance, if you have 90 minutes to spare and really like the ability tank up, then go check out the VODs from yesterday, because it actually was a really fun matchup to watch despite it being that long. There's a lot of dead moments, but also earlier today there was the Reno Hunter versus Reno Warrior matchup, right? Reno Hunter versus Reno Warrior. Yeah, that was just absolutely insane. So if you have a chance to watch that, then you can check out the VODs for that.
Yeah, Astrogation is going to be bringing Freeze Mage here, and I know that he has a lot of experience with this build. Does prefer Forgotten Torches, from what I remember in our conversations together. Fraser Powers is going to unleash Secret Paladin here, and what a curve he's got in the opener. Secret Keeper, Shield of Minibot, Muster for Battle.
AKA Dr. 1, Dr. 2, and Dr. 3, and Dr.
4. We're just missing Dr. 5 and Dr. 6 right now. Astrogation's hand, meanwhile, that is not the kind of mulligan you're looking for. Ice Block, Ice Barrier, Frost Nova Doomsayer, very welcome. Ice Lance and the Coin. So Frost Nova Doomsayer are going to be his key turn that he's looking for going into either turn 4 or turn 5, but would like to back this up with Mad Scientist, Acolyte of Pain, some card draw to get things going here. Fraser Powers, in the meanwhile, just going to get going. Novice Engineer, welcome draw at this point, but it looks like Doomsayer is just going to be the play here on turn 2. Says, this is enough. And Fraser Powers, no response to this. The Haunted Creeper is a good draw into this, though.
Yeah, but so much momentum just stopped in its tracks. And Astrogation knows that there's just nothing that's going to deal with this. Even if he had 3 secrets.
Fraser Powers going to hold on to his Haunted Creeper even. Says, I'll use this to fight another day. Pushes his 3 damage, and bye-bye board. Bye-bye boardy. I missed it, didn't I? Dang it.
Yep.
God. 8.5 hours of casting, and I'm already done. I can't even think of the easy ones anymore.
Missing zingers. It's not like you. Not like you at all.
Fraser Powers going to go with Pilot Shredder.
Yeah. But Astrogation just still has so much room here. Mad Scientist is a good pickup, but he's already got 2 secrets in his hand. So, not as good as he would have liked. And if he plays Mad Scientist, doesn't have a reasonable answer to whatever comes out of this Pilot of Shredder, unless it has 1 health, which would just be sort of icing on the cake for Astrogation at this point. Huge Toad.
That's a huge one.
Yeah.
Interesting plays for Fraser Powers at this point. This is the first turn he's had some real options in front of him.
Might be the last, also.
No, Secret Paladin always has a wealth of options at its disposal. Really, the big option for Secret Paladin is, do you play Secret Paladin or do you not play Secret Paladin? And then occasionally you get in turns like this, which, each different play leads a very different way. But then outside of that, it's pretty much just play your big stuff and go.
Admirable quoted in 2016, the hardest part about playing Secret Paladin is choosing whether or not to play Secret Paladin.
It really is. That's the hardest part.
Yep. Alex Strauss, it doesn't do him too much good right now. No cycle as well. He just had the Novice Engineer. Would really have loved to see Arcane Intellect, even Anklet of Pain at this stage on turn 5. You could have gotten another draw on it. Mad Scientist is sort of cycle because it takes a secret out of your deck, which improves the overall quality of your draws in the future.
Is going to manipulate the secret into being Ice Barrier here. I'm sorry, into being Ice Block here. Plays the Ice Barrier, and then Mad Scientist can only fetch Ice Block after this.
Yeah, which is usually what you want to do because you'd rather have Ice Block in your hand over Ice Barrier in the future, and this sort of increases the chances that happens. You want to be able to control when the second Ice Block comes out, and you want to be able to guarantee that you're going to have 2 Ice Blocks as the game goes on, because a lot of times Freeze Mage comes down to a 1-turn difference between winning and losing. That's sort of what the deck is designed to do. That's why you play double Ice Block in the first place. And so buying yourself 1 more turn can sometimes be the difference between winning and losing in this matchup.
Yep. Just minions and go so far for Fraser Powers. Astrogation starting to build towards that spot where he pretty much has all the time in the world to get this done. It's just going to even ping and pass this turn.
Ooh. Yikes. Still, like you said, though, lots of time.
Ooh.
Tyrion might cut down on that time.
Yep. No play with the Keeper of Uldum this turn, it looks like. And missing turn 6 and turn 7 pretty heavily for Fraser Powers might set him back just a little bit. Mr. for Battle is going to be the play. And just push 6 damage in the face. It's looking like a Blizzard turn here for Astrogation coming up.
Yep. Yeah. Icelands. Still not really a draw that has any sort of impact right now, or even in the next couple of turns.
The second Iceland does give him like Roaring Torch or Fireball outs now to actually win the game. I mean, he can coin Alex Strauss the next turn, and if the block doesn't get popped, that means he has like 3 turns to find a burn spell. So in this spot,
start pinging,
yeah. I mean, this is totally fine. Just coin Alex Strauss right here. Fraser Powers doesn't really have a response to this. I mean, Secret Paladin decks don't really run ways to handle these kinds of situations. And so because of that, Astrogation sitting behind the Ice Block right here, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. He can't even pop the Ice Block this turn, which means Astrogation's going to have 2 Frost Novas, an Ice Block, and then whatever he draws off the top of his deck to find 4 points of damage, which might end up just being pings at this point because he's going to have so much time.
Yeah, he can. There might even be a chance where, a Fireball off the top means that he can get in for damage with the Alex Strauss if it's not dealt with. But it is going to be dealt with, so still lots of time still remaining for Astrogation, despite having 3 health. 3 health is still comfortable. Even 2 health, comfortable.
Yep, and honestly, Fraser Powers is not going to be able to even attack it. That's going to do it.
All right.
We're looking at... Well, I don't even know if this is Lotheb or bust. Like, I don't even think Lotheb would win at this point.
Yeah. He won't even be able to pop the block with Lotheb. He would have to have put him to 1 last turn, or pop the block last turn to even have a chance. And so Astrogation just going to set it up, put him at 4. And even if Lotheb's played, that still leaves a chance for Astrogation to draw Fireball or Roaring Torch for lethal, and Avenge is not going to do it. Fraser Powers is just like, what can you do?
What can
Shrug.
you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Just... That's the old 8-hour, 15-minute mark casting you get when you wake up at 6 a.m. and don't have any meals. To this point, I'm just caffeine and Fiji water at this point.
And 1 single banana.
1 single banana. That's what I've had to eat today. I'm losing it right now, but what a fantastic performance from Astrogation. I mean, that matchup obviously is very weighted towards the Freeze Mage, but the fact that he didn't Blizzard on one of the turns where he could have used it, just chose to ping and pass and eat 6 points of damage. Those little turns like that are the kinds of situations that experienced players get into where they know that they can wait. They don't have to press the issue, and because of that, they find extra turns later down the road.
All right. Well, Fraser Powers, he's got a freeze mage of his own, it seems. But Astrogation has 3 chances now to win with Druid. And as we've all seen over the past many years, 2 of them, in fact, Druid can win in just about any scenario. And freeze mage is one of the decks that it performs the best against. So I'm liking Astrogation to take this series and probably even this game.
Yeah, this is going to mulligan away 2 Ancients of Lore. Opens up with Wild Growth, Mind Control Tech, Sludge Belcher, Swipe, and Wrath. A couple of these cards not so welcome in his hand. Fraser Powers, meanwhile, Arcane Intellect, Acolyte of Pain, Blizzard, Fireball. So this is a spot where Astrogation... This is one of the few times I think that you can really justify Coin and Wild Growth. There's a couple different situations. Number 1, where you have a 3-drop, or number 2, where you anticipate having to use either Hero Power or Wrath or Living Roots or something like that on turn 2. So that way you have time to squeeze that in and then also follow it with a 4-drop afterwards. So like this play from him. Ancient of War finds its way to hand, and here we go.
Agent of War 2. This has sort of been a common tech inclusion so far from what we've seen of the Major. A lot of players running at least one of those.
Yeah, we'll be curious to see how Astrogation navigates this turn. He does have an option to either swipe or use the Wrath. He's just going to use swipe.
Wrath is a lot more flexible in this matchup. It seems really weird, but Wrath can cycle. Wrath, you can fit it in with less mana. The hero power he believes, I guess, to be inconsequential. It does build up armor, which can be important in this matchup, but a lot of times it really doesn't come down to that.
Ooh, that's a spicy looking turn 5 right there.
Yeah, the one thing he might be afraid of is maybe like a Frost Nova Doomsayer. He might want to get over that turn 5 hump before he goes all in, but I think you just...
Do you 10-5 it?
Uproot?
I mean, it forces a Fireball. Frostbolt Ping as well. I mean, so there's 2 easy ways to deal with it. Yeah, you probably 5/10 is probably a little bit safer here. But honestly, I would have liked to see Astrogation go with just attack the Acolyte last turn with the Mind Control deck and then Hero Power. And rolling into this turn, he'd be free to play his minions however he wanted, and in the face of Doomsayer, could go swipe and Wrath it. Yeah. That option has been lost at this point. So if he saw Frost Nova Doomsayer right here, he'd be very sad about it. Now, Fraser Powers just happens to be missing half of that combo, so he's going to be relegated to Arcane Intellect instead. And the damage is going to start pouring on. Mad Scientist, yeah, it's pretty good here, but staring down a 5/10, this damage is going to pile up real quick.
Oh, yeah. And Astrogation has no shortage of threats here. Darnassus Aspirin is not the most impactful pickup, but he's got Druid of the Claw, he's got Sludge Belcher, and Sludge Belcher is going to be the play.
Yeah, I like the Sludge Belcher first. Play your slower minions before you decide to play Druid of the Claw, because now in the face of Frost Nova Doomsayer, he does have the option to Druid of the Claw and Wrath to take care of it, which will roll into a strong AoE turn for Fraser, but having an answer to it is better than not having an answer to it.
Druid of the Claw is also more flexible as the game goes on. You have the option of charging it, which later on could give you lethal in a situation where you wouldn't otherwise have one, especially in combination with Savage Roar. So definitely agree that Sludge Belcher is the better option out of the 5-drops in that scenario. So Fraser Powers does have lots of ways to stall the board out. He's got Flame Strike. He's got the Frost Nova as well.
Yeah, it's going to be getting a little bit tough for him. He's buying himself some valuable time, but sitting at 15 with Ice Barrier up, effectively at 23. Oh, Savage Roar gets drawn. Yeah, here we go with this damage. It's going to start adding up. I mean, I'm guessing he's eyeing some sort of AoE next turn, which now that Astrogation is going to pop the Ice Barrier, which indeed he should be here. I'm looking at Frost Nova Mad Scientist maybe being the play, but I mean, still plenty of options at his disposal to be using alongside of this. Oh, that's a bad draw.
I mean, it's okay. I guess nothing's going to get pulled from his last Mad Scientist, but having the Ice Barrier might make it okay. But wow, decides to Flame Strike instead. How much damage is this?
18 points of damage.
Okay, well, that answers my question. Was about to count it out, but that abacus really coming in handy. Oh, man.
Yeah, just saw Flame Strike, so Azure Drakes certainly become a lot stronger once that's happened.
Mm.
So here we go. Just pretty weak turn here from Astrogation. Fraser Power is going to need to start capitalizing on this.
Still no Doomsayer, but he does have a chance to get it with the Arcane Intellect. At this point, though, he might be afraid of a Keeper of the Grove, but I don't think he can really afford to play around too much. So he's going to draw first, of course. But what is going to be the pickup? Archmage Tinnitus and Blizzard, not really playable this turn.
Yeah, facing on too much pressure. The turn 5 Ancient of War has lived through basically all of the damage that Fraser Powers has dealt so far and continue to add pressure. And that's compounded to this spot where Fraser's just kind of fallen behind. He doesn't really have the time he needs to make use of the cards in his hand.
Yeah.
Definitely thinking second Azure Drake could be good here, but maybe wants to cycle with the Wrath first. I think he's considering silencing the Mad Scientist here, honestly.
I mean, he's been through both ice barriers, and he knows that an ice block is up.
No, he hasn't been through both ice barriers because one of them's in Fraser's hand.
So yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So I mean, he doesn't know. He might think it's still in the deck.
Yeah. I mean, if he chooses a Wrath first, it's going to be a fist pump.
I mean, he can Azure Drake and then cycle with the Wrath. Try and get as close as possible to having full combo.
Yeah, if he's going to silence it. Yeah, I think Fraser's pretty happy with that, honestly. Oh, Lotheb joins the party. This is looking really grim for Fraser. Astrogation's hand's just so strong right now.
Still no Doomsayer. Wow.
A lot of freeze going on, though. I mean, this is definitely the kind of hand where you can still buy some more time.
Yeah, Frost Nova plus Ice Barrier.
Or just Blizzard plus Ice Barrier. I think I like the Blizzard more so you can roll into Archmage and Frost Nova. Also, Fraser just saw Keeper of the Grove, so the Archmage might actually stick. As far as his perspective is concerned, anyway.
But it looks like with Lotheb, he's going to just be forced to Frost Nova by itself. But is that really like a winning line of play? And Astrogation, now that he knows that these AoE spells are gone, is just going to start pushing in, charging with this Druid of the Claw, getting this immediate damage. And what can Fraser Powers do from here?
That Lotheb doesn't necessarily force anything. I'm feeling Alex Straza this turn and try to get lucky afterwards. I mean, your opponent's going to be set to 18, and you're going to need some heat off the top, but you have a second Ice Block ready. You have Fireball and Ice Lance in your hand. You just drew Blood Mage. I think this is the play.
Yeah. Astrogation has managed to build up a little bit of armor, though, over the course of the game. He has 3, which actually can make a big difference. It's the difference of being at 15 and 18. It's the difference of being killed by Fireball, Frostbolt, and the difference of your opponent having to have something extra. So he can clear off. Can he pop the block? Yes, he can. He can actually pop at 1 and armor up and kill the Alex Straza.
Yeah, and he's got damage back behind in hand, too. So even if everything gets frozen, he still has access to block poppage.
Yeah.
Likely to just be Living Roots here. And then clean up the Alex Straza as well.
Pop, block, and lock it.
Brilliant. 4 armor, too. I mean, that armor actually is making a really big difference right now. Fraser needs perfect draws if he's going to win this game. Ice Lance, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 if he draws a Frostbolt.
Well, he can just... Nope. Yeah,
he needs
you have to go
Frostbolt.
For it. But he has to play Ice Block this turn.
No, I mean, it's Frostbolt or bust at this point. I don't think it mattered much what he cast alongside of it. And he needs the Blood Mage to be able to get the access to that damage afterwards, too. So this is quite literally on a Frostbolt draw to win. If he draws
Does he even
Frostbolt,
win with Frostbolt?
Yeah,
What?
it's 7
Oh,
from Fireball,
yeah.
4 from the Frostball. It's 11, and then he's got 10 from the Ice Lances. So it is literally Frostbolt or bust at this point.
Oh, it all comes down to this. And Astrogation intelligently makes sure that he gets as much health as possible. He knows what the outs are going to be in this situation. But it just doesn't look like it's going to be much besides that. Can he do it? Nope.
From his perspective, he can live another turn here as well with Frostnova and Ice Lance on the face. That will meet the demise from Keeper of the Grove or Druid of the Claw as Astrogation sees fit. So we are going to have our last player of the day moving on to the top 16. It's going to be Astrogation 3-0 over Fraser Powers.
Yeah, another one of these sort of at least a little bit known players. Astrogation has been around the competitive scene now for a bit, been performing pretty well, at least in open tournaments in North America. And he's going to be moving on. And Fraser Powers is going to hope, Iceland's the face and hope that it's not there.
Yeah, very valiant effort from Fraser here, but just too little in the middle of this play. And Moonfire in true Druid fashion. Oh no! Come on! Come on! I wanted the Moonfire. All right. I guess I'll take it. Anyway, you get it. Astrogation 3-0. Very decisive victory here over Fraser Powers. And very tight play from Astrogation in all 3 of these games. I mean, that's what I've seen from him in the past and what I expect to continue seeing in the future. You know, not a very well-known guy, I'd say, like in the streamer community, but this is a guy you need to look out for. He is a threat to win tournaments.
Yeah, and that means our top 16 is set. And I believe we do have a bracket to show exactly that. Some of the known players still remaining there. Firebad, Amnesia, Nostum, Super JJ, Calento, Orange, Racy, Astrogation. But a lot of no players have fallen. A list of players that have actually fallen today that you might be familiar with. Zelay, The Rat, Raynad, VLPS, Amaz, Lead Paint, Strifecrow, Ryzen, and Trump have all fallen in the PAX East Major so far. Did not make it to that round of 16, but still strong players left, and I'm really happy to see a lot of these open players, a lot of these unknown names make it this far into the tournament. Maybe we'll be seeing some stars born tomorrow in the final day of the PAX Major.
Yeah, I mean, to get to that point, you got to take that first step, and the first step is events that anyone can compete in. If you guys are interested in competing, the time is nigh to start doing so because ONOG has been running a fantastic series here in 2016.
Yeah, you guys can head over to the website right down there below. You can see geico.onog.gg. Also, there's a banner below the stream. The next open is actually on April 30th. So if you want to participate in that, it is limited to U.S. residents only. But if you are a U.S. resident, head over there, sign up for that open, have your chance to compete in the One Nation of Gamers 2016 circuit. Also, still doing that giveaway, Cyberpower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC, which is right on the website as well. I believe you're entered in automatically when you actually sign up for the tournament. So if you do that, then you're good to go. Also, you can get a GEICO code as well. And a big shout out to GEICO and, of course, Video Game Voters for making this possible, as well as Cyberpower PC, DX Racer, Razer, and Asus Republic of Gamers for helping us out with the hardware at the event. But, Admirable, that's going to wrap up day 2. It's been a fun day. You have any closing thoughts as we move forward to the final day of play here tomorrow?
Yeah, I really want to know what you guys are thinking of the tournament so far, as well as your predictions for who you think is going to take this event. This top 16 is shaped up pretty darn nicely, so you can tweet at ThatsAdmirable, at AzumoQT, or at ONOG Esports on Twitter, and let us know who you're supporting and who you think is going to win this. Thank you all for joining us for today. It's been a blast. Seen some crazy matches, and looking forward to some more tomorrow.
Yeah, so once again, from myself, and of course from Admirable and everybody at One Nation of Gamers and GEICO Gaming, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll return tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Pacific, 10:30 a.m. Eastern, or 7:30 a.m. Pacific. See you then. Thanks for watching.